Well, I think we can now begin. And we must remind ourselves again of the context. And that is especially important when we turn to chapter 7 of the first book. But let us, still there was some minor difficulty already in chapter 6, the preceding chapter. On the whole, the chapters 3 up to chapter 1 of the second book inclusively deal with piety and continence in this order. Now, we have given a simple explanation for that. Xenophon, after having refuted the indictment, which consists of two parts, by proving that Socrates was A, pious, B, continent, continues that beyond for quite a few chapters. But this is perhaps not sufficient, because while this explains how the two subjects, piety and continence, were suggested to Xenophon, this doesn't show why he chose them. There must be a more precise reason. Now, if we look at the plan of the memorabilia as a whole, a plan which is not explicitly stated at the beginning of the sections, anywhere, we can say that this first, chapters 3 of the first book to chapter 1 of the second book, deal with the man himself. That may mean Socrates himself. It may also mean what Socrates recommended to the man himself regarding his duties toward himself. But obviously, piety and continence are not the whole duty of man. There are at least 3 virtues missing: justice, courage, and wisdom. Now, justice, one can say, is taken care of, since the whole memorabilia deal with Socrates' justice. As for courage, that is strangely never mentioned among Socrates' virtues. And that is a question by itself, but we can take this as a datum. So, wisdom. Now, the preceding chapter, which we have read last time, which dealt especially with Socrates' blissful activity, dealt precisely with Socrates' wisdom. For what Antiphon objected to was that Socrates was indeed just, since he didn't take money for his worthless teaching, but not wise, because his teaching was worthless. And Socrates' reply to that proves then, although not explicitly, that he was wise. And therefore we can say chapter 6 deals with wisdom as based on continence, as used for continence. So the irregularity of chapter 6 may be accounted for in this manner. But chapter 7 is an entirely different story. And I think we just begin to read.
Let us next consider whether by discouraging imposture he encouraged his companions to cultivate virtue.
Encouraged or exhorted, whether by dehorting from boasting, he exhorted his companions to take care of virtue. Xenophon does not say, again, as he did before on some occasion, that Socrates was successful in his exhortations. He presents it as something which the reader must consider and form a judgment for himself. And the subject now is boasting. Yes,
For he always said that the best road to glory is the way that gives a man as good as he wishes to be thought, that makes a man as good as he wishes to be thought.
Perhaps we consider the difference of expression here, that there is no more beautiful, no more resplendent road to fame than the one through which one would become good in that in which one would wish to have renown. Fame, reputation, that has to do with splendor, with noble, with the fine, as distinguished from the more solid good, which is indicated by the term good. Yes, and now he argues that out.
And this was how he demonstrated the truth of this saying. Suppose a bad flute player wants to be thought a good one. Let us note what he must do. Must he not imitate good players in the accessories of the art? First, as they wear fine clothes and travel with many attendants, he must do the same. Further, seeing that they win the applause of crowds, he must provide himself with a large clout. But of course, he must never accept an engagement, or he will promptly expose himself to ridicule as an incompetent player and an impostor to boot.
Yeah, that is not only a bad player, but also a boastful man. After all, a man may be a bad player without being boastful. Yes?
And so, what with incurring heavy expense and gaining nothing, and bringing disgrace on himself as well, he will make his life burdensome, unprofitable, and ridiculous.
Yeah, well, this is, in language of our time, what we could say, is a man concerned with his image rather than with the substance. And one sees what happens if that concern with the image predominates. Yes?
So too, if a man who is not a general or a pilot wanted to be thought a good one, let us imagine what would happen to him. If his efforts to seem proficient in these duties failed to carry conviction, would not his failure be galling to him? If they succeeded, would not his success be still more disastrous? For it is certain that if a man who knew nothing about piloting a ship or commanding an army were appointed to such work, he would lose those whom he least wanted to lose, and would bring ruin and disgrace upon himself.
So first Xenophon Socrates spoke of the relatively harmless case of the flute player. And now he turns to the grave cases, where failure does not only make a man ridiculous, but ruins him and his city or his subordinates. That is the case of the general and of the pilot. Yes.
By similar reasoning, he would show how unprofitable is a reputation for wealth or courage or strength when it is undeserved. Tasks beyond their powers, he would say, are laid on the incompetent, and no mercy is shown to them when they disappoint the expectation formed of their capability.
Yes, he gives here three examples again: the wealth, courage, and strength. What about wisdom? If the people are sufficiently wise, I suppose, he would make himself utterly ridiculous before he's put to a test even. What about justice? If a man pretends to be just without being just, what would happen to him? Well, Mr. Burns, you smile.
Some might say that would depend on whether he was known to be just or unjust. Let us say, whether he were caught.
I see. So in other words, if he were very clever, he might get away with it.
Yeah.
Yes, at any rate, Socrates doesn't speak here of justice among other things. Well, you all remember the case of stated by Glaucon so forcefully. Yes, and now?
The man who persuades you to lend him money or goods and then keeps them is without doubt a rogue. But much the greatest rogue of all is the man who has gulled his city into the belief that he is fit to direct it. For my part, I thought that such talks did discourage imposture among his companions.
Yeah, and so Xenophon gives his own private judgment without wishing to decide it for anyone else. To me, he seemed to dehoard from boasting to his companions literally by conversing in such a manner. It is not a dialogomus, it's not a dialogue, but it is here called a dialogue. This also needs some reflection. This chapter is rather a harangue, like chapter 5. The two harangues surround this crucially important chapter 6, which deals with Socrates' wisdom. Now, the difficulty, that is obviously reasonable what is said here about the absurdity of boasting. One could perhaps wonder why Socrates does not mention a most common form of boasting, that one believes to know while not knowing. Otherwise, I do not see any particular difficulty in this chapter. The difficulty consists rather in the place which this discussion occupies, than in its content. We have to remind ourselves again of the general outline of this section, piety continence. That worked out fine up to chapter 5 easily. And then the next chapter, the first chapter of the second book, deals again with continence. Could this chapter possibly in any way have anything to do with the subject of piety? Could impiety be a kind of boasting? I believe everyone will say, of course. But what would have prevented Xenophon from saying so? The preceding conversation on piety, chapter 4, was devoted more precisely to the daimonion, and that means to Socrates' daimonion. Could Socrates, speaking of his daimonion, be an act of boasting? Let us look at Book 4, Chapter 3, paragraph 12. We have only to read the end of this paragraph.
Yet again, insofar as we are powerless of ourselves to foresee what is expedient for the future, the gods lend us their aid, revealing the issues by divination to inquirers, and teaching them how to obtain the best results. With you, Socrates, they seem to deal even more friendly than with other men, if it is true that, even unasked, they warn you by signs what to do and what not to do. Yes, and you will realize
No,
that...
he doesn't say yes. He simply doesn't answer that.
You will realize the truth.
No, we don't need that anymore. Now, there is another point to consider. Boasting is an awful thing, and it surely was always regarded by Socrates as a very bad habit. And yet, on one occasion at least, he did something like boast according to Xenophon himself. And this was when he talked to the jury, when he was accused. You have in your edition, I have seen, the Apology of Socrates. Will you read the beginning of it?
I don't have it in this volume, I'm afraid.
It is in here.
Oh, in this, yes.
At the end. In the older editions is not in.
Not in this volume. No. What is the number?
At the beginning.
At the beginning. I think it worthwhile to remember Socrates and how he planned for his defense at the end of his life when he was summoned before the court. Others also have written about this, and all have noticed Socrates' grandiloquent manner of speaking.
Yeah, grandiloquent, that is already somewhat a translation which takes the sting out of it. The word which Xenophon uses is megalegoria, talking big. He talked big. Yes,
Which is clear proof that he really spoke that way. But these writers have not made clear the fact that Socrates had already come to consider death preferable to life, and thus they have made his grandiloquence seem rather senseless.
He's talking big. So the purpose of the apology of Socrates, of this writing, is to show that to justify or vindicate Socrates' talking big, showing that it was sensible in the circumstances. And this, the apology of Socrates, agrees largely with the last chapter of the Memorabilia, where Xenophon also presents Socrates' conduct in the last time of his life, but there he comes to this question because some people have said that his condemnation proved that his daimonion was not trustworthy, because otherwise it would have warned him in advance and he could have acted correspondingly. So we have here these two positions: vindicating Socrates' daimonion, vindicating Socrates' talking big. Is there some connection between the two things? Socrates' talking big before the jury has something to do with his daimonion. He speaks of it and shows more or less, as Xenophon shows in the first chapter of the Memorabilia, that Socrates, that his daimonion was utterly reliable, but here, of course, it aroused the anger of the jury. It was talking big. Now, whether there is any connection more than that between Socrates' daimonion and boasting, that we must leave open. But the structure of the whole discussion, the place of this particular chapter, forces us to raise this question.
If you were as good in something as you wish to seem, but yet you weren't known to be as good, wouldn't it be necessary to boast then?
For example, if someone is, say, a good flute player,
Yes.
but not as good as he thinks,
No, he is as good as he wants to appear, but he yet doesn't appear that way. Wouldn't it then be necessary for him to fashion an image for himself?
no, in the strict sense he is not a boaster, but he may very well be a fool. Because if he says something incredible about himself, and that arouses some graver doubt regarding him. Is this not so?
Yes.
And therefore he is not strictly speaking a boaster.
I mean, boasting is always empty.
He is always claiming something for oneself which one does not possess.
I see.
But I thought that Mr. Elias was asking about the case of a man who seemed to be a boaster, but who was not a boaster, because he really was as good
As he
as he claimed to be, but he did not appear to be as good.
Yeah, I understood that. But could this not be an act of folly? It may be, but could it not be an act of folly?
You mean to make the claim.
Yeah, even if it is perfectly justified.
True.
So, strictly speaking, it would not be boasting, but it would not. It's not necessarily a good or wise action. It seems to me. By the way, this is the only chapter in Xenophon, in the Socratic writings, right, where boasting is discussed. And it is discussed in a place where one would expect a discussion of piety or impiety. Now, is there any point you would like to raise before we turn to the next chapter, the next book? The first book we have read now, whether the division into books stems from Xenophon or not, I believe, is unknown, and it is not important for us, but it may stem from it, all right. And then it would be remarkable that he interrupted this order by the continents, by the division into books. But these other people have done the same thing. This would not be too surprising.
But I wonder if this, you talked about, or you referred to the connection between his megalegoria and his daimonion. I mean, why would they? I wonder if you could spell it out. Why would his talking about the daimonion be regarded as talking big? Is it because he simply is making special claims for himself?
Yeah, well, if someone claims to have a pipeline to heaven, this is not suspected of boasting.
Yeah. Especially if you thought it was not true. If you thought it was true, you wouldn't regard it as boasting.
No. But that's true. But apparently the people who, like Aristotle, for example, who was present when Socrates made his predictions based on his daimonion and saw they were invariably true, nevertheless did not believe in Socrates' daimonion. So such a man would doubtless have regarded it not necessarily as boasting, because he knew that Socrates was not a boaster, but as something which is strange, and which would appear to be as boasting to people who did not, quote, know what he, Aristotemus, quote, knew.
Yeah. Would it be more boasting? Would it be more boastful if Socrates simply claimed that he had a natural gift for seeing what was right and wrong in these matters, and so that those things that were said to be done by the daimonion would be then simply by his own nature?
Yeah, but in such a case, what could he have said? What would be the alternative? And that he could have said to his companions, I gave you good advice all the time. And especially when I advised you strongly against something, proved to be fatal to the man who acted against my advice. And so they be regarded as boast.
No, Mr. Gertz, I think means, what if he said, I am infallible, without any daimonion?
No, this is not I believe the answer is obvious.
That would be boasting. Or why don't we take another case? Suppose, as seems to be the case, he is almost infallible. And suppose he were to claim, I am almost infallible.
But that doesn't help in the present crucial case, because he may just be charlatan in bed.
No, excuse me. I think if I understand Mr. Burns correctly, I might misunderstand Mr. Burns. He means this. If he said, I am infallible, no demonic, that would be pure boasting. But if he said, well, it's matrimonial, then it's less boasting.
Yeah, but on the other hand, if he would say, if he would say infallible, but the alternative would not be that, but say he has a remarkable eustochia, a remarkable guessing quality. This could be granted. But when he refers to the daimonion, that would imply that he has some superhuman support in that, and that would be boasting.
Well,
Whereas if he would say, if I'm a good advisor, you know that, then there is no boasting at all, because that is borne out by experience. The experience would not bear out the daimonion. It would bear out the goodness of his advice.
well, all that I have in mind that Mr. Klein did understand me was this, that if he were to say, I have a good nature, therefore listen to what I say, that would, I think, be regarded as almost intolerable arrogance, even if true. But if he says, it's not me, it's thanks to some God.
Yeah, but that is not so simple. I mean, because the view of what is arrogant, what is not, was probably different in Greece from what is now generally regarded. I remind you of the passage in the Economicons, where when he talked to the groom of Nicias, this horse, and found out that this horse is good, although it does not possess money. And it is good because it has a good nature. And Socrates draws a conclusion, therefore I can also, without having money, become good. And that implies that he is sure that he has a good nature. I grant you, he doesn't say that he has such a good nature, but he clearly implies it. So that would then become a matter of, how shall I say, of tact, delicacy, whatever you call it, whether one should spell out such claims or not, but in fact they are raised. And Socrates raises quite, in the Apology, he raises quite a few claims, well, referring indeed to the Delphic Apollo, who had said, no one is more liberal, more just, more moderate than Socrates. And in another way, of course, the same thing is also true in Plato's Apology, although there is more mildly stated. Humility was not regarded as a virtue. You know the description of the magnanimous man. He demands great honors for himself while being worthy of them. So, that is, in our usage, would be the opposite of humble. Yeah? I mean, I believe in England is up to the present day, if someone is elected speaker in the House of Commons, he must show signs of reluctance. I do not know whether that is still true in Labour Britain, but it was true in former times. Yeah? Because he regards himself as unworthy. The Greeks did not have this kind of thing.
Well, yeah, but I still think there's something of what I mean, even in the Meno, I think when near the end of the Meno, when the argument is really about different natural capacities, one can only get certain people to accept the consequences of different natural capacities by resorting to divinity, theomoira.
But does Socrates say that he has virtue by Thyamora?
He does not say it, but it
It
certainly
makes a
is
great
implied.
difference. It makes a great difference. And Mino apparently did not think of that question. Yet at any rate, that is, it was quite useful, I think, that we read that paper, that we read that chapter. So, now, shall we turn? Oh, yes.
Why does this first book end where it does? Is there any logical argument that's completed at the end of chapter 7 in this book?
Why does the first book end where it does? Is there any?
Yeah, that one cannot, assuming that the division of the memorabilia into 4 books was made by some antiquarian in Alexandria, then he was as intelligent or as dumb as antiquarians are at all times. That would not be an interesting question. But if it was made by Xenophon, then it would be of some interest to find out the reason. Perhaps he wanted to have a division into books which would be at variance with a deeper division of the subject matter.
The second part of the question, the second part of the question was, is there any logical argument that culminates the end of chapter 7?
Yeah, well, even an illogical argument would be very helpful. But no, there is none other except the broad context on the basis of which one would say one expects here a statement on piety, and instead you get the statement on boasting. That's all one can say, and one must make the best of it. So now shall we turn to chapter 1 of the second?
In other conversations, I thought that he exhorted his companions to practice self-control in the matter of eating and drinking, and sexual indulgence, and sleeping, and endurance of cold and heat and toil.
Yes. So that deals, as you see, again with continence, and it deals with Socrates as exhorting to that. We have discussed this before. Socrates could not make men continent because that depends on one's listening to the exhortation. And therefore the maximum he could do here was to exhort. Yes. We have here 7 items regarding which man can be continent, or the opposite. And there were in the second chapter of the first book, in paragraph 1, when he dealt with Socrates' continence, perhaps you read it, Mr. Williamson.
No less wonderful is it to me that some believed the charge brought against Socrates of corrupting the youth. In the first place, apart from what I have said, in control of his own passions and appetites, he was the strictest of men. Further, in endurance...
Yeah, well, that means here in regarding sex and the belly. Yeah. And?
Further, in endurance of cold and heat and every kind of toil, he was most resolute. And besides, his needs were so schooled to moderation that having very little, he was yet very content.
Yeah, this is another enumeration, and then we find one at the beginning of chapter 5.
But if self-control too is a fair and noble possession, let us consider whether he led men up to that virtue by discourse like the following. Men, if we were at war and wanted to choose a leader most capable of helping us to save ourselves and to conquer the enemy, should we choose one whom we knew to be a slave of the belly, or of wine, or lust, or sleep? How could we effect?
And so on. So you see, in the main, the enumerations agree, but there are always differences. And we must see here in the one we are in the enumerations we read now, sleep is the center. Illustrates the sequence. At the beginning
Yes.
of the second book.
Aware that one of his companions was rather intemperate in such matters, he said, "Tell me, Aristippus, if you were required to take charge of two youths and educate them so that the one would be fit to rule and the other would never think of putting himself forward, how would you educate them? Shall we consider it beginning with the elementary question of food?" Oh, yes.
Wait a moment, please. So this is Aristippus. He is well known, independently of Xenophon, because he is a founder of the so-called Cyrenaic school, a hedonistic school, but and not quite the same as the Epicurean school. And here he is presented, of course, not with a view to his philosophic teaching, that would be improper in Xenophon, but with a view to his life. He was a hedonist. No, he was a practical hedonist. And therefore Socrates raises this question. But it is remarkable, he does not raise a question here regarding the wisdom or unwisdom of incontinence as such, but regarding the wisdom or unwisdom of continence, regarding the ability to rule. And that why should this be so important to Aristippus? The question will become clearer while we go on. Why should the point of view of ruling be so important in a conversation with that particular man? Yes.
Oh, yes, replied Aristippus. Food does seem to come first, for one can't live without food. Well now, will not a desire for food naturally arise in both at certain times? Yes, naturally. And which of the two should we train in the habit of transacting urgent business before he satisfies his hunger? The one who is being trained to rule, undoubtedly. Else state business might be neglected during his tenure. And must not the same one be given power to resist thirst when both want to drink? Certainly. And to which shall we give the power of limiting his sleep so that he can go to bed late and get up early and do without sleep if need be?
You will see that Xenophon changes now the order of the 7 items mentioned. In the list given at the beginning, lust was the third. Now he brings in sleep instead of it. We must see whether that makes any sense.
And the power to control his sexual passions, so that he may not be hindered in doing necessary work. To the same again. And to which shall we give the habit of not shirking a task, but undertaking it willingly?
A task is too general, toil. I mean, task is not necessarily unpleasant, but toil is.
That too will go to the one who is being trained to rule. And to which would the knowledge needful for overcoming enemies be more appropriately given? Without doubt to the one who is being trained to rule. For the other lessons would be useless without such knowledge. Do you think that with this education...
So you see here the transition from toil to learning. Learning doesn't come out clearly in the translation, I believe, yeah? But it should be. Toil and learning, yes?
Don't you think that with this education he will be less likely to be caught by his enemy than other creatures? Some of them, you know, are so greedy that in spite of extreme timidity in some cases, they are drawn irresistibly to the bait to get food, and are caught, and others are snared by drink. Yes, certainly. Others again, quails and partridges, for instance, are so amorous that when they hear the cry of the female, they are carried away by desire and anticipation, throw caution to the winds, and blunder into the nets. Is it not so? He agreed again. Now, don't you think it disgraceful that a man should be in the same plight as the silliest of wild creatures? Thus, an adulterer enters the woman's quarters, knowing that by committing adultery he is in danger of incurring the penalties threatened by the law, and that he may be trapped, caught, and ill-treated. When such misery and disgrace hang over the adulterer's head, and there are many remedies to relieve him of his carnal desire without risk, is it not sheer lunacy to plunge headlong into danger? Yes, I think it is.
You see, now this is strange. He had spoken before of lust and had taken up other subjects, and now he returns to it. Now, if you look more closely, you see that he does not speak here at all of ruling or men fit to rule, but he speaks only of the unreasonableness of adultery. And regarding that, Socrates and Aristotle both agree. Now, what is the relation of fitness to rule and adultery in particular? Well, that is consider first a man of whom Xenophon could not know anything. King David was surely fit to rule. And you know the story with Bathsheba. In Xenophon's age and country, there was Alcibiades and the story of this Spartan queen, which came out because of some earthquake in Sparta at that time. But again, you can say Xenophon does not mention that in his Greek history. Maybe he didn't know it. But there is one case which he does mention, and that is that of the younger Cyrus. The younger Cyrus is presented by him as a man fit to rule, more fit to rule than anyone in Persia after the first Cyrus, the founder of the Persian Empire. And yet, in the same context, he mentions an adulterous relation between Cyrus and the queen of Cilicia, who, as is perfectly clear at that time, was married at that time, and her husband was alive and living. So it was a case by the way. So this is not altogether negligible. Let me state it this way. A man may be fit to rule and yet suffer from this particular incontinence. On the other hand, people who are very continent in this respect may be very unfit to rule. Is this not the case? And must we not keep this in mind in understanding this whole discussion? I think reflections of this kind are forced upon us by this strange and detailed, unnecessary repetition of this particular subject. Now, how does he go from here?
And considering that the great majority of essential occupation.
So now he has covered all the items enumerated at the beginning. Now, in the discussion, as distinguished from the initial enumeration, he has this order: food, drink, sleep, sex, toil, learning, adultery, heat, cold, and cold. So externally, toil is here in the center. But in fact, lust. So there is no the simple mechanical rule, what is in the center is most important in the context, is not always true, needs some qualifications, but still has to use common sense. So this is now established, at least to Aristotle's satisfaction, that a man who is fit to rule must be continent in all these respects, And a man who does not even claim to rule, he may very well be incontinent. Yes.
If then we classify those who control themselves in all these matters as fit to rule, shall we not classify those who cannot behave so as men with no claim to be rulers? He agreed again. Well now, as you know the category to which each of these species belongs, have you ever considered in which category you ought to put yourself? I have, and I do not for a moment put myself in the category of those who want to be rulers. For considering how hard a matter it is to provide for one's own needs, I think it absurd not to be content to do that, but to shoulder the burden of supplying the wants of the community as well. That anyone should sacrifice a large part of his own wishes and make himself accountable as head of the state for the least failure to carry out all the wishes of the community is surely the height of folly. For states claim to treat their rulers just as I claim to treat my servants. I expect my men to provide me with necessaries in abundance, but not to touch any of them. And states hold it to be the business of the ruler to supply them with all manner of good things, and to abstain from all of them himself. And so, should anyone want to bring plenty of trouble on himself and others, I would educate him as you propose, and number him with those fitted to be rulers. But myself I classify with those who wish for a life of the greatest ease and pleasure that can be had.
So that is clear. Aristippus regards pleasure and an easy life as the best, and therefore rejects the life of the ruler. The ruler, for the reason given here, ruling is most unpleasant. The rulers are treated by the cities like slaves. That settles it for Aristippus. Now, what can Socrates say against that?
Here Socrates asked, shall we consider whether the rulers or the ruled live the pleasanter life? Certainly, said Aristippus. To take first the nations known to us, in Asia the rulers are the Persians, the Syrians, Lydians, and Phrygians are the ruled. In Egypt the Scythians rule, and in Europe, sorry, yes, and the Maeotians are ruled. In Africa the Carthaginians rule, and the Libyans are ruled. Which of the two classes, think you, enjoys the pleasanter life? Or take the Greeks, of whom you yourself are one. Do you think that the controlling or the controlled communities enjoy the pleasanter life?
Here you see, Socrates turns here now from the individual men to the groups, to the cities or nations or tribes, whatever you have, which rule and those which are ruled. And therefore, since Aristippus has admitted ruling is unpleasant, and he now is compelled to admit that being ruled is also pleasant, although there are differences between individuals and groups. What can he do?
Nay, replied Aristippus, for my part I am no candidate for slavery, but there is, as I hold, a middle path in which I am fain to walk. That way leads neither through rule nor slavery, but through liberty, which is the royal road to happiness.
Yes. Now, obviously, Aristippus cannot deny what Socrates had suggested. And therefore, he must find a third way, a middle way, via del mezzo. And that is what he seeks, which is neither ruling nor ruled. Yes?
Ah, said Socrates, if only that path can avoid the world as well as rule and slavery, there may be something in what you say. But since you are in the world, if you intend neither
among human beings,
if you intend neither to rule nor to be ruled, and do not choose to truckle to the rulers, I think you must see that the stronger have a way of making the weaker rule their lot, both in public and in private life, and treating them like slaves. You cannot.
Yes, now here this is you see here the slight irregularity or unevenness. If you do not decide to rule, nor to be ruled, nor do not serve the rulers willingly. Then you have to serve the rulers unwillingly. Yeah? That is the point here. But it is of course possible also to obey the rulers without simply forced and without waiting for punishment. And what Socrates says is this then, if we state it in our way. What you propose is impossible. If you do not wish to play the hammer, you must play the anvil. There's no way out. In this respect, human life is simply political. And Aristippus' suggestion of a non-political way is impossible. And this is, I believe, one part of that Socratic teaching regarding the political things to which Xenophon had alluded in chapter 2 of the first book. Yes?
You cannot be unaware that where some have sown and planted, others cut their corn and fell their trees, and in all manner of ways harass the weaker if they refuse to bow down, until they are persuaded to accept slavery as an escape from war with the stronger. So too in private life, do not brave and mighty men enslave and plunder the cowardly and feeble folk? Yes, but my plan for avoiding...
Yes, now wait 1 second. So here, Socrates makes it quite clear that it applies equally to cities or communities in general and to individuals. The question is, why did he make in paragraph 10, did he speak then only of communities ruling? Well, at any rate, Aristippus is satisfied and draws a conclusion. Import follows immediately.
Yes, but my plan for avoiding such treatment is this. I do not shut myself up in the four corners of a community, but am a stranger in every land. A very cunning trick that, cried Socrates. For ever since the death of Sinus and Scalon and Procrustes, no one injures strangers. And yet, nowadays, those who take a hand in the affairs of their homeland pass laws to protect themselves from injury, get friends to help them over and above those whom nature has given them, and encompass their cities and fortresses, get themselves weapons to ward off the workers of mischief, and besides all this, seek to make allies in other lands. And in spite of all these precautions, they are still wronged.
Yes. Now, 1 second, there is only one minor point. What the people, this Aristippus does not want to shut himself up in a politeia, in political life. And Socrates calls this an enormous trick, very clever, a gimmick. He gives this reason. The life of the strangers are even citizens cannot secure themselves against suffering injustice. And how little can strangers who do not have this enormous helps which citizens have do that. And he mentions here men tried to acquire friends in addition to the so-called necessary ones. Now, this anankaio, that is a word like the Latin necessary for relatives. And Xenophon, or Socrates mentions this in passing, that this is a strange word for relatives, but he doesn't draw any conclusion from that here. The friends do not have this necessary character, which relatives at least may have, as some of you may know. Yes?
But you, with none of these advantages, spend much time on the open road, where so many come to harm. And into whatever city you enter, you rank below all its citizens, and are one of those specially marked down for attack by intending wrongdoers. And yet, because you are a stranger, do you expect to escape injury? What gives you confidence? Is it that the cities by proclamation guarantee your safety in your coming and going? Or is it the thought that no master would find you worth having among his slaves? For who would care to have a man in his house who wants to do no work and has a weakness for high living?
Yes. Now you see, there is of course not the slightest suggestion on the part of Socrates that Aristippus might inflict injury or be unjust to other people. It's only the question of the things which Aristippus might suffer from others and to which he is much more exposed than people who do not live as strangers everywhere. Yes.
But now let us see how masters treat such servants. Do they not starve them to keep them from immorality, lock up the stores to stop their stealing, clap fetters on them so that they can't run away, and beat the laziness out of them with whips? What do you do yourself to cure such faults among your servants? I make their lives a burden to them until I reduce them to submission.
Yes. Now we see here, if we haven't seen it before, that Aristippus has, of course, servants or slaves, and that's to say he makes use of a political institution and doesn't see the inconsistency thereof. And just there was another reference to that when Socrates spoke of his being a Greek, which is also a political notion, although there was not a Greek state, but there were particular political relations among Greeks. And Aristippus is not a member of the New Left or anything of this kind. He has slaves, and he enjoys having them. And if they don't obey, he punishes them into obedience. Yes?
But how about those who are trained in the art of kingship, Socrates, which you appear to identify with happiness? How are they better off than those whose sufferings are compulsory, if they must bear hunger, thirst, cold, sleeplessness, and endure all these tortures willingly? For if the same back gets the flogging, whether its owner kicks or consents, or in short, if the same body, consenting or objecting, is besieged by all these torments, I see no difference apart from the folly of voluntary suffering.
Yes, here Aristippus ascribes to Socrates a view with some hesitation. He says, you seem to me, the view that the royal or kingly art is happiness. As Socrates himself never says that. There is another passage later on in the book 4, chapter 2, where the interlocutor there, Euthydemus, there Socrates says, now this I think we should have a look at it. Book 4, chapter 2, paragraph 11.
Then Socrates exclaimed, surely, Euthydemus, you don't covet the kind of excellence that makes good statesmen and managers, competent rulers and benefactors of themselves, and mankind in general. Yes, I do, Socrates, answered Euthydemus. That kind of excellence I greatly desire. Why, cried Socrates, it is the noblest kind of excellence, the greatest of arts that you covet, for it belongs to kings and is dubbed kingly.
Yeah, so here Socrates says it, but of course Socrates does not say that he longs for it. And this we must keep in mind because we have seen in the first book, in chapter 2, that there was a certain ambiguity as to Socrates' posture toward political life and political office. Yes, so this is from Aristippus' point of view. Socrates looks as if he were to regard the kingly art, and I suppose he means by that the exercise of the kingly art, as happiness. Yeah?
How are they better off than those whose sufferings... Yeah, I've read that already.
No, yeah, well, Aristippus had said that to undergo toil willingly is no bit better than to undergo toils unwillingly. And that Socrates must face now.
What, Aristippus, exclaimed Socrates, don't you think there is just this difference between these voluntary and involuntary sufferings, that if you bear hunger or thirst willingly, you can eat, drink, or whatnot when you choose, whereas compulsory suffering is not to be ended at all? Besides, he who endures willingly enjoys his work because he is comforted by hope. Hunters, for instance, toil gladly in hope of game. Rewards like these are indeed of little worth after all the toil, but what of those who toil to win good friends, or to subdue enemies, or to make themselves capable in body and soul of managing their own homes well, of helping their friends and serving their country? Surely these toil gladly for such prizes and live a joyous life, well content with themselves, praised and envied by everyone else.
Yeah. So that is Socrates' simple argument that all these unpleasantnesses are gladly borne with a view to the reward one expects. So there is no, that is maybe perfectly compatible with a pleasant life. And then he enumerates a number of these rewards. The subjects are not new, we have seen them before, although perhaps not in exactly the same form. I mention here only one thing, which he, I think, did not translate correctly towards the end. Admiring themselves, being praised and envied by the others. Admiring, self-admiration. Sibi placere in Latin.
Isn't that vanity?
Pardon?
Isn't that vanity?
Not quite. I mean, from a biblical perspective, it is bad. Sibi ipsi placere. One should please God, not oneself. But that was not the Socratic view. In the Apology of Socrates, which deals with Socrates talking big, Socrates says even about himself, I admire myself mightily. Ischios. This is a provocative statement, but for Socrates, as would appear, and will appear later on from the last chapter of the Monabelia, is views this. The most important point is to become good, in his sense of the word good. And then this progress in wisdom, is necessarily accompanied, as all progress, by a feeling of pleasure. And that feeling, and that has to do pleasure and the progress of oneself.
Well, the Greek Agamemnon's Menheotus is not as prominently vain as if it would be.
Yeah, surely not. Yeah, but still, when you look at it in a biblical perspective, then these differences become insignificant. And you see also what he says here in paragraph 19 at the beginning when he speaks of the words. Those who toil in order to acquire good friends. Acquiring friends is not such a great reward. We have spoken of this difference between friends and good friends before. Yes, and now.
Moreover, indolence and present enjoyment can never bring the body into good condition, as trainers say. Neither do they put into the soul knowledge of any value, but strenuous effort leads up to good and noble deeds, as good men say. And so says...
One more. You see, there is strange. He gives first, when he speaks of the well-being of the body brought about by toil, he refers to an authority, the gymnastic trainers. And then when he speaks of the care for noble and good deeds, he refers again to an authority, the good men. But when he speaks of the knowledge worth mentioning, put into the soul on the basis of continence, he does not refer to any authority. But one could say that this would be, as the philosophers in particular, no mention of them. He speaks now in the sequel only of what the good men say, not of what the gymnastic trainers or that omitted group, the philosophers say. Yes?
And we have the testimony of Epicharmus, too, in the line, "The gods demand of us toil as the price of all good things." And elsewhere he says, "Knave, yearn not for the soft things, lest thou earn the hard." Ion Prodicus, the wise, expresses himself to the like effect concerning virtue in the essay on Heracles, that he recites to throngs of listeners. This, so far as I remember, is how he puts it.
Let us stop here. So there are three good men whom Socrates adduces as authorities for his exhortation: Hesiod, Epicharmus, and Prodicus. Now, cannot be clear enough from what we have read, but you will see soon that in this respect there is no difference between Prodicus and, on the one hand, and Hesiod and Epicharmus on the other. These three authorities all refer back up their teaching by the gods, which Socrates had none of. The theological support comes only here. And the story which follows is a famous story of Heracles at the crossroads, confronted by virtue and vice with capital V's, and hopefully choosing virtue. Whether he did it, that is not said here. Now, in this respect, it is perhaps not altogether irrelevant that Epicharmus, a great comic poet from Sicily, wrote comedies dealing with Heracles' voracity, which is not exactly a triumph of continence. But then Prodicus. Prodicus was one of the men called sophists, and he comes together with Socrates in Plato's Protagoras. And there he was obviously the man, the sophist, to whom Socrates was closest, more than to Protagoras and to Hippias. But he was not outstanding as a representative of endurance. And that is described in Plato's Protagoras, how soft Prodicus lived. And that is, of course, also very funny, that he should be a preacher of the austere life. But we must go into why the essay, as he calls it, of Prodicus on Heracles has not been preserved. And so we have no possibility of knowing what Socrates or Xenophon changed there. That there is changed is explicitly stated. Socrates says here he speaks from memory, and later on at the end, Socrates says, I have stated it in less grand language than Prodicus has stated. We cannot make this probably very entertaining comparison. We have to read it as it is. This story of Prodicus takes up almost half of the whole chapter. It's a unique case that another teacher, a sophistes in the wide sense of the term, is given so much space in Xenophon. That is one sign, I believe. There are more, that Socrates was closer to Prodicus Occasionally he mentions he had taken one course with Prodicus in the Protagoras, I believe. Shall we now, we can at least begin, yeah? Read the first sentence.
When Heracles was passing from boyhood to youth's estate, wherein the young, now becoming their own masters, show whether they will approach life by the path of virtue or the path of vice, he went out into a quiet place and sat pondering which road to take. And there appeared two women of great stature, making toward him. The one...
If I may make this one, Prodicus does not refer to any authority. I mean, authority or tradition. Just as little as Protagoras does when he tells his myth in Plato's Protagoras. As a rule, such accounts are based on what is said, on traditions. But this kind of people, they invent and do not refer to traditions.
Could you say something about the relation between the Protestant ethic and the quotation of Hesiod and Epicharmos?
What do you mean by Protestant ethics?
Well, as I have understood it, when I read about it in the press, you work hard and you will enjoy many benefits.
Yeah, this is, I think, that all goes back to the vulgarization of Max Weber, and a famous social scientist in Germany. And there is Weber, I will only mention one thing. There is a certain kind of man who are mentioned in Weber and also elsewhere. And they are called the Puritans. You surely have heard that term. Huh?
The
Puritans. And Puritans, because Protestant, that may mean also Lutheran, and the Lutherans had nothing to do with this development of which Weber speaks. But it's more the Calvinists, in particular the Puritans. Now, who is Weber's first authority when he begins to present the problem? This a super Puritan, Benjamin Franklin. And because Franklin had said in his autobiography that he who wastes $1, or whatever the monetary unit was at the time, murders thousands of dollars, which he could have gained by investing the dollar profitably. And Weber says, here, you see this, the whole thunder from Sinai coming down on the fellow who wastes $1. I believe that we have to do without the Protestant ethics. I mean, not on this ground alone, but we have to try to do it. It is a wholly vague thing. I cannot go into that now. I have also forgotten many things, but Franklin I still remember.
I think it's nice to add that in this course, anyway, that one thing that Weber and most of the people who follow him when talking about Franklin don't seem to know at all is that Franklin was a very clever man in covering up what he thought and what he felt when he thought that publicity might not be the best thing. And he said that he learned a great deal about how to present himself publicly from Xenophon.
Oh, yeah, I remember that now.
Yeah.
He translates even something from the Moravian. You're
He was a
right.
student of
Yeah.
He said that he learned his style of writing, presenting himself from Xenophon.
But he gives other good advice, which is, quite superficially, he had a very great sense of humor. And Max Weber was wholly impervious to that sense of humor. Otherwise, he would not have begun his study that way. And when he comes to the those which are more important in the 17th century Puritans, then the whole thing was stated neatly by Tawney, an English economic historian, Richard Henry Tawney, that he said the Puritans of whom Weber speaks are Puritans who had already made the peace with the world. That's to say, they were no longer the real Puritans, those who were predestinarians and who were not concerned with enriching themselves. This is a fantastic construction which Weber makes. People say either you are condemned, as the majority are condemned, or you are elect. What can you do in order to find out? Weber says, well, go into business. And if you are successful, then you are elect. That's sheer nonsense. One only has to read Bunyan. What he does when he is concerned about his election, he opens the Bible and sees which passage he sees first. That would be of some help. But surely he doesn't think for one moment of economic success. Yeah, and to date, of course, it is under attack by the people who believe all these things which they have been told by the professors of sociology regarding Protestant ethics. And so they fight against a non-existent enemy, except you use it in a very extremely loose sense, but then Protestant ethics doesn't make sense. That is like what Plato says in the Republic. The Democrats who want to have complete emancipation of all passions oppose their stingy fathers who controlled all their passions except that for money. And therefore they amassed wealth. I think it doesn't make sense. And if one speaks of chastity in particular, that doesn't play any role in Weber's argument.
It wouldn't be too much. Could you tell me what the Protestant ethic is as it is taught?
No, I couldn't. Then one would have to study, but this is not impossible. For example, I would read The Institution of the Christian Religion by Calvin and his interpretation of the Ten Commandments. That would give you an idea. That I would. But then you will not find anything of this kind. This is, I do not know, that was one of the most, that is different, I think, in the social sciences from the situation in the natural sciences. There can be such a breakthrough like that of Weber, and the whole thing is of the ingredient of truth which it may have in no proportion whatever to what Weber himself thought, and still more to what the vulgarizers of Max Weber thought.
But still, the English wool are very good. The English material, the wool.
Yes, sure, the solidity, yes. But how to, you mean solidity instead of appearance of...
Yeah, this is according to Weber, Protestant.
Yeah, but that is also in good old Socrates when he says the beautiful is no useful, and only the useful should be called beautiful. There is, whatever the change some change has taken place. There's no doubt about it. One sees it more clearly, I believe, in the theoreticians than in the practical man. If one reads such people like Locke, to say nothing of Hobbes, and then this beautiful expression, which is very revealing, comfortable self-preservation. The comfortable self-preservation. Self-preservation is was Hobbes's formula, and Locke accepts that, but why should one have only self-preservation and not comfortable self-preservation?
This is your cognition.
No, that is Locke's formula. I do not remember anymore where he uses it, but I know he uses it. This is a strange thing. Max Weber does not consider the philosophers of economy at all. You know, I mean, people starting from Hobbes up to Adam Smith. This would be only rationalizations, and that, who cares for that? And the real stuff is what happened in the souls. And then it is this people haunted by the fear of being condemned to eternal death, hit on economic success as a way out. Yeah. I think we read Polycos's essay next time. Or fiction called Protestant ethics. Now, what reminded Mr. Elias of Protestant ethics was Xenophon's concern with continence, I take it, and at the same time his concern with the art of money-making, grammatistics. But this combination of continence and money-making has not necessarily anything to do with Protestant ethics. One only has to remember the 8th book of the Republic, where the combination of continence and money-making is presented as characteristic of the typical oligarch. People who are very continent regarding all desires except the desire for making money. Yet Xenophon is more friendly to the art of money-making, as we have seen in the Economicals, than Plato or Aristotle. And it is not wholly groundless, although it is groundless, when Marx spoke of Xenophon's bourgeois instincts. This would have to be translated into a more adequate language, but it points to something which is. Now, to come back for a moment to the question of Protestant ethics and as a spirit of capitalism. This notion goes back to Max Weber. Now, his reasoning can be stated as follows. The unlimited accumulation of capital and the unlimited profitable investment of capital, and understood as an end in itself, this is the spirit of capitalism. Then where does it stem from? Nothing of this sort is found in earlier literature. But everywhere we find what Weber calls somewhat contemptuously a utilitarian justification of accumulation of capital and its profitable investment. So an end in itself, that is a sheer postulate of Weber, to be able to trace it to a somewhat inverted or perverted religious motivation. One can state the issue as follows. It was always agreed that whatever is conducive to the common good is good. But this is the major of the syllogism which remained unchanged. But now it is asserted the accumulation of capital and so on is conducive to the common good. And this minor of the syllogism, this is the thing with which we are concerned. How did this minor come about? Weber made the following distinction. It could be either of ancient or medieval origin, or it could stem from the Renaissance. But it doesn't stem from either, and especially as far as the Renaissance is concerned, the Renaissance was an attempt to restore the spirit of classical antiquity, and classical antiquity does not have this thing. Hence, since it stems neither from classical antiquity nor from the Reformation, it must stem from the Reformation or from some branch of the Reformation. This is not a complete disjunction, because the Renaissance comprises a variety of things. There are men, doubtless, many men, who were concerned with restoring the spirit of antiquity, especially as regards the management of the household. But there was also another kind of things at that time which one cannot properly subsume under Renaissance. Something new. And the greatest example is Machiavelli. I read to you a passage from the 3rd chapter of The Prince. It is truly a very natural and ordinary thing to desire to acquire. And always, when men are able to acquire, and then do acquire, they will be praised and not blamed. But when they are unable to do it, and wish to do it nevertheless, there is the error and the blame. So in other words, what goes through all human beings is a desire to acquire. And this can be done well or ill, and that is the difference between virtue and vice. Machiavelli thinks, of course, in the first place, of the acquisition practiced by kings and states. But he uses this a general term without qualification, acquisition as acquisition. And one would have to study Machiavelli and other writers more closely and see whether there is not a direct connection between this vindication of the spirit of acquisition and the so-called spirit of capitalism. Now last time we have begun to read, or read most of the chapter. Chapter 1 of the 2nd book concerns continence, and with special regard to ruling and being ruled. And Socrates makes there the assertion, which I stated as follows. Man cannot escape political life. Man's life is radically political. If he is not a hammer, he must be an anvil. But this assertion regarding the radically political character of human life is strikingly different from the reasoning presented by Aristotle at the beginning of his Politics, where man is presented as by nature political because he is an animal that possesses speech or reason, and therefore cannot reach his fulfillment except in and through the polis. What Socrates suggests in that chapter reminds rather of Hobbes. When Hobbes also asserts the radically political character of human life, and the reason which he gives is that everyone can be cured by everyone else. Everyone is exposed to everyone else, and therefore everything else follows from that. But Xenophon says is somehow in between what Aristotle says and what Hobbes says. What about Plato? I think I mentioned only one fact in the Republic especially, but also in the other dialogues. There is no eidos, no idea of the polis. If he had thought about the polis as Aristotle did, there would be an eidos. Now, from Xenophon, as I have said before, there leads a straight way to Machiavelli, straight because Machiavelli knew Xenophon's writings, at least two of them. Now, but if there is such a complicated relation of difference between Xenophon, Plato, and Aristotle, with what right can one speak of classical political philosophy? That does indeed not appear immediately from Plato and Aristotle, but only in retrospect. In the 18th century, after the heroic period of modern thought was over, people became aware of the profound difference between the ancients and the moderns. And then such people as Montesquieu and Rousseau said, the ancients always spoke of virtue. The moderns always speak of trade. There was some profound change which has taken place. Now, if we try to understand this profound change, we would again be driven back to Machiavelli, to the two crucial points which he opposes to earlier thought. First, that he will take his bearings not by how men ought to live, not by virtue, but by how men do live, and that, for example, by acquisition. And therefore, the crucial point is to find the right kind of acquisition and the institution supporting that right kind. As for this difference between the ancients and moderns, I would like to add one point with a view to Aristippus, with whom Socrates converses in this chapter. Aristippus, of whom we know almost nothing, was a so-called hedonist. In other words, he asserted that the good and the pleasant is the same thing. Long after Socrates and after Plato and Aristotle, another kind of hedonism appeared. It's very different from that of Aristippus, but nevertheless hedonism, that of Epicurus, which had an enormous career in Western thought. Now, if we, especially in the 17th century, but there is one crucial difference as far as morals and politics are concerned between Epicurus and his followers in the 17th century. Hobbes and Locke also identified the good with the pleasant, but their hedonism was or became political. What is characteristic of Epicurus and the Epicurean tradition is its radically non-political character. In this respect, there is an agreement between Epicurus and Aristippus, of whom we have been reading. Now, to come back more closely to the chapter, to the subject of this chapter, the theme is again, obviously, continence. But continence for what? Continence is a foundation of virtue. but it can also be the foundation of certain vices. Continence forward, and especially the alternative, which is alone interesting, is this: continence for the sake of noble deeds or for the sake of thinking. That this is an alternative is clearly shown by the 11th chapter of the Economicus, where Socrates' way of life and that of the gentleman Ischomachus are contrasted. But the highest end, and that is the Socratic end, for Xenophon, is very rarely mentioned in the Memorabilia. But even if it is mentioned and even emphasized in that passage about Socrates' blissful activity, this is as it were drowned by the bulk of the conversations, which are silent about this highest end. Yet through the recommendations of gentleman virtue, of vulgar virtue, there always shines through the recommendation of non-vulgar virtue. This means that something is presented as true, as unqualifiedly true, and through the presentation it appears that it is not unqualifiedly true. Something of this kind is meant when people speak of irony, a term which Xenophon never uses, but a thing which he practices. And we must, we must keep this in mind. Now, before we turn to the text, I would like to find out whether you would like to bring up any of the points I mentioned or any other point.
How is continence the foundation for vice?
Because if someone is greedy for wealth, then he must be continent. Yeah? I mean, he must be alert, he must watch the opportunities, and if he sleeps at the wrong time, or is drunk, or does any other incontinent things which affect his attention adversely, he will not be able to make money.
What's the difference between Plato and Aristotle that you alluded to? The difference that based on the fact that, what you said was that there's no eidos to polis for Plato, and that is this the difference between the polis being natural and for one and not being natural for the other?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, no,
I was just going to follow up on that. Maybe I'm just curious if one follows the identification of virtue with one kind of life in Plato and thinks about the fact that the city is not natural somehow, it's hard to see how, if that's somehow the same procedure in Xenophon, how he can make a distinction then between the two different kinds of virtues. Let me operate more. So if a man is not by nature a political animal, how can it be that there is a kind of virtue which is just a citizen's virtue, even if it's a gentleman's citizen's virtue?
No, well, the vulgar virtue, to use a very clear and strong term, is precisely the political virtue. A man cannot help living in the polis, as was shown by Socrates against Aristippus, and I think as would be granted by you without that consideration. And therefore, political men on various levels, including the perfect gentleman, are needed. But there are also men who, while with their body in the polis, with their mind transcend the polis. And therefore their virtue is not, their peculiar virtue is not political. Is it so hard to understand?
I was also your statement about Xenophon being some kind of a mean between Hobbes and Aristotle is enticing, really. I'd like to. Can you say some more about that?
Well, I said quite a bit about it when I spoke of the connection between Xenophon and Machiavelli. This is fundamentally the same thing. Xenophon experiments with extreme things, where virtue touches on vice, according to the earlier notion. And therefore, by this very fact, comes close to these modern thinkers who try to divorce politics from virtue proper completely. I think that that's the main point.
Yeah, but, well, I'm thinking, if Xenophon were to read Aristotle's Politics, do you think he would really disagree? Or would he say that, for instance, when we read a number of the things in Book 1 and in Book 5 of the Ethics, in Book 1 of the Politics and Book 5 of the Ethics, where Aristotle deals with the economic preconditions of political life, wouldn't he say, yes, that's the sort of thing that I have dealt with also a great deal, and then when he read the parts about the importance of logos, wouldn't he say, this is true, but this is not what he emphasized?
What Xenophon emphasizes?
Yes.
No, Xenophon emphasizes too that logos is peculiar to man. That is as obvious to Xenophon as it is to Aristotle. No, but I think something very simple when you speak of the first book of the Politics, the argument regarding slavery. I believe Xenophon, just as Plato would say, this is good as far as it goes, but it does not go very far. What is the use of these nitwits as slaves? You know what a natural slave is. A fellow who is very strong. He can carry trunks of trees as we would carry pens, pen holders and so on. But he's stupid. And so one would have to say he would know the numbers really. You would count 1, and then after he's carried that away, 2, and so on. This kind of slaves are not very useful. In certain connections, yes, but not for all the purposes. And when Aristotle speaks later on of slavery, in the 7th book, I think it is, then he says slaves must be decently treated, of course, and part of the decent treatment is the prospect of emancipation. Now, the natural slaves of Book 1 cannot be emancipated. So there is here a considerable difficulty regarding slavery, which Plato and Xenophon avoid by not saying that there is natural slavery. At least, I'm speaking now politically, that there is no natural slavery, but slaves are people who have been taken prisoners in war, in slave raids, and people do this because they need or believe to need their services, and that's all there is to it. And I think similar consideration would also apply to other things, although none occurs to me at the moment. But this is I think the most striking difficulty in Aristotle's politics. So there is a connection, and with Aristotle and Xenophon, I mean, if we can bear to imagine such a dialogue, Xenophon would say that you assert slavery to be natural is connected with your assertion that the polis is natural. Because that the polis is not possible without slaves would, as a practical proposition, have been granted by Xenophon Plato, although Plato in the Republic silently abolishes slavery. But this presupposes, of course, that such a polity like that of the Republic is possible. If it is not possible, there will be slavery.
Yeah. Well, if we were to generalize from what Aristotle does, the crucial point is that the natural differences between man and man are so great with respect to ruling and being ruled, whether you want to call it, I mean, one doesn't have to call it slavery, as to make clear that there is a natural basis for the polis. But wouldn't Xenophon and Plato
They would agree with that, but great difficulties arise here. Difficulties of which Aristotle himself was, of course, aware. The natural rulers are not so manifest in their ruling capacity as this argument presupposes. If, as both Plato and Aristotle say, they had the bodies of gods as well as the mind, and then it would be easy. But so it is a hard thing. And the similar considerations would apply also to the other regimes.
Well, then the question really comes up is why did Aristotle then take the distinction more seriously than Xenophon and Plato?
Which distinction do you mean?
Between natural ruler and natural rule.
Because Aristotle is trying to give as natural an account of the polis as possible, as unproblematic an account of the polis as possible. And that he also does in another way in the ethics too. The tensions within the polis are, of course, when he speaks of practical matters, admitted by Aristotle, but they are but he denies that they are essential and essentially destructive of the polis. And that is different, I think, in Plato and in Xenophon. Aristotle's solution is more, how shall I say, establishmentarian than that of Plato and Xenophon. Aristotle is reconciled to the world as it is to a higher degree than Plato and Xenophon. Whether this contributed to his great popularity in the Middle Ages, I do not know.
If a it's the case that political virtues are not connected with the natural ends of men and women who don't transcend political life, then what accounts for the restraint that, what accounts for the great emphasis on virtue in Plato and Xenophon? Why don't they, even if they do touch upon the connection, possible connection between virtue and vice, why don't they perhaps go as far as Machiavelli?
Yeah, but in the case of Plato, it is simpler to answer the question, but the same is true of Xenophon. They make a distinction between genuine virtue, solid virtue, and vulgar virtue. Between genuine or solid virtue, say Socrates' virtue, and vulgar virtue. And now vulgar virtue is a kind of mutilated form of genuine virtue. In other words, vulgar virtue somehow points to genuine virtue. It derives its respectability, its true respectability, from its connection with genuine virtue. It is an image of true virtue. Ultimately, the reasons for the vulgar virtues would be the same as the reasons for genuine virtue, but with modifications. Cruder, more simplistic.
But if it is the case that because of the incapacities of most men, their virtues do not actually contribute to the acquisition of genuine or solid virtues, what reason do they have for living a virtuous life? I mean, are there other ends which would not be, are there ends which they...
You can, yes, say the polis is that end. Human living together. But only as living together, and even if as tolerably decent living together, is something different from thinking. So the distinction would remain. They are not wholly unrelated to each other. The mere fact that the same name is applied to both shows that they have something serious in common.
Isn't it the case that some men, by nature, are incapable of genuine virtue, and that the most they can aspire to is vulgar virtue, and that in a state, once a state exists, if there is going to be any virtue at all that comes to the people by the state, it would have to be of the vulgar kind.
Yes, and what follows from them?
Well, what I'd like to know is, why have men stopped trying to do that? You said that since Hobbes and Locke and these new modern political philosophers, the emphasis is on trade and not even on vulgar virtue. But that seems
not even on vulgar virtue.
But that seems to me to be somewhat worthwhile. Why have they turned away from that?
That can be stated very simply, because the way in which people like Machiavelli and Hobbes argued is about this. All this teaching of virtue as the foundation or the end of the polis has led nowhere. that was too high a goal. Let us aim at lower goals, but at attainable goals. And let's forget about virtue in that sense in which it was used hitherto, including and especially vulgar virtue. Let us consider political society as established for the purpose of self-preservation or comfortable self-preservation or anything of this kind for a convenient life. But let us forget about virtue. Sure, in order to have a society on the Hoppian or Lockean basis, you must have something like virtue. But these virtues would be strictly subordinate to the end. They would be strictly utilitarian. Whereas in the classical notion, it is particularly clear in Aristotle, the notion that a virtuous life is good for its own sake, remains, of course, unimpaired. What the modern people in this early period tried to do was to erect the edifice of civil society on a low but solid ground. The assumption being that what is lower is more solid. One can illustrate it as follows also. In Thomas Aquinas' a presentation of the natural inclinations, you have three such inclinations: self-preservation, preservation of the species and what it includes, bringing up of children, and third, knowledge, culminating in knowledge of God. In Hobbes and his followers, the two higher inclinations play no role. The self-preservation is regarded as perfectly sufficient. Whether all men are concerned with being virtuous when they are not seen is a difficult question. But that all men are concerned with not being killed, this is a safe assumption. That's solid, and therefore a solid start. And the whole later development, and not the least of which is the emergence of political economy, stems from that. To repeat again Montesquieu's remark, the ancients talked of virtue. The ancient politicians talked of virtue. Ours talk of commerce.
Could you describe vulgar virtue?
Could
you describe what you mean by vulgar virtue?
What we ordinarily understand by virtue. It can be called virtue, can be called vulgar only if you want to the extent to which one understands a genuine virtue, the virtue of the philosopher. And since this is very hard, but since we all have some understanding of non-philosophic virtue, let us identify virtue for the time being with non-philosophic virtue. Yeah? I mean, to be honest, to be brave, to be just and fair, and to have that measure of prudence without which one will constantly get into trouble.
Then are you suggesting that someone who says that modern political society is based on the Protestant ethic is giving us undue flattery, and that really modern political society is based on continence, not necessarily in the service of noble aims?
Well, I did not speak of modern political society. I spoke of modern political philosophy. And modern political society has surely other sources than modern political philosophy. think only of the continued power, at least in the 17th century, of the religious traditions and of the practical motivations which led to the kind of, to toleration, for example. You know, the misery of the religious wars and the persecution, that brought people, and not, as in the first place, the men called at that time the politicians, and to say, well, let's forget about that and let us make the state as tolerant as possible. And there were some religious people, tiny minorities, who demanded toleration on religious grounds. These things, there was a confluence of all these things. The discovery of America, the change in the trade routes, and all this kind of thing. That is also of enormous importance, because otherwise England and Holland would not have acquired the position which they did acquire. I mean, the Mediterranean became relatively unimportant. These things one would all have to take into consideration. But I spoke only of modern political philosophy.
Well, then if I changed my statement to say that modern political society, to the extent that it's based on modern political thought, that then to attribute that to the Protestant ethic would be undue flattery.
Again, I must make another thing. I spoke of this foundational or heroic period, 17th century. But then, in the 18th century already, and more perhaps at the beginning of the 19th century, a great reaction to early modernity took place. A reaction which more or less coincided with a reaction to the French Revolution. And but more or less, I mean, the movement which begins roughly with Rousseau and ends roughly with Hegel. And what such people like Hegel thought can be stated as follows: that there was such a lowering of the standards in the 17th century. But what he did was to make a synthesis of the best in, say, in Plato and Aristotle, with that tough contribution contributed by the moderns. And that this solution, the Hegelian solution, is superior to its ingredients. And therefore, a true analysis of modern society or of the doctrine animating it would not come to this result. It's, I'm afraid, a bit complicated. Yes?
Would it be fair to say, from the statement of the question, that the difference between Xenophon and Aristotle on the question of the two kinds of virtues stems from a different understanding of what nature is, rather than let's say, prior considerations to what nature is? In terms of Xenophon, nature would be understood as some kind of perfection, whereas for Aristotle, nature is understood in a different way. I'm not sure how you spell it out.
Perhaps, but I don't see the evidence in Xenophon for making such a distinction. I mean, we have read the chapter 4.
Well, this might not be sufficient evidence. What about the incident with Nicias' groom? I mean, Socrates seems to take a stand by the nature of the horse.
Yes, but it is an analogy. Just as a horse does not need money for being good, provided it has a good soul. I, Socrates, do not need money to become good or to be good, since I have a good soul. Yeah? That's something to do. So what the two virtues of the horse and of Socrates have in common, that they are natural. That's true. That they are beyond convention. But in vulgar virtue, a convention in one way or the other enters. Well, we will read later on in the Memorabilia a chapter on justice, which will give us some clearer notion of where convention enters. Perhaps before. Here, I think the next chapter, chapter 2 of second book, will already give us a notion of where convention enters. Yes?
Nature plays a large part in the vulgar virtue. In Plato, in our Second Republic, it seems that the vulgar virtue seems really closely connected with what men are naturally fitted for doing, with what is their natural functions, and the polis actualizing this, the ideal polis actualizing functions, potentialities.
Yeah, that is true. In the Republic, one can say Plato experiments with a notion where everyone does what is by nature good for him and at the same time for the polis. And there is nothing of this kind in Xenophon or in Aristotle. So then, I suggest we turn then to the passage where we left off. And after having refuted Aristippus, Socrates makes the following statement. Can we begin in paragraph 20 again?
As mentioned.
No, before, paragraph 20.
Moreover, indolence and present enjoyment can never bring the body into good condition, as trainers say. Neither do they put into the soul knowledge of any value, but strenuous effort leads up to good and noble deeds, as good men say.
One thing. You see here there are three good uses of continence and endurance mentioned. A good condition of the body, worthwhile knowledge of the soul, and noble and good deeds. And only in two cases does Xenophon refer to authorities. In the case of good condition of the body, he refers to the gymnastic trainers. And in the case of the noble deeds, he refers to the good men. As far as worthwhile knowledge in the soul is concerned, he does not refer to any authority. He does this perhaps in the sequel, where he refers to three authorities mentioned by name. The first is Hesiod, the second is Epicharmos, and the third is Prodicus. Now that Prodicus in this context would stand for the good men is obvious, and will become obvious to you when you read his story of Heracles at the crossroads. Epicharmos can easily be regarded as representative of philosophers. He is the only one of the three. No, not the only one of the three. But he is one poet who figures in the collection of the pre-Socratics. So he was something of a philosopher. As for Hesiod and gymnastic training, gymnastic comes, as you know, from gymnos, naked, strip. Hesiod in his works and days has two verses. One must sow stripped, one must plow stripped, one must reap stripped. Because it's hard work. Good. Now let us then turn to
And so says Hesiod somewhere. Wickedness can be had in abundance easily. Smooth is the road, and very nigh she dwells. But in front of virtue the gods immortal have put sweat. Long and steep is the path to her, and rough at first. But when you reach the top, then at length the road is easy, hard though it was. And we have the testimony of
that is Socrates interprets this occasionally. Virtue is easy when you have reached the top. Virtue is easy, although it is hard. Namely, in the Protagoras, in his passage where he interprets a poet. Now, yes, and then comes Epicharmos.
And we have the testimony of Epicharmos, too, in the line, "The gods demand of us toil as the price of all good things." And elsewhere he says, "Knave, yearn not for the soft things, lest thou earn the hard."
I think I mentioned last time that the three authorities mentioned here speak of the divine support for the recommendation of hard work and of continence. Socrates, speaking to Aristippus, had not spoken of it. Yes, now we come to Protagos.
And Prodicus the wise expresses himself to the like effect concerning virtue in the essay on Heracles, that he recites to throngs of listeners. This, so far as I remember, is how he puts it. When Heracles was passing from boyhood to youth's estate, wherein the young, now becoming their own masters, show whether they will approach life by the path of virtue or the path of vice, he went out into a quiet place and sat pondering which road to take.
So, two ways. Yes.
And there appeared two women of great stature making towards him. The one was fair to see and of high bearing, and her limbs were adorned with purity, her eyes with modesty, sober was her figure, and her robe was white. The other was plump and soft, with high feeding. Her face was made up to heighten its natural white and pink, her figure to exaggerate her height. Open-eyed was she, and dressed so as to disclose all her charms. Now she eyed herself, anon looked whether any noticed her, and often stole a glance at her own shadow.
Let us first, so that these two women, these two tall women who are here, now they have different characteristics which are mentioned here. The first is, of course, has bashful eyes, and the second, impudent eyes. And the impudence of her eyes is shown most clearly by the way in which she looks around, and even at her own shadow. And the first had a white robe, just as a woman who appeared to Socrates in prison, in the Crito. The color of the robe of the second is not stated, probably because one saw only the color of the flesh. Surely the first is extremely decent, and the second is extremely indecent. This much is clear. Indecent, yeah. Yes, now let us see.
When they drew nigh to Heracles, the first pursued the even tenor of her way, but the other, all eager to outdo her, ran to meet him, crying, "Heracles, I see that you are in doubt which path to take towards life. Make me your friend. Follow me, and I will lead you along the pleasantest and easiest road. You shall taste all the sweets of life, and hardship you shall never know."
Yes, they had, as appears, they had the two women of very opposite character had come together. And they had come together, and then when they came near to Heracles, the one rushed up to Heracles and the other stayed behind. Yes. And then she begins her speech. Yes.
"First, of wars and worries you shall not think, but shall ever be considering what choice of food or drink you can find, what sight or sound will delight you, what touch or perfume, what tender love can give you most joy, what bed the softest slumbers, and how to come by all these pleasures with least trouble. And should there arise misgiving that lack of means may stint your enjoyments, never fear that I may lead you into winning them by toil and anguish of body and soul. Nay, you shall have the fruits of others' toil, and refrain from nothing that can bring you gain. For to my companions I give authority to pluck advantage where they will." Now when Heracles heard this, he asked, "Lady, pray what is your name?" "My friends call me Happiness," she said, but among those that hate me, I am nicknamed Vice.
They do not nickname her Misery. Yeah? No one calls her Misery. That is surprising. Yes.
Meantime, the other had drawn near, and she said, I too am come to you, Heracles. I know your parents, and I have taken note of your character during the time of your education.
Yeah, your nature is perhaps more literal and better.
Therefore I hope that if you take the road that leads to me, you will turn out a right good doer of high and noble deeds, and I shall be yet more highly honored and more illustrious for the blessings I bestow. But I will not deceive you by a pleasant prelude. I will rather tell you truly the things that are, as the gods have ordained them.
Yeah. So you see here the gods come clearly in also. And this other woman, the nobler woman, has observed the parents of Heracles, whoever they may be, and his physics, his nature. The bad woman has not made any reference to his parents and to his physics. But on the other hand, virtue expects some benefit for herself. Then she will become more honored still than she already is if Heracles follows her advice. And as for the last line of the passage you read, tell truthfully how the gods have arranged taonta, the beings. And then in the next line it says, of the tunga untun akatumun kai kalon, of the beings good and noble. So she will only speak, she uses a more comprehensive term, the beings, but it limits it by the adjectives she supplies afterward. And this is a question how beings and good and noble are related to each other, and this is taken up later on in the memorabilia. Yes.
For of beings good and noble, the gods give nothing to man without toil and effort. If you want the favor of the gods, you must worship the gods. If you desire the love of friends, you must do good to your friends. If you covet honor from a city, you must aid that city. If you are fain to win the admiration of all Hellas for virtue, you must strive to do good to Hellas. If you want land to yield you fruits in abundance, you must cultivate that land. If you are resolved to get wealth from flocks, you must care for those flocks. If you essay to grow great through war and want power to liberate your friends and subdue your foes, you must learn the arts of war from those who know them and must practice their right use. And if you want your body to be strong, you must accustom your body to be the servant of your mind and train it with toil and sweat.
Yeah. She speaks here, now let me see. Socrates, yes, when Socrates spoke in paragraph 19, he had spoken of self-admiration as a reward. Now, virtue, that is the name of this woman, she replaces self-admiration by admiration on the part of the whole of Greece. Yes.
And Vice, as Prodicus tells, answered and said, Heracles, mark you how hard and long is that road to joy, of which this woman tells. But I will lead you by a short and easy road to happiness.
So Socrates, or Xenophon, reminds us here again that is Xenophon, that is Prodicus, whom we hear speaking. Prodicus, who was a rather soft-living man. Yes.
And Virtue said, What good thing is thine, poor wretch, or what pleasant thing dost thou know, if thou wilt do naught to win them?
Wretch, you wretch, this was also used by Socrates when he talked to Xenophon, and is never used in the memorabilia in any other conversation. So that virtue to vice equal to Socrates to Xenophon. And one could, of course, say that this Xenophon was a young Xenophon, who had not yet undergone the severity of the Socratic training. That's perfectly all right. Yes?
Thou dost not even tarry for the desire of pleasant things, but fillest thyself with all things before thou desirest them, eating before thou art hungry, drinking before thou art thirsty, getting thee cooks to give zest to eating, buying thee costly wines, and running to and fro in search of snow in summer, to give zest to drinking. To soothe thy slumbers, it is not enough for thee to buy soft coverlets, but thou must have frames for thy beds. For not toil, but the tedium of having nothing to do, makes thee long for sleep. Thou dost rouse lust by many a trick, when there is no need, using men as women. Thus thou trainest thy friends, waxing wanton by night, consuming in sleep the best hours of day.
Incidentally, he said at the beginning of paragraph 30, virtue said. Now, Heracles had never asked virtue for her name, while he had asked vice for her name. Yes.
Immortal art thou, yet the outcast of the gods, the scorn of good men. Praise, sweetest of all things to hear, thou hearest not. The sweetest of all sights thou beholdest not. For never yet hast thou beheld a good work wrought by thyself.
A noble work is here, I believe, of some importance. Yes.
Who will believe that what thou dost say? Who will grant what thou dost ask? Or what sane man will dare join thy throng? While thy votaries are young, their bodies are weak. When they wax old, their souls are without sense. Idle and sleek, they thrive in youth. Withered and weary, they journey through old age. And their past deeds bring them shame, their present deeds distress. Pleasure they ran through in their youth. Hardship they laid up for their old age. But I company with gods and good men, and no fair deed of God or man is done without my aid. I am first in honor among the gods and among men that are akin to me. To craftsmen, a beloved fellow worker. To masters, a faithful guardian of the house. To servants, a kindly protector. Good helpmeet in the toils of peace, staunch ally in the deeds of war, best partner in friendship.
Yes, there is one point. Virtue calls vice an immortal, whereas the opposite is never said. It's an immortal and cast out from the gods, as it were a fallen goddess. That is she. Think of Aphrodite. She, from this point of view, she would be an outcast of the gods. Nothing is said of virtue being a goddess or an immortal, understandably enough, because the gods do not lead a life of hardship. They live easily, raiatzontus, which would rather be the one than the other. Yes?
To my friends, meat and drink bring sweet and simple enjoyment, for they wait till they crave them. And a sweeter sleep falls on them than on idle folk. They are not vexed at awakening from it, nor for its sake do they neglect to do their duties. The young rejoice to win the praise of the old. The elders are glad to be honored by the young. With joy they recall their deeds past, and their present well-doing is joy to them. For through me they are dear to the gods, lovely to friends, precious to their native land. And when comes the appointed end, they lie not forgotten and dishonored, but live on, sung and remembered for all time. O Heracles, thou son of goodly parents, if thou wilt labor earnestly on this wise, thou mayest have for thine own the most blessed happiness. Such, in outline, is Prodicus' story of the training of Heracles by virtue. Only he has closed the thoughts in even finer phrases than I have done now. But anyhow, Aristippus, it were well that you should think on these things and try to show some regard for the life that lies before you.
Yeah. Now we, of course, are not told anything of how Aristippus was affected by either Socrates' or Prodicus' speech. But there are a few broader difficulties here, which we can consider only after having read the whole. The good men praise the life of hard work and noble deeds. And this way of life culminates in the exercise of the kingly art of which Aristippus had spoken, of the art which, according to Aristippus, Socrates seems to regard as happiness. This way of life has its foundation in continence. But there is another way of life which also has its foundation in continence. For continence is required also for putting science into the soul. And this way of life culminates in Socrates' blissful activity. About this way of life, Hesiod, Epicharmos, and prodigals remain silent. In other words, at the crossroads at which Heracles is wooed by virtue and vice, not two, but three ways meet. The mere fact that the way of life of the gods is neither the way of life recommended by virtue, nor the way of life recommended by vice, shows that there is a third way. Or, to borrow Aristippus' expression, a middle way. The middle way of which Aristippus spoke was the life as a stranger. Xenophon himself, for a considerable part of his adult life, lived as a stranger. The twofoldness of the ways described by Prodigals is as incomplete as the twofoldness of the speeches which are commissioned to state their cases in Aristophanes' Clouds. Socrates' logos, his speech, is neither the just speech nor the answer's just speech. The way of life, the middle way of life recommended by Aristippus may be impossible, as Socrates asserts. But the Socratic middle way is viable. Aristippus opposes the simply unpolitical life to the simply political life. But there is a third way of life which is neither simply political nor simply unpolitical. Yes.
On noticing that his eldest son, Lamprey...
One moment, before we begin to read that, we have to consider something more general. No, we should read the first two lines.
On noticing that his eldest son, Lamprocles, was out of humor with his mother, he said...
And so Socrates deals here with the question of the proper relation of children to their parents. And in the following chapter, he deals with the proper relation of brothers. Now, these subjects may be subsumed under the heading relatives. Then, in chapter 4, Xenophon, let us read the beginning of chapter 4.
Again, I once heard him give a discourse on friendship that was likely, as I thought, to help greatly in the acquisition and use of friends.
So now, friends, but as here a special problem regarding friendship. And that goes on, and let us only look at the beginning of chapter 7 in the same book.
To pass to another subject, the distresses of his friends that arose from ignorance he tried to cure by advice, those that were due to want, by telling them how to help one another according to their power.
Yes. So it is obvious that chapters 4 to 10 deal with friends, but it is nowhere explicitly said. I want, by Xenophon say, I wish now to discuss Socrates' views, deeds, and speeches regarding friendship. The utmost of generality he reaches is what we have seen at the beginning of chapter 7. Now let us turn to the beginning of book 3.
I will now explain how he helped those who were eager to win distinction.
Yeah, now let us stop here. So, who were eager or desirous for the noble things. And this is the subject of the first 7 chapters, perhaps beyond. That question we will take up when we come to it. So there is a clear plan, but at least up to now. But Xenophon does not tell us at the beginning of chapter 2 or in the sequel what the subject of this particular section is. But he does so at the beginning of book 3. Now, one implication is of some broader importance. Those who strive for the noble things, and which means in the context for political office, and the friends are two different subjects. The friends are not the men desirous for political office, and vice versa. That is of some importance with a view to the question we have seen before, who precisely are Socrates' friends? Or he had, you remember from the discussion of Critias and Alcibiades, Socrates was attractive to them because he taught the political things, but Socrates himself did not go in for that. Yes?
I just wanted to ask a question about paragraph 32 in chapter 1.
It's paragraph 32.
Yes. When Virtue speaks, she says, but I accompany with gods. Oh, I'm sorry. I am first in honor among the gods and among men that are kin to me. Is the qualification meant to apply both to the gods and men, or just...
No, it's the same one. I am together with the gods, I am together with good men. Same one. No, but sometimes the translators think they must improve on the author, and to repeat the same word is regarded as less good than to vary expression, because that first seems to show a lack of copiousness, a lack of rich flow of language.
Oh, well, what I meant was, in the line immediately after that, I'm honored most of all by the gods,
I'm honored most of all by both gods and men.
What does the prosaic mean in that?
Yeah, to which human beings to whom it belongs. I mean, she makes here a distinction between the gods are all honor, just as he made a distinction before between the divine. Where was that? Where did I find that? Yeah, at the beginning of that paragraph. I'm together with gods, and I'm together with good men. Not all men admire virtue, but all gods do. And she is a companion not of all men, but of all gods.
You mean so that the pois proseke refers to the pois agathois of the previous? Is that what you said?
I believe it refers to anthropos.
Yes, but a reference to the good man.
Yeah.
Anthropos,
You know, the good, those to whom it belongs are the good men. So, now we have still some time and can begin the next chapter.
On noticing that his eldest son, Lampocles, was out of humor with his mother, he said, "Tell me, my boy, do you know that some men are called ungrateful?" "Indeed I do," replied the young man. "Do you realize how they come to have this bad name?" "I do. The word is used of those who do not show the gratitude that it is in their power to show for benefits received." "You take it, then, that the ungrateful are reckoned among the unjust?" "Yes." "Now, seeing that enslavement is considered a just or an unjust act according as the victims are friends or enemies, have you ever considered whether the case of ingratitude is analogous, ingratitude being unjust toward friends, but just toward enemies?" "Indeed I have, and I think that it is always unjust not to show gratitude for a favor from whomsoever it is received, be he friend or enemy."
Yes. Now, this is the beginning of the argument which will lead up to the point that the highest duty of gratitude belongs to the parents, and therefore in particular to Lampocles, in relation to his mother. But so Socrates begins the argument accordingly, and he first makes him grant that ingratitude is the worst kind of injustice, because in most other actions, if they are committed to enemies, in most actions generally regarded as unjust, if they are committed against enemies, they are all right. But ingratitude is bad even if it is practiced against enemies. That is the first point which Socrates has reached at this point. Of course, one has to think about that. Is this true? If a man was a benefactor and then became a tyrant, a vicious tyrant, must then the duty of gratitude continue to be obligatory after that fact? And the same would, of course, be true if it is a man from another city and the cities are at war. How far can this gratitude extend during the war? I mean, a man may have pangs for having to kill him, but the pangs do not prevent him from killing if he follows his citizen duty. This is, of course, not mentioned, but it is in a way a premise of the whole argument. Yes, now let it go on.
"If that is so, must not ingratitude be injustice pure and simple?" He assented. "Therefore, the greater the benefits received, the greater the injustice of not showing gratitude." He agreed again. "Now, what deeper obligation can we find than that of children to their parents? To their parents, children owe their being and their portion of all fair sights and all blessings that the gods bestow on men, gifts so highly praised by us that all will sacrifice anything rather than lose them. And the reason why governments have made death the penalty for the greatest crimes is that the fear of it is the strongest deterrent against crime."
Here you have a simple example of the difference between kalon, noble, beautiful, and agathon. There's so many noble things to see, so many fair things to see, and to participate in so many good things. Sight has very much to do with the noble. What pleases to the sight, to the mere sight, without anything else, this is beautiful. For example, there may be other things which please only with a view to later tasting. Say a duck. Yeah, that is not the same as something which is which is beautiful only with regard to sight. Kant's later famous formula, disinterested pleasure, that has something to do with this understanding of beautiful. The argument is that clear. Ingratitude is a worse kind of injustice. But no one has greater benefactors than his parents, ergo. And that settles it. Lamprocles' conduct to his mother has been refuted beyond remedy. Yes, but no one could say another objection. We may owe all these things to our parents, but the parents may not have intended to benefit us. We may only be the byproducts of their sexual intercourse. And therefore Socrates faces this question in the next paragraph.
Of course, you don't suppose that lust provokes men to beget children when the streets and the stews are full of means to satisfy that. We obviously select for wives the women who will bear us the best children, and then marry them to raise a family.
So this is now excluded. Yeah? It cannot, the parents intentionally begot children in order to benefit the children. And therefore, now the argument seems to be watertight. Or is it not? Yes.
Well, there's the problem of, if one owes all the good things to one, if one owes all the good things to one's parents, one might also owe all the bad things.
Yeah, but that is true, and that's quite true. You mean since life is not consistent merely of noble or beautiful and good things? Yes, but that is true. But on the other hand, mere life, Socrates is provided for that. Mere life is preferred, as is shown in the critical cases, when we are threatened with death. And therefore, whether life is so sweet, surely death is terrible. And therefore, so that is, what she said is quite true. But now it is watertight, isn't it? Or is there something omitted?
But I don't think Mr. Burns is right. The best is the parents according to his skill intended the best things for the children. So that the bad things are either due to original sin or to accident.
But still, there are...
Or to some modern theory of suppression of God knows what.
There is another point there, on the basis of Xenophon alone, according to which parents generate children to have someone who takes care of them in their old age. This is, of course, not mentioned. Yes.
Mr. Chance, I wonder also about this simple identification. Well, no, I guess I see part of the answer already, but he seems at a certain point to identify gratitude with justice, or to include gratitude under justice. Is that
Yeah, but it clears a clear injustice. In other cases, it is not so clear. They must make distinctions. If you steal, but from an enemy, then it is not an unjust act. But if you are ungrateful, then you commit an unjust act regardless. That is what Lamprocles has said. And therefore, the clearest, let us say, the clearest case of injustice is ingratitude.
I think what I have in mind is this. Suppose one grants that ingratitude is always unjust, but I don't think it would follow then that that justice always demands gratitude.
No, surely not. Because justice as justice is, disregarding the case of ingratitude, presupposes a distinction between friends and enemies, and is therefore something different. Let us only read the next paragraph, and then we must stop.
We obviously select for wives the women who will bear us the best children and then marry them to raise a family. The man supports the woman who is to share with him the duty of parentage and provides for the expected children whatever he thinks will contribute to their benefit in life.
Yeah, no, he contributes, or is this not the end of the...
Not in this edition.
All right.
Do you want me to?
No, may I see? Yeah, no, accumulates as much of it as he can. Yeah, that is that ended. Accumulates as much of it as he can. And we heard, he, that is the man, the husband. And we must, of course, think that Socrates is himself a father. How is this compatible with what we have heard about Socrates' conduct? Did he not say to need as little as possible, to need nothing as divine, and to need as little as possible is the closest approximation to the divine? And we have heard frequently, on various occasions, in various contexts, that Socrates did not accumulate, as he translates, as much as he possibly could. Socrates speaks here of the father in general without reflecting on whether it would apply to him. But of course the case of his wife is entirely different. And the wife is its subject because the son was angry not at Socrates, not his father, but at his mother. And now we have to stop here. Yes?
Couldn't Socrates still have been accumulating what he considered would benefit his children less?
Yeah, but as much as the quantitative thing, that's the problem. As many things as possible.
But, even considering that, couldn't he conceivably have an attempt to accumulate as much as he possibly could of something that could benefit his children?
Yeah, but still he speaks about the husband or father in general, and one must see how his own conduct tracks with that. And the point is, for example, you remember the statements in Economicus where he states that he has very little and that is perfectly sufficient for him. What he describes is, we can say, the normal father. Was Socrates a normal father? That would be the question. In the 18th century, when Socrates was preached up by people who wanted to have a non-biblical hero, a non-biblical pious man, and the theologians, of course, try to find out everything which is defective in Socrates. And one of them wrote a Latin thesis which has about this title: that Socrates was not a good husband nor a good father. And hence, since he neglected these obvious duties, one can think and one can draw all kinds of conclusions about his performance of his other duty. And Or take another point. If Xenophon is right in what he says in the first chapter of Memorabilia, that he was always in the open, and meaning here in the gymnasia, palaestra, or in the marketplace, how could he take care of the education of his children? That he must have left to that much maligned Xantippe. Yeah? Yes?
Talking about the airtight argument of gratitude owed to one's parents, it's that argument seems to ignore the fact that parents can have good intentions, but they may not be the right intentions, nor that, as well as the fact that they may not be able to fulfill their intentions properly.
Yes.
So
that is, yes.
does the simple gift of life outweigh all those detractions from what one might owe to? I mean, does the simple gift of life, does that completely out of balance any of these detractions from what one might owe to?
Yeah, but Xenophon, Socrates mentions therefore other things. The great care is Socrates taken to find exactly that woman with whom he could generate the most perfect offspring. And then it secretly speaks of what the mother of Lamprocles, the great care she has taken, and afterward, to build up the case of Lamprocles. Well, the whole argument is, of course, if we want to use that term, a rhetorical argument. Yeah? I mean, just as in any lawsuit, any case of litigation, each attorney builds up the strongest possible case for his client. And in this way, Socrates here builds up the strongest possible case for while confronting difficulties especially, that not only of what the author wants, but also of our preconceptions. And to become aware of one's preconceptions is the first condition for examining these preconceptions. And perhaps that is the greatest use of doing this kind of reading. Now, one of these preconceptions, of which I spoke more than once, is this, that in classical antiquity, the overall situation, political and intellectual, was the same fundamentally as in modern times. Now, that can be made very clear very simply. Today, we are told that there are always ideologies. And it is assumed then, just as we have ideologies and a variety of conflicting ideologies, the same was true of classical antiquity. And if the people who are a bit more careful in what they say would say, for instance, the Declaration of Independence and similar documents, this is the ideology of capitalist society. And there is, of course, no ideology of communism. But the communists themselves have abandoned this purity of language a long time ago. So probably the Communist Manifesto would be the statement of communist ideology. Now, in classical antiquity, there were class struggles, at least we can call it this way, between the demos and the rich. That does not mean, however, that there were ideologies of the rich on the one hand and of the poor on the other. And to convince yourself of that, you only would have to read the third book of Aristotle's Politics, where the cases which both parties make are stated. And only by a very loose and almost perverse use of language could this be called ideology. I exaggerate a little bit. These people were opposed to one another, and sometimes there was a murderous hatred, as in Corcyra. But that hate found its expression in language. If they said of one or another, those bastards, excuse me, can you call that an ideology? But what they said barely went beyond that. So then we must look and not expect this kind of thing in classical antiquity for reasons which are not manifest, but the mere fact is of some importance. Now, I think we should consider this passage from Plato's Laws in the 10th book, where the main speaker brings up the question of the gods. And he says, it is stated by some that all things which come into being, or have or will come into being, do so partly by nature, partly by art, and partly owing to chance. The interlocutor, is this not a right statement? The Athenian, it is likely to be sure that what men of science, what wise men say, is true. Anyhow, let us follow them up and consider what it is that the people in their camp really intend. It is evident they assert that the greatest and most beautiful things are the work of nature and of chance, and the lesser things that of art. For art receives from nature the great and primary products as being, and itself molds and shapes all the smaller ones, which we commonly call artificial. I will explain this more clearly. Fire and water and earth and air, they say, all are by nature and chance, and none of them by art. And by means of these, which are wholly inanimate, the bodies which come next, those of the earth, sun, moon, and stars, have been brought into existence. It is by chance all these elements move, by the interplay of their respective forces, and according as they meet together and combine fittingly, hot with cold, dry with moist, soft with hard, and all such necessary mixtures as result from the chance combination of these opposites. In this way and by these means, they have brought into being the whole heaven and all that is in the heaven, and all animals too and plants. After that, all the seasons had arisen from these elements, and all this, as they assert, not owing to reason, nor any god or art, but owing, as we have said, to nature and chance. As a later product of these, art comes. It being mortal itself, and of mortal birth, begets later playthings, which share but little in truth, being images of a sort, akin to the arts themselves, images such as painting begets and music, and the arts which accompany these. Those arts which really produce something serious are such as share their effect with nature, like medicine, agriculture, and gymnastics. Politics too, as they say, shares to a small extent in nature, but mostly in art. And in like manner, All legislation which is based on untrue assumptions is due not to nature but to art. So here these people, whoever they may have been, who took the view which Plato combats, the view which probably would be called today materialistic, imply, and it seems necessarily imply, that politics is not something serious. This position has disappeared from the world in modern times. And therefore, that has infinite implications. Again, I must mention the name of Hobbes as a man in whom we see this great change very clearly for the first time. Hobbes started from such premises, roughly, as those stated here, but he comes to the conclusion that politics is the most serious of all arts. So how is this possible? I read to you a passage from Hobbes, the Leviathan, near the beginning of chapter 26. My design is not to show what is law here and there, what the lawyers do, but what is law, as Plato, Aristotle, Cicero, and diverse others have done, without taking upon them the profession of the study of the law. So the people whom Hobbes follows are in one sense Plato, Aristotle, and Cicero, the non-materialistic philosophers of antiquity. And how this came about, that a materialistic account of the universe became the basis of a view according to which politics is of very great, of paramount importance. That is a question which we must keep in mind. I do not know whether I made this question clear enough. You find a restatement, in a way, of what Plato says, not altogether surprisingly, in Kant, in Kant's critique of pure reason, where he distinguishes two fundamental alternatives. One which he calls dogmatism, and the other he calls empiricism. And dogmatism, that is roughly Plato, and empiricism, that is roughly Epicurus and or modern science. Now, this dogmatic position is untenable. That is implied in the word. It deserves respect and must in a manner be preserved because it is in agreement with morality and religion, whereas the alternative is not a support of the empiricism, is not a support of morality and religion. To that extent, the lines were drawn up to Kant in the ancient way. But that is not even historically true, as you know, of the 18th century, where radical political reformers base their teaching on a materialistic philosophy. Now, I do not know whether I made clear this question. I believe it is of importance, therefore, yes.
Well, not to talk about the major question, but I believe that your last remark suggests that one of the bases of the rise of ideology is a kind of corruption of Kant's notion of rational belief. Yeah? What we are obligated to believe in order to make us more capable of fulfilling the moral law. Or rather, what in the absence of knowledge we are obligated to believe in order to make us.
I did not suggest that.
No?
No. No. No, I mean, if I have any notion about what is behind ideology, it is something like the continuation of theological dogmatics into the political field.
Well, all right. I mean, in a way, I don't think that's too far from what I was suggesting. I mean, Kant, what I was talking about is sort of making a religion that is a religion in accordance with reason. But,
I see. I see, and later after Kant, when this is no longer believed in, this religion, then it is replaced by
ideology.
Isn't it one trait of ideology the conviction that it is possible to change things, that there is no unchangeable nature, but there is a possible end of times in which there is a jump from freedom, from necessity to freedom. In other words, what I mean to say is that whereas when you look at the description of revolution in Thucydides, nothing happens. The poor replace the rich, and this goes on forever, this replacement. Whereas the assumption, for instance, in the Communistic Manifesto is the biblical assumption that there is possible an end in which everything changes. And I think ideology takes over this idea.
Yes, that is, of course, that presupposes that the standard ideology is a communist ideology. This is defensible, but it does not correspond to present-day usage. According to the present-day view, just as there are n cultures and n historical or social groups, n or maybe even n is the second power, ideologies. But perhaps you are right, one should take Marx's communistic doctrine as a standard doctrine. But on the other hand, if you think that there is such a thing called the Brezhnev doctrine, there was a thing called the Truman doctrine, and there are other doctrines of this kind. That is a very remarkable usage, that one calls this a doctrine. I mean, I do not speak now of the validity of these doctrines. I only speak that they are called and understood as doctrines. Yes.
I wonder, though, if the change, I mean, what you seem to say is that for those who had a materialist physics in ancient times, politics, because it was not really part of physics, was something of distinctly secondary importance. Whereas in modern times, politics, those who are materialists don't draw that inference about politics. But I wonder that the interesting thing would be, where is the crucial change? And I wonder if the crucial change doesn't have something to do with the cognitive status of physics.
That I do not know, but I believe that in a wider sense, what is the meaning of physics is, because in modern times the view emerged that physics is for the sake of power. And these people in antiquity understood physics, or whatever was its equivalent, as something to be practiced for its own sake. And therefore, they were not interested in politics, because politics, however understood, would not be a solution to man's problem, but contemplation. That is a solution. I mean, you see it, I think, very clearly in Lucretius, who is the man we can know best, because his whole work has been preserved, And there is a materialistic teaching, and there is also a teaching about politics, but only about how cities came into beings and which changes they undergo. And in no way about a best policy. You can't have any hope there. And the hope one can have is only from understanding. But in modern times, this expectation from the theoretical sciences has decreased. And to connect it with this, but this is not the only thing, connected with this, the prestige of political science has risen.
Yeah. Well, if I could state what I'm trying to drive at in a very crude way, if physics as well as politics becomes more a kind of making, or another way to put it, if reason is regarded as less intuitive and more productive, and physics itself is regarded more as a one among other human creations or products, then the status between physics and politics seems to be, rather, the difference between physics and politics seems to be less radical than it was for the ancients.
Yeah, but on the other hand, politics, rightly understood, in Kant's sense, is based on morality, and morality does not have this character. One could perhaps, one would have to go into the whole immense question of Kant, but one simple point one can say, the ancients, these people of whom I spoke, depreciated politics with a view to its non-natural character. For Kant, politics was so immensely important because of the non-natural character of the standards. This is right? Yeah. Yes?
Is the importance of politics that you just referred to for Kant related to the importance of politics for Hobbes? I mean, is the reason that politics remains important despite his acceptance of materialistic teaching because it's not natural?
Yeah, that is surely connected with it. You mean, given the enormous differences between Kant and Hobbes?
Well, what I mean, actually, I was more interested in knowing why it is, I mean, whether Hobbes states a reason why politics is serious, despite the fact that he proposes the materialistic teaching. I mean, does he account for the difference of his interest in politics as opposed to the classical materialist interest in politics?
Yeah, that is a bit complicated. One reason which I immediately remember is this, that politics deals with the object of man's making, and therefore perfect knowledge of it is possible. Whereas natural phenomena, since they are not of human making, cannot be adequately understood. That's one reason which Hobbes gives, and which is later on taken up by Vico, this point.
Well, does that mean that the status of the materialist teaching itself is lower than, I mean, the classical materialist teaching?
Is more important in modern times.
No, I mean, is it, if for Hobbes, does that mean that that the status of the materialist premises are less important?
They are very important, but their status is very ambiguous. One does not know. Hobbes talks most of the time as if this were the most evident thing in the world, that only bodies are. And then, on the other hand, in more precise statements, it appears that body, quote, body, quote, body, unquote, is a construct of the human mind. This difficulty Hobbes has never solved. But there was no such difficulty for the ancient materialists. So the physical teaching has profoundly changed, and this is probably connected with the profound changes regarding both the status and the content of politics. Yeah.
I mean, one could tie together some of these things, I think, if one thinks of the definition of nature, or what Kant in one or two places reason prescribing to nature its laws, rather than finding out what are the laws that govern all things, so that...
Yeah, but this nature is not the true nature. Yeah, I mean, that is phenomenal nature.
Yeah, and the most fundamental laws are things that can be spoken of as almost as products of human making.
Yes.
Just as the political order is a product of human making.
Yes.
In other words, reason is legislative or productive rather than intuitive for Kant, and I think that would cover both theoretical and practical reason.
Yeah, and this way they are assimilated towards each other. Now, is there any other point you would like to take? Then let us return to our text. We began to read last time Socrates' conversation with his son Lamprocles about Lamprocles' mother, whose name is of course never mentioned here. And the argument hitherto we have studied is that ingratitude is one of the worst kinds of injustice, and ingratitude to parents is the worst kind of ingratitude. And then he speaks of what children owe to their parents, and we have heard first of the father, and now we turn to the passage where he speaks of the mother. The child owes much more to the mother than to the father. Do you have that passage? In paragraph 5 of the second chapter. Yes?
The woman conceives and bears her burden in travail, risking her life and giving of her own food. And with much labor, having endured to the end and brought forth her child, she rears and cares for it, although she has not received any good thing, and the babe neither recognizes its benefactress, nor can make its wants known to her. Still, she guesses what is good for it and what it likes, and seeks to supply these things, and rears it for a long season, enduring toil day and night, knowing nothing what return she will get.
Yes, but let us stop this. So the mother does much more than the father for the child, and therefore Lamprocles is particularly obliged to his mother rather than father. Otherwise, if he did not have a greater obligation to his mother, he might say, why are you so gentle? Whereas his mother is so ungentle. And so Socrates gives a reason for that. Yes.
Nor are the parents content just to supply food, but as soon as their children seem capable of learning, they teach them what they can for their good. And if they think that another is more competent to teach them anything, they send them to him at a cost, and strive their utmost that the children may turn out as well as possible.
Yes. Now, what do you say to this argument? Is this universally true that parents do that? I believe poor people are not able to give an education of this kind to their children. And of course, how much Socrates and his wife could spend for this purpose is a moot question, since Socrates, as he always stresses, is so poor. Yes?
To this the young man replied, "Nay, but even if she has done all this, and far more than this, no one could put up with her vile temper." "Which, think you," asked Socrates, "is the harder to bear, a wild beast's brutality or a mother's?"
Yeah, well, you see that Socrates strengthens the objection, the objection by replacing brutality, vile temper by brutality, or whatever the most convenient translation might be. Yes.
"I should say a mother's, when she's like mine." "Well now, many people get bitten or kicked by wild beasts. Has she ever done you an injury of that sort?"
Socrates takes it very literally. Yes.
"No, by Zeus, but she says things one wouldn't listen to for anything in the world." "Well, how much trouble do you think you have given her by your peevish words and forward acts, day and night since you were a little child, and how much pain when you were ill? But I have never yet said or done anything to cause her shame. Now, do you really think it harder for you to listen to what she says than for actors when they abuse one another in a tragedy? But an actor, I suppose, doesn't think that a question put to him will lead to punishment, or that a threat means any harm, and so he makes light of it. And why should you be annoyed? You know well that there is no malice in what your mother says to you. On the contrary, she wishes you to be blessed above all other beings, unless indeed you suppose that your mother is maliciously set against you. Oh no, I don't think that."
So now you see here the argument with the tragedian. But Socrates says it is, you hear the tragic actors calling each other the most terrible things. And Lamprocles says, yeah, but they don't mean it. And Socrates, does your mother mean it? The ambiguity of meaning, the word meaning, conceals the difference, a difficult situation. Yeah.
Then Socrates exclaimed, "So this mother of yours is kindly disposed towards you. She nurses you devotedly in sickness and sees that you want for nothing. More than that, she prays the gods to bless you abundantly and pays vows on your behalf. And yet you say she is a trial. It seems to me that if you can't endure a mother like her, you can't endure a good thing."
Yes. Now, here is the point. She is favorably disposed, well-meaning to you, that Lamprocles has granted. Now, what is the significance of well-meaning or benevolence, according to Socrates? We have read this before. We can have another look at it in chapter 2, paragraph 51. Do you have that? Chapter 2, paragraph 51.
"But," said his accuser, "Socrates caused his companions to dishonor not only their fathers, but their other relations as well, by saying that invalids and litigants get benefit not from their relations, but from their doctor or their counsel. Of friends, too, he said that their goodwill was worthless, unless they could combine with it some power to help one. Only those deserved honor who knew it was the right thing to do and could explain it. Thus, by leading the young to think that he excelled in wisdom and in ability to make others wise, he had such an effect on his companions that no one counted for anything in their estimation in comparison with him."
And then Xenophon says Socrates did say these things. So goodwill is not enough. You must also have competence, however you call it. A sense must also be sensible in addition. So Socrates doesn't say that a scientific is sensible. He says there's no basis for that. But he says goodwill, and she prays. So she replaces her goodwill by her praying. We remember Socrates' view of prayer. We have read this in chapter 3. We do not have to read this again. Yes?
Now tell me, is there any other being whom you feel bound to regard? Or are you set on trying to please nobody and obeying neither general nor other ruler? By Zeus, of course not. Do you want to please your neighbor, for instance, so that he may kindle a fire for you at your need, may support you in prosperity, and in case of accident or failure may be ready to hold out a helping hand? Yes, I do.
The word used is again good, benevolent, goodwill. That helps you with goodwill, and goodwill, a spirit of goodwill.
When you find yourself with a traveling companion, on land or at sea, or happen to meet anyone, is it a matter of indifference to you whether he prove a friend or an enemy? Or do you think his goodwill worth cultivating? Yes, I do.
Yes, so a number of us see that. But what is the relevance of this remark here? His mother has goodwill to him. Why should he still try to gain it? Well, in a way, it was, of course, lost. And he has to regain it. This is in a slight contradiction to what went before. Yes?
And yet, when you are resolved to cultivate these, you don't think courtesy is due to your mother, who loves you more than all. Don't you know that even the state ignores all other forms of ingratitude and pronounces no judgment on them, caring nothing if the recipient of a favor neglects to thank his benefactor, but inflicts penalties on the man who is discourteous to his parents and rejects him as unworthy of office, holding that it would be a sin for him to offer sacrifices on behalf of the state, and that he is unlikely to do anything else honorable and rightly. Honorably and rightly.
Is unlikely to have done anything nobly and justly. Yes?
And by Zeus, if one failed to honor his parents' graves, the state inquires into that too.
Yes, by the admission to election to political office. This is, as it were, a final proof of the importance of gratitude to parents. Yes?
Therefore, my boy, if you are prudent, you will pray the gods to pardon your neglect of your mother, lest they in turn refuse to be kind to you, thinking you an ingrate, and you will beware of men, lest all cast you out, perceiving that you care nothing for your parents, and in the end you are found to be without a friend. For should men suppose you to be ungrateful to your parents...
Men is an addition of margin.
Should they suppose you?
For if they, or you had may also refer to the gods of whom spoke before.
For should they suppose you to be ungrateful to your parents, none would think you would be grateful for any kindness he might show to you.
So, in other words, the conduct of the gods and the man is exactly alike. Both dislike the ungrateful because they expect the ungrateful one will be ungrateful to them. And this calculating consideration determines this latter part of the argument entirely. Now, yes?
What is the reason that the city punishes only this particular form of ingratitude? Why is this particular form of ingratitude so repugnant to the city?
Well, apparently, why does the city make ingratitude to the parents as such as it were a felony, whereas other forms of ingratitude are not paid any attention to by the police, by the city? Why? Apparently the city thinks that respect for parents is something which must be supported by the city to the highest degree. I mean, what is so difficult to understand at that point?
Well, I can't see very clearly. I mean, I have a sense that cities do that. I have a sense that cities do that, but I don't quite see what the reason for it is. I mean, if ingratitude is bad, is regarded as such by the city in general, what it is about this particular kind that...
Yes, well, in other words, why are there no laws punishing ingratitude in general? Well, think it out for yourself.
Well, it would be difficult, but gifts they've given to each other, but does the city have some particular, I mean, does it gain anything in particular by the gratitude children show to their parents?
Yeah, why is ingratitude in general not a punishable offense? Yes.
Well, I'm bothered by two things. One would seem to be some connection between gratitude to parents and patriotism.
Yeah, but it's not.
It's not mentioned here.
No, but I think we have really to raise first the question why ingratitude is not a punishable offense. Not there, nor in our time, and I suppose never anywhere, as far as I know. Because ingratitude, there will no longer be gratitude and ingratitude. If ingratitude becomes a punishable offense, then you pay back what you were given just as you pay back a loan. But gratitude presupposes this voluntariness, without which it wouldn't be gratitude. But in the case of the parents, the polis does not live in it, because here the polis is not interested in the beauty of gratitude, of an unenforced gratitude. But what is at stake is much too serious. The respect for the parents, for the ancestors, for the whole past, for the polis. And you see, he mentions also that the concern for the graves of the parents, which leads to this back to the past.
The polis is also a second parent. The polis is a second parent.
Yeah, and in a way even at the first, because it stands for the whole series of ancestors.
But isn't there a difference between the reason given here for not being, for a man being rejected if he's has no gratitude, is because he wouldn't be, it would be a sin for him to offer sacrifices on behalf of the state. But today, the men that run the state don't offer sacrifices on behalf of the state.
Or if they have been appointed for this function, sure they do. I mean, the polis as polis cannot sacrifice. The polis must always appoint someone or some men to bring the sacrifices.
In classical antiquity, it's my understanding that there were certain men who were appointed to make sacrifices on behalf of the state. And in the United States, I don't see any who are doing the same thing. So this indicates that there's some kind of difference. And if this is the reason...
First Amendment.
The First Amendment.
Yes, there was no First Amendment there.
All right, but if this is the reason now that's being offered, that it would be that a man who is discourteous to his parents is unworthy of office because it would be a sin for him to offer sacrifices on behalf of the state, then that's no more true today. Is that right? Or maybe do we still have some sacrifices?
Yeah, I do not know. I mean, that is today. That is true. Your question is right. Today, everything is in a state of disintegration. Many things which were taken for granted at all times are no longer taken for granted. But when you look at certain things, for example, divorce was frowned upon in former times. I mean, not necessarily regarded, not necessarily forbidden, but frowned upon. And you know, when Governor Rockefeller ran for governorship in the state of New York, that was a great question. How important will this be against his election?
That is, his relation with the gods makes a difference with respect to his relation with the people.
No, we have to, you do not have an immediate parallel, but I wonder if a man running for office, for high office, as an atheist, would not damage his prospects fatally today. You do not find a law in modern times, and especially in this country, but you have to use more flexible criteria.
These things are still there then, even now.
Yes, they partly survive. They partly survive. Yeah.
I wonder what you might say about the polities today that, in a way, encourage ingratitude to parents and the family as if it were a kind of competitor to loyalty to the political order. To a certain extent, one can think of the kibbutzim in Israel, but one can also think of the communist societies, and it may be connected somehow with the idea of the welfare state altogether. Get the children out of the hands of the parents as quickly as possible into schools, and there seems to be something of a shift in this in modern times.
What about Plato's Republic? What about Plato's Republic?
Same thing.
So the problem existed already there. In other words, and based in Plato truly on this very question to which Socrates alludes, the question of the competence of the parents. Are the parents the most competent educators? This is the question which one must raise. And one can say, of course, they have the great prey that they have an affection which other people do not have, but this is only a legal presumption, not valid in all cases. And so the long subject, sure. But this was not Socrates' business. He was confronted with a practical question, namely with Lamprocles' rebellion against Eric's Xantippe. And he had to show him that this must be stopped. And he says he did as well as he could. If you can improve on Socrates' argument against Lamprocles, let's hear it. But you must not replace Lamprocles by an American boy in our age. I do not know what Socrates would have said to him. He would probably not, there would probably not have been any occasion for Socrates to talk to him. Yeah? Now, in all these cases here, one must consider not only what Xenophon says or reports, but also what he does not report. Now, we have seen in the passage from the second chapter, which we read just now again, that Socrates was accused of subverting paternal authority. It would be interesting to see Socrates persuading a rebellious son to stop his rebellion against his father. Xenophon does not supply us with this conversation. Would be of some interest. One must also consider the following thing. Lamprocles is angry at his mother, and Socrates is aware of it. The natural thing would be, it seems, to talk to Xantippe. Why does he not do it? I believe because it would be hopeless. That is a phenomenon, her wild temper is a phenomenon like bad weather. That cannot be influenced by speech. What can be influenced by speech is only the reaction of others to that bad weather. I think that is implied here. So now let us turn to the next chapter. Maybe.
On another occasion, he found that two brothers, Xenophon and Socrates, whom he knew well, were quarreling. On seeing the latter, he cried, "Surely, Socrates, you are not one of those..."
One second. Now, these individuals, Xenophon and Socrates, we have met in chapter 2, paragraph 48, where they are mentioned among the true associates of Socrates. And you know, of course, Xenophon also from Plato's Apology, where he went to Delphi and asked the gods a famous question about Socrates. But here we see that he has a brother, and these two brothers are not on good terms. I think that a reference to the brother may be implied in this passage in the beginning of Plato's Gorgias, 448b. Now, Xenophon is here. It is supposed to ask Polos what Gorgias' art is. If Gorgias were a man of knowledge in the art which his brother Herodicus possesses, what would we call his brother? Would we not call him a physician? Yes. Now, if he were expert in the same art as Aristophon, the son of Aglaophon, or his brother, how would we call him then? Of course, a painter. Here there are two pairs of brothers, of which Xenophon speaks. Perhaps this has something to do with his fraternal difficulty. But let us see. This is the last chapter on brothers, on relatives. Yes?
On seeing the latter, he cried, "Surely, Socrates, you are not one of those who hold that there is more value in goods and chattels than in a brother, when they are senseless, but he is sensible. They are helpless, but he is helpful. When, moreover, you have many goods, but only one brother. It is strange, too, that a man should think he loses by his brothers because he cannot have their possessions as well as his own, and yet should not think that he loses by his fellow citizens because their possessions are not his. And whereas in this case men can reflect that it is better to belong to a community, secure in the possession of a sufficiency, than to dwell in solitude with a precarious hold on all the property of their fellow citizens, they fail to see that the same principle applies to brothers."
Yeah. So first he had spoken of one brother, and then he had gone over to brothers. There is no reason why men should have only one brother, whereas as it is necessary that man has only one father and one mother. I disregard now stepfather and stepmother. Yes?
Again, those who have the means buy servants to relieve them of work, and make friends because they feel the need of help, but they care nothing for their brothers, as though friendship can exist between fellow citizens, but not between brothers. Yet common parentage and a common upbringing are strong ties of affection, for even brute beasts reared together feel a natural yearning for one another. Besides, our fellow men respect those of us who have brothers more than those who have none, and are less ready to quarrel with them.
So, the previous argument would compel one to wonder what is the advantage of brothers beyond fellow citizens. And here the answer is given. There is one ingredient in it which man shares with the beasts, namely common offspring, of brothers, causes affection or nearness. And the second is that other people honor more those who have brothers than the brotherless ones. Yes?
If only the difference between us were a slight one, Socrates, replied Chirocrates. It might perhaps be my duty to put up with my brother and not allow trifles to separate us. For a brother who behaves like a brother is, as you say, a blessing. But if his conduct is nothing like that, and is in fact just the opposite of what it should be, what is the use of attempting impossibilities? Does everyone find Xenophon as disagreeable as you do, Chirocrates?
Xenophon is difficult. He shares this quality with Xanthippe. Xanthippe was also difficult. In Greek was the same word. Yes? But now the argument turns differently now. Yes?
Does everyone find Xenophon as disagreeable as you do, Chirocrates? Or do some people think him very pleasant? God, Socrates, replied he, this is precisely my reason for hating him. He is pleasant enough to other people, but whenever he is near me, he invariably says and does more to hurt than to help me. Well now, said Socrates, if you try to manage a horse without knowing the right way, he hurts you. Is it so with a brother? Does he hurt if you try to deal with him when you don't know the way? What, exclaimed Chirocrates, don't I know how to deal with a brother when I know how to requite a kind word and a generous deed? But I can't speak or act kindly to one who tries to annoy me by his words and actions. And what's more, I won't try. Chirocrates, you astonish me. Had you a sheepdog that was friendly to the shepherds, but growled when you came near him, it would never occur to you to get angry, but you would try to tame him by kindness. You say that if your brother treated you like a brother, he would be a great blessing, and you confess that you know how to speak and act kindly, yet you don't set yourself to contriving that he shall be the greatest possible blessing to you.
So, Xenophon is difficult, but he is not difficult to all men. And then the question is, well, maybe Chirocrates is unable to handle difficult men, to appease them. And so let's give the example of the dog. The same dog may be very nice to some people and very nasty to others. And then those to whom is nasty must have the art of appeasing dogs. The same would apply to human beings. Chirocrates says he has the art, he possesses that art. Yeah?
I fear, Socrates, that I lack the wisdom to make Xenophon treat me as he should. And yet, said Socrates, there is no need, so far as I see, of any subtle or strange contriving on your part. I think you know the way to win him and to get his good opinion. If you have observed that I know some spell without being conscious of my knowledge, pray tell me at once. Then tell me now, if you wanted to get an invitation to dine with an acquaintance when he offers sacrifice, what would you do? Of course, I should begin by inviting him myself when I offered sacrifice. And suppose you wanted to encourage one of your friends to look after your affairs during your absence from home, what would you do? Of course, I should first undertake to look after his affairs in his absence. And suppose you wanted a stranger to entertain you when you visited his city, what would you do? Obviously, I should first entertain him when he came to Athens. Yes, and if I wanted him to show himself eager in forwarding the business on which I had come, it is obvious that I should first have to do the same by him. It seems that you have long concealed a knowledge of all spells that were ever discovered.
So in other words, what Socrates suggests here is the art of handling a brother is in no way different from that of handling any other human beings. There is nothing peculiar to that. Therefore, he takes the example of course, of acquaintances. And a brother is necessarily an acquaintance, yes? Now he knows all the charms, yes?
Or is it that you hesitate to make a beginning for fear of disgracing yourself by first showing kindness to your brother? Yet it is generally thought worthy of the highest praise to anticipate the malevolence of an enemy and the benevolence of a friend. So if I thought Xenophon more capable than you of showing the way to this friendship, I would try to persuade him to take the first step towards an understanding with you. But as things are, I think the enterprise more likely to succeed under your direction. Strange sentiments.
Yeah, under your guidance, if you lead, yes.
Strange sentiments these, Socrates. It's quite unlike you to urge me, the junior, to lead the way. And surely all hold the contrary opinion, that the senior, I mean, should always act and speak first.
So Socrates knows that Socrates is in the habit of following custom, and therefore he says, you strangely asked me to deviate from custom and to approach my brother first, although I am the younger. The older brother comes first and has to take the first step. But Socrates has an answer. Yes?
How so, said Socrates. Is it not the general opinion that a young man should make way for an older when they meet, offer his seat to him, give him a comfortable bed, let him have the first word? My good friend, don't hesitate, but take up the task of pacifying your man, and in no time he will respond to your overtures.
Yes, let us stop here for one moment. So Socrates has here found the solution. Precisely custom commands that the younger brother should be more obliging to the older brother, and therefore it is perfectly all right that Socrates takes the first step. Now, there was here in this conversation, the question could be raised, why does Socrates not talk to the difficult man, in this case Xenophon, in order to bring about a reconciliation? In the case of the conversation with Lamprocles, the question, why did Socrates not talk to Xantippe, could not with propriety be raised? Because if Socrates had been forced to say, well, what I tell her doesn't have the slightest influence on her, that would increase Lamprocles' anger and be still more difficult for domestic peace. And therefore, but here the question can be raised conveniently and with propriety, and therefore it is answered, and given a correct, conventional answer. Yes?
Don't you see how keen and frank he is? Low fellows, it is true, yield most readily to gifts, but kindness is the weapon most likely to prevail with a gentleman. And what, asked Socrates, if all my efforts lead to no improvement? Well, in that case, I presume you will have shown that you are honest and brotherly, he that he is base and unworthy of kindness. But I am confident that no such result will follow, for I think that as soon as he is aware of your challenge to this contest, he will be all eagerness to outdo your kind words and actions. What if a pair of hands refuse the office of mutual help for which God made them, and tried to thwart each other? Or if a pair of feet neglected the duty of working together, for which they were fashioned, and took to hampering each other? That is how you two are behaving at present. Would it not be utterly senseless and disastrous to use for hindrance instruments that were made for help? And moreover, a pair of brothers, in my judgment, were made by God to render better service one to the other than a pair of hands and feet and eyes and all the instruments that he meant to be used as fellows. For the hands cannot deal simultaneously with things that are more than 6 feet or so apart. The feet cannot reach in a single stride things that are even 6 feet apart. And the eyes, though they seem to have a longer range, cannot at the same moment see things still nearer than that if some are in front and some behind. But two brothers, when they are friends, act simultaneously for mutual benefit, however far parted one from the other.
Yes. You see, Socrates assigns here the same status to the pair of brothers as to the pair of eyes, ears, and hands. This is all right, since in this particular case there is only 2 brothers. But the impression which he creates is as if it were as natural for a brother to have, for a man, to have a single brother, no more and no less, as it is natural for men to have two eyes, not more and no less. But this fulfills its rhetorical function here, and we shall see later on how in the next chapter this theme is used for another purpose. So this is a whole discussion, one can say, of Socrates' conduct towards relatives insofar as his conversation with his son is, of course, shows his own conduct. But the two chapters taken together deal with what Socrates did in order to encourage people to conduct themselves well toward one another. Now we come to a new section. At the beginning of the next chapter, Xenophon says very emphatically, I heard once him conversing about friends too. So Xenophon vouches here for the authenticity of the report. There was no such vouching in the section on relatives. Furthermore, this section on friends, which goes up to the end of Book 2, is subdivided. First, there are three general chapters, chapters dealing with friendship generally, and then there begins a new subject in chapter 7, which deals with how Socrates helped his friends. These are 4 chapters. So, helped his friends. Socrates' conduct toward his friends. There is no such subdivision in the section on relatives. The section on friends is much more detailed than the section on relatives, because this was a much more important subject for Socrates than relatives. The section following, beginning at the beginning of Book 3, deals with those who strive for the noble things, which means for political office. Now, this plan implies that the friends are one class, and those striving for political office are another class. The friends are not striving for political office. This agrees with what we have read in chapter 2 of the first book, paragraph 48. In the section on people striving for political office, there is no general exhortation to people to strive for political office. This is in agreement with what I said before. Now, shall we read?
Again, I once heard him give a discourse on friendship that was likely, as I thought, to help greatly in the acquisition and use of friends. For he said that he often heard it stated that of all possessions, the most precious is a good and sincere friend. And yet, he said, there is no transaction most men are so careless about as the acquisition of friends. For I find
in the text there is clear opposition of what he hears, namely that friendship is highly praised, and of what he sees, namely the neglect of the acquisition of friends. Yes?
For I find that they are careful about getting houses and lands and slaves and cattle and furniture, and anxious to keep what they have. But though they tell one that a friend is the greatest blessing, I find that most men take no thought how to get new friends.
He saw again so. Yes?
That most men take no thought how to get new friends or how to keep their old ones. Indeed, if one of their friends and one of their servants fall ill at the same time, I find that some call in the doctor to attend the servant.
What he says by find is all the time he saw. Yeah. I mentioned it comes that is goes through this chapter up to certain points. Yes.
I see that some call in the doctor to attend the servant, and are careful to provide everything that may contribute to his recovery, whereas they take no heed of the friend. In the event of both dying, they are vexed at losing the servant, but don't feel that the death of the friend matters in the least. And though none of their other possessions is uncared for and unconsidered, they are deaf to their friend's need of attention.
So in other words, they treat they are more concerned with their slaves than with their friends, because slaves are property. I remember in Germany, the countryside, there was a kind of a peasant's proverb about the difference between the death of a wife and the death of a horse. That was, of course, at a time where there was not insurance in the way in which it exists now. Now, the death of the wife was regarded as a minor convenience, because the peasant could could marry another one and increase his wealth. But a horse, the loss of a horse was a complete loss. Yes?
And besides all this, I see that most men know the number of their other possessions, however great it may be. It cannot tell the number of their friends, few as they are. And if they are asked and try to make a list, they will insert names and presently remove them. So much for the thought they give to their friends.
So in other words, it is not such as he can say this piece of land and this piece of house and so on. This house, these are my possessions. But when he enumerates friends, then he says, oh, well, is he a friend or is he not? He is it. That is the first allusion to the ambiguity of what friend means, yes?
So much for the thought they give to their friends. Yet surely there is no other possession that can compare with a good friend. For what horse, what yoke of oxen is so good a servant as the good friend? What slave so loyal and constant? Or what possession so serviceable? The good friend is on the watch to supply whatever his friend wants for building up his private fortune and forwarding his public career. If generosity is called for, he does his part. If fear harasses, he comes to the rescue, shares expenses, helps to persuade, bears down opposition. He is foremost in delighting him when he is prosperous and raising him up when he falls. Of all that a man can do with his hands, see for himself with his eyes, hear for himself with his ears, or accomplish with his feet, in nothing is a friend backward in helping. Nevertheless, while some strive to cultivate a tree for its fruit, most bestow but an idle and listless care on their most fruitful possession, the name of which is friend.
Yes, so an extremely useful possession. This economical and calculating consideration goes through these two chapters, to some extent already through the preceding chapter. Now here is this is not brought out in the translation. It was. I remember. The last paragraph reminds us of the last paragraph of the preceding chapter. There he had also used the comparison with the paired parts of the body, hands, eyes, and so on. But there, at the end of chapter 3, he had used the dual, which one uses only if there are only two things in question, of the thing in question. Here he uses the plural. So in other words, there may be, while the previous statement implied you can have only one brother, now it is implied you can have many brothers, plural. But as appears from the end of this chapter, one has only one friend. Read this again, Mr. Phenomenon. What the hands...
Of all that a man can do with his hands, see for himself with his eyes, hear for himself with his ears, or accomplish with his feet, in nothing is a friend backward in helping. Nevertheless, while some strive to cultivate a tree for its fruit, most bestow but an idle and listless care on their most fruitful possession, the name of which is friend.
Yeah, yes, so it's singular is here. But the dual is here avoided, nevertheless it is still effective. And it might suggest that friends are, in the case of brothers, it is not normal that there are two. In the case of friends, it is normal that there are two. This thought is beautifully developed by Aristotle in his Ethics. He says, not many friends there are according to the friendship of companions, distinguished from friendship of relatives or others. And those who are praised, the friendships which are praised in hymns, speak of two friends, meaning Achilles, Patroclus, Orestes, Pylades, and from the Bible, David and Jonathan. Now, if anything of this were true, it would of course say that there is only one friend of Socrates. The suggestions of Xenophon, which are very thin, which one cannot press, would make one believe that this friend of Socrates, the sole friend in the most emphatic sense, was Plato. Now let us, we can still read one more chapter, I think. So this is the first statement on friends, which deals with the acquisition and the use of friends. Now,
again, I once heard him exhort a listener, for so I interpreted his words, to examine himself and to ask how much he was worth to his friends. For he had
nowadays the question concerns not the friend to be acquired, but oneself as a possible friend. Yeah? What was the situation?
For he had noticed that one of his companions was neglecting a poverty-stricken friend. So he put a question to Antisthenes in the presence of several others, including the careless friend.
That is perfectly correct as a translation, but it can as well mean the following thing. He asked Antisthenes in presence of the one who neglected him, namely Antisthenes, and many others. So, and Antisthenes was notoriously poor. So it is perfectly possible that Antisthenes is one who has suffered from this faithless friend. Yes?
Antisthenes, he said, have friends, like servants, their own values? For one servant, I suppose, may be worth 2 minas, another less than half a mina, another 5 minas, another no less than 10. Nicias, son of Niceratus, is said to have given a whole talent for a manager of his silver mine. So I am led to inquire whether friends too may not differ in value.
Yeah, no, let us see. So that's clear. There is a value or price of friends just as there is of slaves. Now there are 5 figures mentioned. 2 mana. Yes, in the middle is 5 mana, and that happens to be the worth of Socrates, the monetary worth of Socrates. Yeah?
Yes, by Zeus, replied Antisthenes. There are men whose friendships I, at any rate, would rather have than 2 minas. Others I should value at less than half a mina. Others I would prefer to 10 minas. Others I would sacrifice any sum and take any trouble to have among my friends. Then if that is so, said Socrates, were it not well that one should ask himself how much he is really worth to his friends and try to make himself as precious as possible, in order that his friends may not be tempted to betray him? For my part, I often hear complaints of this sort. A friend betrayed me. One whom I regarded as my friend gave me up for the sake of a mina. I think over such matters and reflect that when a man sells a bad slave, he takes anything he can get for him. And perhaps it is tempting to sell a bad friend when there is a chance of getting more than he is worth. Good servants, I find, are not offered for sale, nor are good friends betrayed.
Yeah, that's the whole story. That is of some certain difficulty. In order to be betrayed as a worthless friend, as a worthless slave is sold, one must make one, in order not to be betrayed, one must make oneself as valuable as one can. Good slaves are not sold. Good friends are not betrayed. Now this seems to be a warning addressed to a neglectful companion, that he should cease to neglect Antisthenes. It seems to be an attempt to correct the neglectful companion. But in fact, it justifies him. When people neglect or betray a friend, then it shows he wasn't worth it. Because valuable friends are not betrayed. The question would be whether Antisthenes, who plays a great role, he is the so-called founder of the Cynic school, and whether he was he not, perhaps not a good friend in contrast to Plato? Well, this is, we cannot decide, but we can raise this question. This low view of friendship is stated not only in Socrates speaking to acquaintances, for Xenophon and Socrates were called acquaintances, but also when he talks to companions, as the two people whom he mentions here in chapter 5. So if we take from this point of view, we can say the companions, there's a higher level than the acquaintances, consist of a great variety of human beings, high and low. That is the least we can and what we must say. Now there follows the next chapter that is much too long to begin to read. That's a conversation with the same Critobulus, of whom we got an inkling in the Economicus, the same one. And here the calculating consideration are not in the foreground. One could say here the subject is precisely friendship among gentlemen, not, in other words, not something like slaves for whom he had spoken hitherto.
You suggested before this distinction between friends and those who seek political office, and tried to follow that up a little bit. I couldn't get it clear whether Xenophon suggests or not that this is only the case of Socrates' friends, or is that this is a universal sort of case that, well, that political men can't be true friends? Or is this only applied to
No, that question will be discussed in the next chapter. In a way, one can give an answer already on the basis of what we already have read and know. Granted that Xenophon makes his observations primarily with a view to Socrates and his circle, this implies something for all human beings. You know, Socrates has a variety of kinds of friends. We must try to understand what kinds of friends there are. Some are mere acquaintances whom he knew from childhood on, and toward whom he was well disposed, and with whom he had nothing else in common. And others with whom he shared the most important things. Now, if we take this as a scholar, there are very many things in between. And with others, he can have shared very important things, but not the most important things. Does it not make sense? And it would therefore, so if the political life is not the highest life, then a political friendship of political men, could not be the highest friendship. To say nothing of other difficulties there, because If certain offices cannot be held by two people, and therefore there must be competition for that office. And however generous and noble they may be, the demands are perhaps too high. But what Socrates says about what he is doing with his best friends, his most blessed activity, there is no competition there. So then we will read the rest, read the rest, read the rest, read the rest, read the rest. So let us then begin. Now, we began last time to read the section on friends. And that section is subdivided into first general exhortations regarding friendship, and then conversations showing Socrates' conduct toward his friends. I repeat that the next section, which deals with those desirous for the noble things, though the man of political ambition, does not have such a subdivision, because while Socrates has friends and is engaged in friendship, he does not desire the noble things and is not engaged in that quest. Now, the two chapters on friendship, which we read last time, deal with a friend as a possession. It is made clear that a friend is by far superior as a possession to a slave. But this precisely means that the friend is judged by the same standard as a slave. The friend is viewed from the point of view of the useful as distinguished from the noble. But although this is a rather low discussion of friendship, there are some pointers there to the very highest kind of friendship, but they are almost invisible. Now, in chapter 6, the subject is friendship among perfect gentlemen, i.e. a subject much higher than that manifestly discussed in the two preceding chapters. Now, in reading that, we must not forget the confrontation of Socrates with the perfect gentleman in the central chapter, chapter 11 of the Economicus. This confrontation has no parallel in Xenophon, surely not in the Memorabilia, and as far as I can see, it also has no parallel in Plato, that Socrates discusses the confrontation of Socrates with the sophist, of course, or with the youth, promising or non-promising, but with a gentleman, so that the conversation amounts to a confrontation, to a manifest confrontation of Socrates with a gentleman. That is another matter. Implicitly, yes. For example, in the Laches, as Socrates talks with Nicias and Laches on courage or manliness, and Nicias and Laches are gentlemen, and if you consider these things, then you see that in fact Socrates is confronted with Nicias and Laches, different kinds of gentlemen. But that is not the theme, the explicit theme. The explicit theme is courage. And as far as I remember, there is nowhere else such a confrontation. Perhaps Cephalos in the first book of the Republic. But there is also not an explicit confrontation between Cephalos' way of life and Socrates' way of life. Although the facts mentioned by Cephalos about his way of life enable us to make such a confrontation. But that is not the theme of the discussion. Now let us read the very beginning of the 6th chapter, only the first sentence.
In the following conversation, I thought he gave instruction for testing the qualities that make a man's friendship worth winning.
What is not brought out here in the translation is that Xenophon's report of this conversation is not literal, but he said such like things. At the beginning of chapters 4 and 5, Xenophon had said, I have heard him say. So he was present. And he gave no qualification as such like. In other words, in chapters 4 and 5, he vouches for the authenticity of the conversation. And he does it even with special emphasis by saying, I have heard him say what Xenophon does not say elsewhere. So here this authenticity this claim to authenticity is not so strong. Yes?
Tell me, Critobulus, he said.
Let us stop here at once. Critobulus, we must remember from the Economicus, and also from the conversation about Critobulus, and in the presence of Critobulus with Xenophon in the 3rd chapter of the 1st book. Now, in this chapter, it is not even certain that Xenophon was present at the conversation, whereas in the 2 preceding chapters, I heard this conversation, implies that he was present. But Xenophon was present when the very highest kind of friendship was explicitly discussed. Book 1, chapter 6, where Socrates speaks of his blissful activity. He mentions that he was present while this statement was made. And he was also present when the low kinds of friendship were discussed in the 2 preceding chapters here. These facts make us wonder whether there is not a connection between the theme friend and the theme Xenophon, in the form of a question, what kind of a friend was Xenophon? We shall, of course, not get an explicit answer to this question from Xenophon, but we cannot help raising it. Now, let us read the beginning. Tell me, Christopoulos.
If we wanted a good friend, how should we start on the quest? Should we seek first for one who is no slave to eating and drinking, lust, sleep, idleness? For the thrall of these masters cannot do his duty by himself or his friend.
Yes. Now this is the well-known theme of which we have heard, perhaps ad nauseam. Continence is the crucial thing. You remember that, for example, in the discussion with Flestibus about who is a potential ruler, continence was the theme. The difference is, however, is this, that in this case, continence is only the first condition for a potential friend and not the exclusive one, and the only one, as you shall see. Yes?
No, of course not. Then you think we should avoid one who is subject to them? I do, certainly. Now, what about the spendthrift who is never satisfied, who is always appealing to his neighbors for help? If he receives something, makes no return. If he receives nothing, resents it. Don't you think he, too, is a troublesome friend? Certainly. Then we must avoid him, too. We must indeed.
You see here that the thought is clear, at least it seems to be clear, but it is of an unnecessary explicitness. Because why does he still add, must one, after having shown what kind of a man a wastrel is, why must he still add that one must abstain from trying to get him as a friend? As he did the same in the case of continence. This is, later on he will no longer do that, as we will see. Yes?
Again, what about the skillful man of business who is eager to make money and consequently drives a hard bargain, who likes to receive but is disinclined to repay? So far as I see, he is even worse than the last. And what
so, in other words, the greedy man is worse than the waster. Does this make sense? The waster is a nicer man than the greedy man. I believe we can understand that. Yes?
And what of the man who is such a keen man of business that he has no leisure for anything but the selfish pursuit of gain? We must avoid him too, I think. There is no profit in knowing him. And what of the quarrelsome person who's willing to provide his friends with plenty of enemies? We must shun him too, of course. Suppose that a man is free from all these faults, but stoops to receive kindness with no thought of returning it. There is no profit in him either. For what are the qualities for which we shall try to win a man's friendship? But what are the qualities for which we shall try to win a man's friendship,
Now,
Socrates?
let us first stop here. Yeah? So the last kind were the quarrelsome and the ingrate. There were altogether 6, as we have seen. Why this particular selection is made, or whether it's complete, is another question. In the immediate sequel, we will find a repetition of these negative conditions. Yes?
The opposite of these, I suppose, we shall look for one who controls his indulgence in the pleasures of the body, who is truly hospitable and fair in his dealings, and eager to do as much for his benefactors as he receives from them, so that he is worth knowing.
Yeah, that is again a summary, but differing from what we said before by the omission of 2. Here only 4 conditions are mentioned. And these are 4 different conditions, and that means, among other things, that the grateful man, the last item mentioned, may very well be one who is incontinent, because these are different conditions. Does this make sense? They are independent of one another. Is this enumeration complete? I do not have in mind anything recondite or something obvious on the basis of what we have read before.
Doesn't there have to be a certain equality between the people that are going to be friends in ways that aren't specified here, besides just not being quarrelsome?
Yes, that is true.
The people have to be in a certain sense equal in order to really be friends, don't they?
Yes, but this was never, the equality was never the theme hitherto.
That is left down.
And?
That is left down. That's mentioned in Aristotle.
Oh, yes. Well, you cannot expect that Xenophon has a completeness of Aristotle in these matters. But there is one thing which we have already, the subject friendship occurred in near the beginning. The accuser had spoken of Socrates' bad remarks about parents, relatives, and so on. And Xenophon, in his reply, adds friends. What was that? What was this? Were the nasty remarks of Socrates? Let us take the simple case of the first case, the father. Socrates subverted the authority of the father. And the point which he makes is this: the position of the father, unequal, does not guarantee that he is sensible, or more stated generally, applying to both father and other relatives and friends. Goodwill is not enough. Being sensible, being reasonable, is the crucial condition. And that is not mentioned here. It also was not mentioned in the two preceding chapters, but I think we should notice it. The passage which I have in mind is in Book 1, Chapter 2, paragraphs 52 to 53. Perhaps we read it again.
Of friends, too, he said that their goodwill was worthless unless they could combine with it some power to help one. Only those deserved honor who knew what was the right thing to do and could explain it. That is being sensible, and the other being articulate. And these two things are not mentioned here at all. Thus, by leading the young to think that he excelled in wisdom and in ability to make others wise, he had such an effect on his companions that no one counted for anything in their estimation in comparison with him.
That is, and Xenophon grants that to some extent. Yeah? Xenophon grants that to the accuser to some extent. Socrates did say these things. So this is here omitted, for we do not know yet why. Now let us go on.
Now, I know that he did use this language about...
Oh, I'm sorry. No, go on in chapter 6.
Oh, I don't think. Then how can we test these qualities, Socrates, before intimacy begins? What test do we apply to a sculptor? We don't judge by what he says, but we look at his statues. And if we see that the works he has already produced are beautiful, we feel confident that his future works will be as good. You mean that anyone whose good works wrought upon his old friends are manifest will clearly prove a benefactor to new friends also. Yes, for when I find that an owner of horses has been in the habit of treating his beasts well, I think that he will treat others equally well.
Now, there is a certain ambiguity here, because treating the horses well, that is not quite the same thing as benefiting the horses. Because the ultimate criterion is the usefulness of the horses to the owner. But when he speaks of the friends, he seems to have in mind only benefiting. And benefiting is a very ambiguous criterion, because it may mean only do the friend every favor he wants, and that may do him more harm than good. And this limitation to benefiting is connected with the silence on reasonableness. Yes?
Granted, but when we have found a man who seems worthy of our friendship, how ought we to set about making him our friend? First, we should seek guidance from the gods, whether they counsel us to make a friend of him. And next, supposing that we have chosen and the gods approve him, can you say how he is to be hunted?
Oh, no, he doesn't translate it literally enough. He who seems to us a potential friend, and the gods do not oppose. So Critobulus wants positive counsel from the gods. Critobulus says the silence of the gods means consent. That is of some importance for the question of the daimonion, which, according to Plato, only prevented, resisted, and never gave positive counsel. So Critobulus is satisfied with this. Yes? Could you...
By Zeus, not like...
No, before. Can you tell us how he should be hunted? What we should go after him?
By Zeus, not like a hare by swift pursuit, nor like birds by cunning, nor like enemies by force. It is no light task to capture a friend against his will, and hard to keep him a prisoner like a slave. Hatred rather than friendship comes of that treatment. But how does friendship come? There are spells, they say, wherewith those who know charm whom they will, and make friends of them, and drugs which those who know give to whom they choose, and win their love. How then can we learn them? You have heard from Homer the spell that the sirens put on Odysseus. It begins like this. Hither, come hither, renowned Odysseus, great glory of the Achaeans. Then did the sirens chant in this strain for other folk too, Socrates, so as to keep those... Then did the sirens chant in this strain too for other folk, Socrates, so as to keep those who were under the spell from leaving them? Not only for those that yearned for the fame that... No, only for those that yearned for the fame that virtue gives.
So here, that's quote from the quote from the Odyssey. There was a reference to Odysseus before the conversation with Xenophon and Critobulus in Book 1, Chapter 3. But there it was said that Socrates joked. It was a story of Kirke, which Socrates used in a playful manner. Here there is no such suggestion. Socrates says this apparently quite seriously. Yes.
You mean, I take it, that the spell must be fitted to the listener, so that he may not take the praise for mockery. Yes, for to praise one for his beauty, his stature, and his strength, who is conscious that he is short, ugly, and puny, is the way to repel him and make him dislike you more. Do you know any other spells? No, but I have heard that Pericles knew many and put them on the city, and so made her love him. And how did Themistocles make the city love him? Not by spells, no, but by hanging some good amulet about her.
Yeah, we note this in passing, that Xenophontic Socrates had a much higher regard for Themistocles than for Pericles. Pericles was a spellbinder, and Themistocles gave Athens some serious goods, some true, genuine goods. Regarding the Song of the Silence, according to Socrates' free interpretation, the silence did not address Odysseus' companions, and they could not hear what the silence sang because they did not strive for virtue. The Song of the Silence can be heard only by a small elite, which is not what we see in the Odyssey. As for Pericles, you remember the conversation he had with Alcibiades in the second chapter, which showed already the critical posture of Xenophon, toward Pericles. In the next book, in chapter 5 of book 3, we will see a conversation between Socrates and the son of Pericles, who also had the name Pericles. And there it will become clear beyond any doubt the Xenophontic view or the Socratic view of Pericles. Bells and charms, this is the implication of the confrontation of Pericles and Themistocles. Spells and charms are not the right way to gain friends. Yes?
I think you mean, Socrates, that if we are to win a good man's friendship, we ourselves must be good in word and deed alike. But you imagined that a bad man could win the friendship of honest men?
We approach gradually the crucial center of this conversation. That Critobulus renders Socrates' thought by saying, if one wants to acquire a good friend, one must become oneself good in speech and deed. And Socrates does not note here any disagreement between himself and Critobulus, and he replaces good in speech and deed by good simply, a man not good in deed and speech is simply an inferior man. And now Critobulus brings a good reply to that.
I did, answered Critobulus, for I saw that poor orators have good speakers among their friends, and some who are incapable of commanding an army are intimate with great generals.
So you see, first he speaks of men good in speaking, the orators. Why should not a man who is a bad orator be a friend with a good orator? why should not a man who has no knowledge whatever of the strategic art be a friend of a general? Because their friendship, they have interests other than their professions, and in these other interests they may meet. Is it not obvious that Critobulus is right? Or is there any doubt? But that is crucial for what's followed. But let us read the next sentence.
Coming then to the point under discussion, do you know cases of useless persons making useful friends?
The point about which we converse. So this case of the poor orator being a friend of the good orator, and the poor general or non-general being a friend of the good general, this kind of friendship is not our subject. We have in mind another subject. What this is will gradually become clear. There is a kind of friendship in which the friends may be of very unequal birth. The cases mentioned by Critobulus. This, however, is true of the friendship of Socrates and most, if not all, his friends. Now, how does he go on here?
By Zeus, surely not. But if it is impossible that the bad should gain the friendship of gentlemen, then I am anxious to know whether it is quite easy for a gentleman, as a matter of course, to be the friend of gentlemen.
So now the theme is specified. Friendship among gentlemen. The poor orator and the good orator, who are to be friends, must both be gentlemen. Same applies to the general, any other case. And it applies also to Socrates and his friends. They must, in one way or the other, Socrates must be a gentleman in order to be a friend of gentlemen. But this does not settle the question whether there is not a fundamental difference between the gentlemanship of Socrates and the gentlemanship of most, if not all, other gentlemen. Critobulus raises a further question. If one has become a gentleman, one will not necessarily be a friend of a gentleman. The mere fact that someone is a gentleman will not make him a friend of gentlemen. He may have some qualities not incompatible with gentlemanship, which do not make him desirable as a friend. For example, he may be a gruff fellow, have other qualities which are compatible with gentlemanship in the wide sense of the term, and yet not inviting friendship. To say nothing of the fact that, assuming that there are many gentlemen in the world, one cannot possibly be, a gentleman cannot possibly be the friend of all gentlemen. Yes?
Your trouble is, Critobulus, that you often find men who do good and shun evil, not on friendly terms, but apt to quarrel and treat one another more harshly than worthless fellows.
You see, the quarrelsome were mentioned at the first enumeration of the qualifications for friendship, and were then dropped in the repetition. Here we see the importance of this quality of being quarrelsome. This is Socrates' diagnosis of what troubles Critobulus, that he sees many gentlemen quarreling with other gentlemen, i.e. not being their friends. How does this come? That is not sufficient a diagnosis of Critobulus' difficulty. Yes?
Yes, said Critobulus, and such conduct is not confined to individuals, but even the cities that care most for the right and have the least liking for the wrong are often at enmity. These thoughts make me despair about the acquisition of friends. For I see on the one hand that rogues cannot be friends with one another, for how could the ungrateful, the careless, the selfish, the faithless, the incontinent form friendships? I feel sure then that rogues are by their nature enemies rather than friends. But then, as you point out, neither can rogues ever join in friendship with honest men, for how can wrongdoers become friendly with those who hate their conduct? And if we must add that the votaries of virtue strive with one another for headship in cities, and envy and hate one another, who then shall be friends, and where shall loyalty and faithfulness be found?
Yes, so that is a complete disjunction here. Low people cannot be friends to a gentleman. What is the second case? No, the low people are necessarily enemies to each other, but the low people can also not be friends to the gentleman. But what is most shocking is that the gentlemen are not necessarily friends to one another. And there, this is Critobulus' predicament. Is a point clear, which Socrates must now, problem clear, which Socrates must now try to solve to Critobulus' satisfaction. Now, what does he first say?
Ah, Critobulus, but there is a strange complication in these matters. Some elements in man's nature make for friendship. Men need one another, feel pity, work together for their common good, and conscious of the facts, are grateful to one another. But there are hostile elements in men. For holding the same things to be honorable and pleasant, they fight for them, fall out, and take sides. Strife and anger lead to hostility, covetousness to enmity, jealousy to hatred. Nevertheless, though all these...
No, but let us stop here, I'm sorry. Let us stop here first. So men are by nature good, and they are by nature bad. So both the Hobbes and the Rousseau of the popular legend are wrong. And as for the hostility in men, that was frequently explained in social science, if my memory does not deceive me, that the adversaries have different values or value systems. Here it is said they have the same values, and that is the reason why they are at enmity. There was a story, I think, of Charles V and Francis I, where one of them said of the other, what I want, my brother Francis or Charles wants too, namely Milan. And that was the reason why they were at war. So this, in these twofold ingredients, the friendly and the hostile, that is found in man as man, and not necessarily only in gentlemen, but also in gentlemen. And therefore, let us see whether gentlemanship provides a solution.
Nevertheless, through all these barriers, friendship slips and unites the gentle natures. For thanks to their virtue, these prize the untroubled security of moderate possessions above sovereignty won by war. Despite hunger and thirst, they can share their food and drink without a pang. And although they delight in the charms of beauty, they can resist the lure and avoid offending those whom they shouldn't respect. They can not only share wealth lawfully and keep from covetousness, but also supply one another's wants. They can compose strife not only without pain, but with advantage to one another, and prevent anger from pursuing its way towards remorse. But jealousy they take away utterly, regarding their own good things as belonging to their friends, and thinking their friends' good things to be their own.
So gentlemanship enables gentlemen to overcome the hostile ingredient of man, and therefore, of course, this does not completely solve the difficulty, because Socrates did not deny what Critobulus had said before, that friends are in fact quarreling with one another, especially for high positions in the city. Yes?
Surely then it is likely that true gentlemen will share public honors too, not only without harm to one another, but to their common benefit. For those who desire to win honor and to bear rule in their cities, that they may have power to embezzle, to treat others with violence, to live in luxury, are bound to be unjust, unscrupulous, incapable of unity. But if a man seeks to be honored in a state, that he may not be the victim of injustice himself, and may help his friends in a just cause, and when he takes office may try to do some good to his country, why should he be incapable of union with one like himself? Will his connection with other gentlemen render him less capable of serving his friends? Will he be less able to benefit his city with the help of other gentlemen?
Yes, but stop here for a second. Socrates still continues his proof that gentlemanship can be a solution to the difficulty which bothered Critobulus. There is one point which we must discuss for a moment. In this paragraph, he had said, which is translated by Martin, the country. In Greek, it is the patris, the fatherland. That is a term which occurs rather rarely in Xenophon. And it has hitherto occurred only in Book 2, Chapter 1. And Book 2, Chapter 1 and Chapter 6 are hitherto the most political chapters, as we have seen and as we will participate more when we go on. Book 2, Chapter 1 was a conversation with Aristippus, the least patriotic of Socrates, interlocutor of Socrates. Now let us look at these passages in Book 2, Chapter 1. The first occurs in paragraph 14.
A very cunning trick that, cried Socrates, for ever since the death of Sinis and Scaron and Procrustes, no one injures strangers. And yet, nowadays, those who take a hand in the affairs of their homeland pass laws...
The homeland is again the fatherlands. Yes. We don't need the rest of this paragraph. Paragraph 19, the same chapter.
Rewards like these are indeed of little worth after all the toil. But what of those who toil to win good friends or to subdue enemies, or to make themselves capable in body and soul of managing their own homes well, of helping their friends and serving their fatherland?
Yeah, yes again. This was said in both times by Socrates. Now let us turn to another passage in the same chapter, paragraph 33, where not Socrates, but virtue speaks.
To my friends, meat and drink bring sweet and simple enjoyment, for they wait until they crave them. And a sweeter sleep falls on them than on idle folk. They are not vexed at awakening from it, nor for its sake do they neglect to do their duties. The young rejoice to win the praise of the old. The elders are glad to be honored by the young. With joy they recall their deeds past, and their present well-doing is joy to them. For through me they are dear to the gods, lovely to friends, precious to their fatherland.
No, fatherlands.
Lands.
Yes. Now this is what virtue says about her followers. But when she spoke to Heracles about his life, she did not use the term fatherland. In paragraph 28,
For of all things good and fair, the gods give nothing to man without toil and effort. If you want the favor of the gods, you must worship the gods. If you desire the love of friends, you must do good to your friends. If you covet honor from a city, you must aid that
from
city.
some city, from some city.
If you are fain to win the admiration of all Hellas for virtue, you must strive to do good to Hellas.
Yeah, here he doesn't speak of fatherland. He speaks of some city and of Greece. And when she discusses Heracles' own case. And does this make sense that she does not speak of Heracles' fatherland? Who was Heracles' father? At least one. Zeus. And Zeus would not have a fatherland in this sense. But the point which we have to consider is Xenophon himself. Xenophon was, of course, an Athenian, but he was exiled and he lived most of his life outside of Athens. He went first to Cyrus in Asia Minor, and then he joined the Spartans, who had defeated Athens a short while before, and he stayed with the Spartans, and later on, a few years later on, there was a new war between Athens and Sparta, and there was a battle at Coronea, where Xenophon was at the wrong side, and which shows that his relation to his fatherland was rather dubious. Now, I would like to read to you a remark by a historian or classical scholar who was perhaps the first to destroy the reputation, the high reputation in which Xenophon was held throughout the ages. The man in question is Nebo, famous as a historian of Rome. Truly, no state has ever expelled a more degenerate son than this Xenophon. Plato, too, was not a good citizen. He did not deserve Athens. He has taken incomprehensible steps. He stands like a sinner compared with the saints, Thucydides and Demosthenes. But still, how different from that old fool, the old fool being Xenophon. Now, I think that it is no accident that this was the first argument, as far as I know, which was used to demolish Xenophon's reputation. And everyone today must admit that there are excuses for a man who acted like Xenophon, who fought on the wrong side, because there may be a civil war extending to many cities, to many states, and this allegiance may become more important than the allegiance to the city. Well, in our age, I believe the experiences abound. No one would regard a man defecting from Soviet Russia as an incomprehensibly bad human being, or from Nazi Germany and a similar thing. The question which is involved in these matters has been stated with the greatest clarity by Aristotle. The ordinary view, then and now, was that the polis, the city, is the object of the highest loyalty. A good citizen is a man who does his best for the city in all circumstances, regardless of what changes the city undergoes. If the city is, let us say, democratic, he will be a good administrator, whatever he is. If it turns into a Nazi or communist, he will always be a good administrator. You know that. So the good citizen is a man who is wholly indifferent to the regime. Against this, Aristotle says, no, because what gives the city its unity is not the place where it is located, nor the race, the blood. nor anything else but the regime. If a city changes its regime from, say, oligarchy to democracy, it is no longer the same city. Of course, if it can also cease to be the same city if the original inhabitants are expelled and others come in. That's clear. But the interesting case and the important case is this. This is no longer the same city if the regime is changed. Aristotle starts from usage that if a tyrant is dethroned, or whatever they did with them in ancient times, then people say afterward, the debt which he incurred will not be paid, because who incurred that debt? Not the city, but the tyrant. And the same is also true in exchange to other regimes. Now, Aristotle generalizes it. Just as people say a city living under a tyrant is no longer a city, Aristotle says, well, it is a city, but a different city. And what is true of the relation of tyrannically ruled city to a democratically ruled city is true of all changes of regime which may occur. Now, this leads to paradoxical consequences. We speak as a matter of course, say, of the history of the English Constitution, meaning the Constitution of England from the time of the Anglo-Saxons, if not before, up to 1970. There is the same unity England existed then as it exists now. And if someone says that goes too far, you have to take in at least the Norman conquest, all right. And it would be from 1066 until today. And Aristotle denies this, and denies that this is a unity. These are different Englands. Well, as we say quite frequently, that is no longer the same country. But we mean this in a metaphoric sense. Aristotle says that must be understood literally, because no change is greater, no change is more fundamental than the change in that to which the city as a whole is dedicated, a change in the end or purpose to which the city is dedicated. I do not know whether I made this point clear. Xenophon never gave an analysis of this thing, but he knew, of course, of the difference between the city and the regimes, and speaks of it especially in his Greek histories, but also elsewhere. And in the 19th century, especially in the 19th century, when Niebuhr wrote his criticism, there emerged such a thing called the state. And this state, that was not a regime. I don't know what it was. This could not be affected by such changes. But we have seen it in our age and see it all the time. Niebuhr's view may be true of what we call normal times, when a regime is firmly established and the mass of the people is loyal to it, but is not true in extreme cases. Unfortunately, in the 20th century we have more of extremism than of normality. Yes?
What would you say about the argument that people make in order to obviate the paradox and say that those who oppose themselves to a bad regime are simply being patriots in the fuller sense of the word, that they're being loyal to the fundamental common good of their land, and that there is a common good that is that is not simply relative to regimes. I mean, for instance, one could take Aristotle's example and say that, let's say a tyrant has been thrown out by a democracy, but let's say the tyrant contracted certain things for certain, or contracted certain debts, which were contracted in the service of the common good. Well, then the democracy is supposed to pay those.
Yeah,
debts.
sure.
Yeah.
Sure, Aristotle doesn't say it, but since he was a sensible man, he surely thought that.
Yeah.
Because that's the only just solution. Yeah. If this tyrant incurred debts to feather his own nest, not a penny to his creditors. But if he did it for the manifest good of the city, of course, must be paid. I have been told that this is a principle of international law even today.
Yeah, yeah.
It shows that international law has some elements of reason. Mm-hmm.
No, it's rather clear that international law really does follow the, although now because they try and use positivist terms to justify what they're doing, their practice is more Aristotelian than their language. But it's almost always the case that when a new regime comes in, it will not pay the debts of what it regards to be corrupt predecessors. But then I think this particular argument then comes into play. Well, was it done really for the well-being of the...
Yeah, sure. Not every revolution is honest.
But I thought that perhaps this raised a theoretical problem, namely that there is for each country a common good that remains the same regardless of changes of regime.
Yes, but could the common good not also be, speaking practically, be reasonably controversial? And then you cannot simply say the other side to that conflict, they are the bastards or the crooks, and the other are the nice people. You know, and then one must be... and I think in Aristotle it amounts to this, that whatever may be wrong of kinds of regimes which he deplores, he has to reckon with them. I mean, why did he speak so extensively about the various kinds of democracies and oligarchies if they were not, if they did not have some merits? The one which he unqualifiedly condemns is tyranny, but democracy and oligarchy, this is a conflict which was repeated at least in the 19th century, starting from the 18th century already, is still continuing in our age.
But I suppose that one could say, perhaps it's really not so interesting, but one could say that there is a minimal common good that that any tolerable regime has to measure up to. In other words, a certain lowest common requirement for decency, I guess.
Do you mean something like an irrigation system?
Yeah, and some elementary rules for exchange.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, that is usually recognized in every regime. We read paragraph 26, I believe, or 25.
26.
26.
Even in the public against the weaker, they would win all the events, they would carry off all the prizes. True, that is not permitted in the games, but in politics, where the gentlemen are the strongest, nobody prevents anyone from forming any combination he may choose for the benefit of the state. Surely then, in public life, it is a gain to make friends with the best, and to see in them partners and fellow workers in a common cause, and not rivals. But again, it is easily clear that anyone who goes to war will need allies, and more of them if he is to fight an army of gentlemen. Moreover, those who are willing to fight at your side must be well treated, that they may be willing to exert themselves. And it is a far sounder plan to show kindness to the best, who are fewer in number, than to the worst, who are the greater company. For the bad...
I'm sorry, yes, for the bad?
For the bad want many more kindnesses than the good.
Yeah, many more benefits, many more doles. So in other words, what he suggests here is a kind of alliance of all gentlemen, preferable from the gentleman's point of view to any other combination. It was a very practical suggestion, at least to that extent, because there were always gentlemen who tried to get support by the non-gentlemen. Think of Pericles and of other famous Greek statesmen. So that is then a solution. The gentlemen are few and less in need than the worst men, who are many and demand many benefactions. The minority of gentlemen who are friends can easily keep down the majority consisting of non-gentlemen. So that what Xenophon here proposes is then what they called in ancient times aristocracy, meaning rule of the gentleman. That would solve the difficulty with which Critobulus struggles. Yes?
Courage, Critobulus. Try to be good, and when you have achieved that, set about catching your gentleman. Maybe I myself, as an adept in love, can lend you a hand in the pursuit of gentlemen. For when I want to catch anyone, it's surprising how I strain every nerve to have my love returned, my longing reciprocated by him, in my eagerness that he shall want me as much as I want him.
Socrates returns now to the question of friendship, which is not merely political friendship, but friendship of an individual with another individual. And here Socrates is particularly apt, he says, because he is an erotic man and therefore able to help to, he knows everything which belongs to the acquisition of friendship. Yes?
I see that you too will feel this need when you want to form a friendship. So do not hide from me the names of those whom you wish to make your friends, for I am careful to please him who pleases me. So I think I am not without experience in the pursuit of men. Well, Socrates, said Protestant in reply, these are the lessons I have long wished to learn, especially if the same skill will serve to win a good soul and a fair face. Ah, no, Protestant, said Socrates, it belongs not to my skill to lay hands on the fair and force them to submit. I am convinced that the reason why men fled from Scylla was that she laid hands on them. But the sirens laid hands on no man. From far away they sang to all, and therefore, we are told, all submitted, and hearing were enchanted.
Do you see something?
What a strange paragraph.
Huh?
What a strange paragraph. Because he seems to be saying that the winning of a fair faith is like Scylla laying the hands on, and the winning of a good soul is like the sirens.
No, it is, Scylla is the underside of a thing. They are too impetuous and therefore repel people. But the sirens were non-tempestuous, were not aggressive, and therefore people listened to them.
Is this the same kind of thing that Socrates is saying to Glaucon?
I beg your pardon?
Is this the same kind of thing that Socrates is trying to tell Glaucon?
What remark of Socrates to Glaucon do you have in mind?
Well, I'm thinking about generally the first part of the Republic, where Glaucon presents himself as a very erotic man, a man of great passion, who seems to feel that the winning of everything is done in pretty much the same way, whether it's a fair face or a good soul. And it seems that in both cases, Glaucon would tend to be more like Scylla than like the Siren.
Let me see, first in paragraph 30, the point which Critobulus makes is this. A man may be a gentleman, but yet he may not be desirable as a friend, because he wants friends who are beautiful, good-looking. But not every gentleman is good-looking. More generally stated, the statement makes sense. Not every gentleman can possibly be a friend of every other gentleman. And therefore a principle of selection is needed. If you want to speak here of a science, as Socrates does, the erotic science.
Why does he say, Critobulus asks, if the same trick that's going to be used to win the good soul could also be used to win the fair face. Clearly he has something in mind. He wants to see.
Yes, sure, but not all good in soul have a fair face.
But it doesn't seem to be making a distinction between those that sometimes one tries to win friends because they have a good soul, or tries to win people because they have a good
Yes, this would not be sufficient for Critobulus.
It wouldn't.
No, he wants to have good-looking friends.
He wants a good-looking and a good soul?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, I see. It looks like he's making a distinction here.
Yeah, there are surely the distinction. There are people who are have good character and are not good-looking.
But there's some also that are good-looking and don't particularly...
Yeah, then he wouldn't want to have them. That has been disposed of. Because the men who have a bad soul cannot be friends. That was said before. So you have to look for someone who has a good character.
I thought Critobulus might have...
No, and I did not quite get what you meant regarding the difference between the Scylla and the Sirens. But is it the Sirens are restrained, reserved. For this reason they are successful. The Scylla is aggressive and therefore fails.
But why does he say, it belongs not to my skill to lay hands on the fair and force them to submit? And right before that he said, no, Critobulus. And just above that, the same skill served to win a good soul and a fair face. No, it belongs not to the skill to lay hands. In other words, does that mean that the skill to lay hands is the skill that serves to win a good soul? And that's what seems to be...
No.
Just from the grammar of it.
No, Socrates' skills is the same which he ascribes here to the Sirens. But there is something, yes?
Doesn't what he say, isn't what he says about the Sirens here contradict what he had said, well, at least his interpretation of the passage in Homer that he quoted earlier. I mean, there it was said that the Sirens didn't sing to everyone, and here they're describing as singing to everyone.
I did not, what it is.
I'll say it a little loud. Doesn't his description of the Sirens here contradict his interpretation of what they were?
Yes, why? I think so too, but why?
Well, because here they sing to everyone, and formerly, in his earlier description of them, they sang only to people who sought virtue.
Yes, that is undoubtedly the case, the clear contradiction, and in this respect. But how can we understand that? Now, in the first place, in the former case, that was in paragraph 11, he said, he spoke of Homer, didn't he? You have heard from Homer. And here he says, people say. What Homer says and what people say needn't be identical. But you can say that is tricky. And what I said is tricky. And therefore, we must find a better explanation. Could it not be that the whole point of view has changed from that earlier discussion to the point we are now? And could this not be connected with the fact that gentlemanship, and friends of gentlemen, became the theme? The theme. From what we have seen in the Economicus about gentlemen, that would make sense, because there we saw that what characterizes the gentleman is not fundamentally different from what characterizes his stewards. You know, may very well be slaves. And then this whole edifice breaks down. And you can then say, all men love virtue in a certain sense of the word virtue. And then you can speak of all men. But in the former case, Socrates spoke only of a higher kind of virtue for which not all men long. This doesn't satisfy you.
I'm not sure. It just seems contrary to what my expectation would be about the difference in the change of theme that you described. If the gentlemen do seem to be, in some respects, even as they've just been described a little shortly before them, with respect to the multitude in the city, to be a somewhat more select class than, well, to be a restricted group, not being in some respects different from everyone else.
I cannot hear it.
He finds it difficult to reconcile this with the idea of the gentleman being a rather restricted and special class. Is that?
I didn't hear it.
I didn't hear the end of, I'm not sure I heard the end of your question, actually.
Well, when you, in your answer, you said that this difference in the description of what the sirens do corresponds to the change in the theme to the theme of gentlemanship. Whereas, up to this point, I mean, at least in the paragraphs preceding what is said about the sirens, the gentlemen are described not as being similar to everyone else, but as being different from everyone else.
From whom? Different from whom?
The other people in
Yeah, I say from the common people.
Yes.
Yes, but they may be different from the common people, but this difference may become negligible from a higher point of view. From this higher point of view, the superiority of the gentleman may perhaps be not more than a difference of external manners. That's one way. And that this is possible, isn't it? And then, of course, you can say what is true of gentlemen is true of all men. It all depends on what you understand by virtue. And Socrates thought obviously of a different kind of virtue in the first passage about the silence, and of a different kind of virtue in the second statement of the silence. Does someone else have another suggestion? Then let us go on.
I'm not going to put a hand on anyone, said Petropolis, So teach me any good plan you know for making friends. Then won't you put lip to lip either? Courage, answered Critobulus. I won't touch a lip with mine either, unless the owner is fair. And that's an unfortunate beginning for you, Critobulus. The fair won't submit to such conduct, but the ugly like it, supposing that they are called fair for the beauty of their souls. A kiss for the fair, exclaimed Critobulus, and 1,000 kisses for the good. That shall be my motto. So take courage and teach me the art of catching friends. Well then, Critobulus, said Socrates, when you want to make a new friend, will you let me warn him that you admire him and want his friendship? Warn him by all means. No one hates those who praise him, so far as I know. Suppose I go on to warn him that your admiration makes you well disposed toward him. You won't think I'm slandering you, will you? Nay, when I guess that anyone feels well disposed towards me, a like goodwill towards him is begotten in me. Then you will permit me to say this about you to those whose friendship you desire. Now, if you will give me permission to tell them besides that you are devoted to your friends, and nothing gives you so much pleasure as good friends, that you take as much pride in your friends' fair achievements as in your own, and as much pleasure in your friends' good as in your own, and never weary of contriving it for your friends, and you have made up your mind that a man's virtue consists in outdoing his friends in kindness and his enemies in mischief, then I think you will find me a useful companion in the quest of good friends.
Let us stop for one moment. So here there are various steps which Socrates may take in order to win potential friends for Critobulus. And you see, here is this distinction at the beginning of paragraph 34. Because you admire him, you are favorably disposed, benevolently disposed toward him. Admiring a man and being benevolently disposed toward him are two different things. Is this clear? That is exactly the problem of friendship, that this benevolence is a crucial part. The combination of benevolence, goodwill, and admiration makes a man desirable as a friend, since it flatters the potential friend. Again, nothing is said here of Critobulus or his potential friends' reasonableness. It is, as we have seen before, the main point of the whole argument, the whole difficulty was this, that gentlemen have quarreled with another because they are engaged in strife for superiority. And here at the end, we see what the solution to this question would be. A man's virtue consists in overcoming one's friends in doing well, and one's enemies in doing ill. Overcoming superiority, striving for superiority, remains intact. But it is now channeled in a peculiar way, which is stated here. Outdoing friends and by doing them well, and outdoing enemies in doing them ill. Now this is a virtue of a man, of an Anea. What about Socrates? Was this Socrates' virtue? Which enemy did Socrates outdo in doing ill to him? I believe we can say that this is, of course, not the virtue of Socrates. And that confirms what I said before, that a shift in the meaning of virtue has taken place through this chapter, in this, where the subject is gentlemanship or friendship among gentlemen. Yes.
Well, there's something of an argument like this in Plato's Apology.
Sure. In the first book of the Republic?
Yeah. That or even more clearly in the Gorgias.
Yes, where Socrates turns it around.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, but still, we are then confronted with the question, is the Xenophonic Socrates identical with the Platonic Socrates? And therefore we have to limit ourselves here to Xenophon. But when Xenophon speaks of Socrates' virtue in the peroration of the memorabilia, he speaks only of his doing well, and not a word about his doing ill. Now, if this is so, Socrates did not possess the virtue of a man. He was not a man. And therefore, Andrea, the virtue of a man, grammatically even, courage or manliness, is not mentioned by Xenophon among the virtues of Socrates. And therefore also that Socrates likes to swear in Xenophon by Hera, which is more a woman's oath than a man's oath.
Well, the difference between a man's virtue as it's presented here and Socrates' virtue, would that difference originate out of the fact that Socrates is not politically inclined, and that he wasn't an Ischomachus?
Yes. That has to do with it, because polis is necessarily self-assertive. It's its virtue. And the individuals, of course, are also self-assertive, but not all individuals. And surely that you can say, is a root of Socrates' reservation against the city. The cities are necessary, but he cannot fully share the city's wish.
We can say that Socrates was not self-assertive.
I would say Socrates was not self-assertive.
You would say?
I would say that he was not self-assertive. I mean, not self-assertive doesn't mean that he is, how do you call this, a milkser? And that I do not mean, of course. But he could very well assert something and defend something, a view against other people, and could be quite tough in that, as we know. But that is not what I mean by that. He did not assert himself. He asserted his logos. That's a different thing.
I see the difference.
That's all I want. Yes?
I wonder if Mr. Hill may have in mind certain passages in Aristotle, I think maybe even in the discussion of friendship, where though it really amounts to the same thing, but sort of spelling it out in a theoretical way, at a certain point, for the best man, he makes the argument that the man's logos is really the man.
All right. But then then we have to admit an ambiguity also in self. Yeah, sure. That is. I thought you meant something else in Aristotle when he says, when he says the man who has the greatest right to demand political power are the least willing to assert that. Yeah? I do not remember exactly, but you remember the passage. Well, let us try to complete the reading of this chapter. Paragraph 30. Yes?
I'm not quite sure I understand how the book begins with the discussion of Aristotle, so I just would like to ask if this non-assertive and apolitical character of the Socratic virtue, is that what lends a kind of appropriateness to the beginning with the non-assertive and perhaps apolitical Aristotle and the theme of pleasure itself, although it has to be understood of course in very different way?
Yeah, but there is, of course, always the difficulty that the division into books may have a purely external reason. That roughly, the roles, there were minimum length and maximum length, that might have played the role, that the book one would have been too large by the addition of chapter one. I do not know anything of these technical matters, but I would say if I take for one moment, argue it out as you mean to argue it out, I would say it is this, that only by separating chapter 1, book 2, it becomes less clear that for the first part of the work, piety continence, and so on, is the subject. And that, I believe, is a good enough reason. No, I see it is already too late. We will then finish reading the chapter next time. Yeah? Now, before class, a lady had told me something about her reaction to Xenophon. Not so much that Xenophon had a certain view of friendship, but that he had the nerve to ascribe that view to Socrates. Well, I understand that, but we must see whether we cannot perhaps meet that objection while we go on. Let us postpone the discussion until we have read all the chapters on friendship. And now let us begin. In every place outside of St. John's, what we are doing here would be called a historical study. We are not indeed concerned with discovering the so-called historical Socrates. So Socrates as he truly was, in contradistinction to the Platonic or Xenophontic Socrates. This has a parallel in the quest for the historical Jesus, in contrast to the Jesus of the Gospels or of Paul. In my opinion, we solve the problem of the historical Socrates, as it were, accidentally. For we find eventually that the Platonic Socrates and the Xenophontic Socrates are the same, with this difference that Plato inquires much more deeply into the presuppositions or implications of the what is question than Xenophon does. Yet this doesn't do away with the fact that we try to consider Xenophon's Socrates. We try to find out whether what he thought about virtue, in contradistinction to the truth about virtue, if virtue is a right word, let us only think of the fact that there is no Old Testament word for virtue, and yet quite a bit about good and the good life. So there may be already a treacherous presupposition involved in the very notion of virtue. This observation, which I just made, shows still more the historical character of what we are trying to do. Let us then forget about Socrates and about the Greeks and think only of the truth, with capital T's in both cases, the all-comprehensive truth. We strive for knowledge of the truth. We are ignorant of it, but this does not mean that our mind is blank. It is filled with opinions. And our task is to replace the opinions by knowledge. But we cannot do that if we do not know our opinions, if we cannot state them, make them fully explicit, if we do not clarify them. When we try to clarify them, we observe that our opinions are not our opinions, but in the main inherited opinions. This leads to the consequence that we cannot clarify them if we do not go back to the point of their origin. The philosophic task of clarifying our opinions shifts insensibly into what at least resembles a historical study. It seems to me that this reasoning is inescapable. Yet all the more remarkable is the fact that until a short time ago, roughly the end of the 18th century, this reasoning was wholly unknown. A fundamental change from a philosophizing, which in no way resembled historical study, to a philosophizing which very much resembles historical study, has taken place. What does this change mean? What do we tacitly presuppose when our thought is, as it cannot help to be, quote, historical, unquote? In order to answer this question, we must know the alternative to historical philosophizing, that's to say, non-historical philosophic thought, pre-modern philosophic thought. And in this broad context, we may also study, for reasons to which I have referred, Xenophon, which we are doing now. This much as a general reminder of the purpose of this course. Now let us turn to the section which we are discussing now, the section on friendship. Chapter 6, of which we have read most, up to paragraph 35, deals with friendship among gentlemen. And in this chapter, a movement takes place from the primary view, according to which the gentleman is the good man, to a deeper view, which questions the supremacy of the gentleman. You are familiar with this questioning from the Economicus, where the central chapter brings a confrontation of the perfect gentleman and Socrates and their questioning of the perfect gentleman. That such a change takes place is shown by the two statements on the sirens. First it is said, they allure only those who wish to be honored on account of virtue. And then it is said, they allure all men. Virtue must mean two different things in the two cases. Let us reread the last sentence of chapter 35, that you have seen that the virtue of a man consists in... Yes.
Yes, and you have made up your mind that a man's virtue consists in outdoing his friends in kindness and his enemies in mischief. Then I think you will find me a useful companion in the quest of good friends.
Yeah, I pointed out last time that this is not a virtue which Socrates has or wishes to have. And as a proof of it, a simple proof, let us look again at the peroration, the last paragraph of the Memorabilia, where Xenophon enumerates the virtues of Socrates.
This was the tenor of the conversation?
No, that belongs to the... all right.
This was the tenor of his conversation with Hermogenes and with the others. All who knew what manner of man Socrates was, and who seek after virtue, continue to this day to miss him beyond all others as the chief of helpers in the quest of virtue. For myself, I have described him as he was, so religious that he did nothing without counsel from the gods, so just that he did no injury, however small, to any man, but conferred the greatest benefits on all who dealt with him,
And we need only this. So that was Socrates' justice. He did not harm anyone and helped the people who were willing to and able to be helped in the most important matters. So the virtue of a man, as described here in chapter 6, book 2, is not Socrates' virtue. Now, this change in the understanding of gentlemen is prepared by the fact that Socrates does not mention reasonableness, sensibleness, phronesis, as a necessary qualification of the desirable friend. You remember, Socrates said all kinds of things, continence and so on, but reasonableness does not occur. And it is perhaps an indication of this absence of phronesis here, that at the very beginning of chapter 6, Xenophon uses a term which he uses very rarely, and I believe only here in the Machiavelli. Can you have a look at it, Mr. Mills? The very beginning of chapter 6.
In the following conversation, I thought he gave instruction for testing the qualities that make a man's friendship worth winning. Tell me...
No, that's on the one. Literally, he seemed to me to make sensible a people with a view to what is said here. Phrenun, that is the same, etymologically belongs together with phronesis. This is only in passing. Phronesis is also not mentioned in the two preceding chapters, chapters 4 and 5, but there is no enumeration of the apparently complete of the qualities which a friend should have. We could somehow be in agreement with the use or non-use of phronesis in the Economicus. If we state it simply, gentlemen do not possess phronesis, and therefore they are a lower kind of men. But how they find their bearing in the world and how they live, that's a great question, but it would not be by phronesis. The strongest statement to the same effect occurs in Plato's Republic, toward the end of the book, when Plato speaks, or Socrates speaks, of the choices which various kinds of men make regarding a future life, when such a choice is required. And then the people who are brought up in customary virtue, and very decent as such, choose a life of tyranny. They have no intrinsic defense against this terrible inclination. And the only defense against it would be phronesis, and that is for Plato and Socrates and for Xenophon identical with philosophy. Nevertheless, in spite of this grave defect of the gentleman, they supply the solution to the political problem. Perhaps. I think that is suggested to us by chapter 6, book 2, when the question comes up, how can there be friendship among gentlemen? And then Socrates leads up to that after having spoken of the friendly and hostile ingredients of man, leads up to this view that the gentleman could overcome these hostile ingredients, could channel them in that way that they are friends to each other, keeping subjected the non-gentleman. That is the kind of political order traditionally called aristocracy. And I think that was a crude practical suggestion of men like Xenophon and Plato. But whether that is a solution, is a sufficient solution, that can be questioned. If you look at what the various aristocracies have done to their knowledge in their lifetime, in Kerkura and other places. Now let us then go on where we left off, paragraph 36.
Now, why do you say this to me, as if you were not free to say what you choose about me?
Yeah, so Critobulus somehow senses that Socrates' praise of Critobulus will not be unqualified.
Not so indeed. By Zeus, I can quote Aspasia against you. She once told me that good matchmakers are successful in making marriages only when the good reports they carry to and fro are true. False reports she would not recommend, for the victims of deception hate one another, and the matchmaker too. I am convinced that this is sound, and so I think it is not open to me to say anything in your praise that I can't say truthfully.
So Socrates has learned from Aspasia the art of matchmaking. And that is connected with the fact that Socrates, as he had stated in this very chapter, is an erotic man. And that somehow goes together. He has learned about these things from Aspasia, just as he has learned from Diotima, the erotic things in Plato's banquet. In both cases, foreign women. You see, here too, Xenophon follows his general principle. Plato goes much higher. That is a prophetess from Mantinea. And Xenophon takes an extraordinary foreign woman, but still she lived most of her life in Athens and was a commonly known figure there. Yes?
It appears, Socrates, that you are the sort of friend to help me if I am in any way qualified to make friends. But if not, you won't make up a story to help me.
So, just as he will not say in particular that Critobulus possesses the virtue of a man, as defined shortly before. He had said only that Critobulus had come to know that this is a virtue of a man. That does not yet mean that he possesses that virtue. Yes?
How do you think I shall help you best, Critobulus? By false praise or by urging you to try to be a good man? If you don't yet see clearly, take the following cases as illustrations. Suppose that I wanted to get a shipmaster to make you his friend, and as a recommendation told him that you are a good skipper, which is untrue. And suppose that he believed me and put you in charge of his ship in spite of your not knowing how to steer it. Have you any reason to hope that you would not lose the ship and your life as well? Or suppose that I falsely represented to the assembly that you are a born general, jurist, and statesman.
Born is not correct. A strategic man, which means you possess a skill. A born general is not yet necessarily a man who possesses strategic skill. Yeah?
And so persuaded the polis to commit her fortunes to you. What do you suppose would happen to the polis and to yourself under your guidance? Or again, suppose that I falsely described you to certain citizens in private as a thrifty, careful person, and persuaded them to place their affairs in your hands. Wouldn't you do them harm and look ridiculous when you came to the test?
You see, Critobulus as an economic man, we know this theme from the Economicus. But here, Socrates makes a distinction, which is also familiar to us from the Economicus, an economic man and a careful man. A man may know the whole economic art and not apply himself to it. One example would, of course, be Socrates, who is presented in the Economicus as a man possessing the economic art and not applying himself to it, at least not as economic art is commonly understood. This passage here implies, of course, that at this time, at any rate, Critobulus is not an economic man. whether he became an economic man through the conversation in the Economicus, and that is an open question, because nothing has been said there that Critobulus accepted Socrates' advice and acted accordingly. The argument here reminds a bit of the chapter on boasting. Here, of course, Critobulus would not boast, but Socrates would, as it were, boast on behalf of Critobulus. And that is a foolish thing, as was explained there. Yes?
Nay, Critobulus, if you want to be thought good at anything, you must try to be so. That is the quickest, the surest, the best way. You will find on reflection that every kind of virtue named among men is increased by study and practice.
If they are increased, that's to say, study and practice are not the sufficient conditions for the virtue. What else would be required in addition to learning and practice?
Nature.
Yes, sure. Yeah, and what he says here, all virtues called so among human beings. That means all virtues, whether they are genuine or only thought to be virtues, would fulfill this condition, to require, apart from nature, study and care. Yeah.
Such is the view I take of our duty, Critobulus. If you have anything to say against it, tell me. Why Socrates said, Critobulus, I should be ashamed to contradict you, for I should be saying what is neither honorable nor true.
Yeah, and honorable or noble, yeah. So that are two distinct considerations, the noble and the true. One may say something noble, which is not true, a noble lie, and one may say something true, which is not noble. For example, if one says a truth about an ignoble thing, that is not in itself a noble action. Yes. In other words, mere sincerity and does not yet make a speech noble. So we have now reached the end of this long chapter, one of the longest of the book. Now, is there any point you would like to discuss before we turn to the sequence?
I didn't understand exactly what you meant by historical study.
Yeah, this is the consequence that you had good training in St. John's. But if you would go to any other place in the world, they would say, if you read Xenophon or Plato or anything else, these are historical subjects. Yeah?
I still don't know.
What
does it mean to study something historically rather than...
Pardon?
What does it mean to study something historical?
Something, say, belonging to the past. These are writers of the past, and therefore the study is historical, to state it as simply as possible.
Would you say that the time when people stopped writing music corresponded for any reason to the time when people stopped writing philosophy?
Since I know absolutely nothing of music, I cannot answer your question.
I was thinking perhaps that the idea that philosophy became, after a certain point in the 18th century, a matter of historical study, because many of the things that could be said had been said by someone before. Perhaps this applies across the board to almost all kinds of intellectual endeavors, including some artistic ones.
Mm-hmm. I still cannot quite follow you.
Well, all I'm saying is that maybe more than philosophy, which has simply become a matter of historical.
Oh, I see. Yeah, sure. Today, that is true. There is a kind of universality of history. That is true.
That's called humanities.
Pardon?
That's called humanities.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, but the humanities that contains a vague reminder that it is not to be history, but that is not acted upon, except in St. John's. That's the only place. Well, then let's go on.
Yes, what I would put a very simple question. What is friendship according to what we read in Xenophon? What is in all this description is to the point of real friendship, and what is really not belonging there?
Union in...
I would try to say what I miss in this.
But I thought you had asked me to answer what is here meant by friendship.
Yeah.
Union in noble things.
What?
Union of human beings in noble things.
Yeah. And what the conditions are, besides the virtue is the parent. The virtue is parent for the friendship, the support of friendship. This I agree, and this he said. But what is the relationship? Union, what is this union?
Yeah, we have read this passage in Book 1, Chapter 6, in which Socrates explains to the sophist Xenophon what he is doing in order to acquire good friends, or what he is doing with his friends. And this is that they are reading together the books of the wise men of old, and if they find something which they understand and which they cherish, they take it out, and in this way they become better. That is one form of the union in noble things. But noble is an ambiguous term. It may also mean something different, and then it would be the friendship of gentlemen, which was the subject of the third level, is that you identify the noble with the good in the sense of the useful, and then you reach and arrive at a very utilitarian view of friendship as it was presented in chapter 4 and 5. But that is here. And there are probably more. But at any rate, these three are, for our present purposes, the most important.
Well, it is so, and with this what you said, you cannot not agree. But in this chapter, particular chapter, of friendship, he misses make a point that friendship is some kind of affinity among people, or better to say, because it is a very rare thing, real friendship.
Yeah.
Very rare, and because...
It all depends. When you use a loser...
so it is affinity between two rather than many people. And affinity, what it means affinity? He doesn't either use this word, once he used akin, but not even now, and never says what it means really affinity. This mirroring of noble not enough, that's mirroring of common, or how to say, of sentiments and opinions and judgment and study between two which nearest to each other, as is good self, other self, so to say. And this is in trying to get both to good, to love to good. That's what combined them. Instead of stressing this, Xenophon very much, in my opinion, turns to the other part, to utility of friendship. Utility and practical sense. In Economicus, he presents friendship as commodity, almost.
Yeah, in chapters 4 and 5, surely.
Come on.
Friendship is...
It is not.
No, that is clear. But he doesn't do this always. This passage, I repeat, in Book 1, Chapter 6, presents an entirely different view. But the other view thinks there are also this kind of utilitarian friendships, say of business partners.
That's not friendship.
Yes, it's a kind
Not
of
friendship.
That's
The friendship can bring some practical results.
No, also some sentiments and affections arise from them.
That's all gradation of a very nice, amiable, gentleman way of being with people. The friendship, real friendship is not that.
Yeah, sure, that is.
Not.
Yeah.
And I suspect that Xenophon never had it. Never. and the other is about friendship as this commodity which his wife should have put on the shelves like the other commodities in his economics, where he says the order should be, all right. He knows what is order, that's true, and even and beauty of order. So the friends are a commodity which you have to keep. It's very, very useful. It is nice, it's maybe even pleasure, but still not friendship.
Yeah, well,
Mr. Strauss, one more thing, Socrates, that's what offends me, that Socrates talks this way.
Yes, you told me.
Socrates, who had so many friends who were not by no means.
Yeah, but what Xenophon wants to make clear, I believe, is that Socrates had many different kinds of friends, and that this is of very great importance for understanding Socrates. I believe he will see in the sequel. That is the point. I mean, that appearance speaks in your favor is doubtless true. It's doubtless true. But nevertheless, I believe you are wrong, because appearances may be deceptive. Now let us begin to read. Yeah?
Pass to another subject.
Of course, that is Mr. Martin's need for what he calls elegance. Yeah? It's not a word to pass on another subject.
Well, Kaimeen, how would you...
Yeah, but surely not to pass. It is, it's not an other subject. That is sure, because it's still friendship. It's an addition to that. Yeah.
The distresses of his friends that arose from ignorance, he tried to cure by advice. Those that were due to want, by telling them how to help one another according to their power.
Teaching, no, not telling is a Greek word. So in other words, the second is also perhaps a defect due to lacking understanding. Yeah? Yes?
On this subject, too, I will state what I know about him. One day, noticing that Aristarchus looked glum, he said, "Aristarchus, you seem to have a burden on your mind. You should let your friends share it. Possibly we may do something to ease you." "Ah, yes, Socrates," replied Aristarchus, "I am in great distress. Since the revolution, there has been an exodus to the Piraeus, and a crowd of my women folk, being left behind, are come to me, sisters, nieces, and cousins, so that we are 14 in the house, without counting the slaves. We get nothing from our land, because our enemies have seized it, and nothing from our house property, now there are so few residents in the city. Portable property finds no buyers, and it's quite impossible to borrow money anywhere. I really think a search in the streets would have been better result than an application, would have better result than an application for a loan. It's hard, Socrates, to let one's people die, but impossible to keep so many in times like these." When Socrates heard this, he asked...
No, stop. When Socrates had heard this, and he saw Aristarchus depressed, and he did not know why he was depressed. And this is entirely new to Socrates. Aristarchus was not a constant companion of Socrates. This seems to follow from that. Yes?
He asked, "How is it that with so many mouths to feed, Chaeremon not only contrives to provide for the needs of himself and his family, but actually saves enough to make him a rich man, whereas you, with so many mouths to feed, fear you will be starved to death. The explanation, of course, is this: my dependents are gentlefolk, his are slaves.
Yes, so this subject of gentlemanship comes up here again, but here applied to women.
Well, in the Greek it's free.
Yeah, free, yeah. But still gentlefolk. Yeah.
And which do you think are the better, his slaves or your free gentlefolk?
No, say free by all means, but you will see that nevertheless at our side. Yeah.
My free people, I think. Then is it not disgraceful that you with your free people should be in distress while he is kept in affluence by his meaner household? Of course, his dependents are artisans, while mine have had a liberal education.
You see, it's not merely that they are free men. Yeah. Yes.
Well, yeah. What is an artisan? One who knows how to produce something useful? Certainly. Are groats useful? Yes, very. And bread? No less so. Mm-hmm. What about men's and women's cloaks, shirts, capes, smocks? Yes, all these things too are very useful. Then don't the members of your household know how to make any of these? I believe they can make all of them. Don't you know then that by manufacturing one of these commodities, namely groats, Socrates keeps not only himself and his family, but large herds of swine and cattle as well, and has so much to spare that he often undertakes costly public duties, that Cyribus feeds his whole family well and lives in luxury by baking bread, Demius of Colitus by making capes, Menon by making cloaks, and most of the Megarians make a good living out of smocks. Yes, of course, for they buy foreign slaves and can force them to make what is convenient, but my household is made up of liberals and relations. And so, just because they are liberal and related to you, you think they should do nothing but eat and sleep? Do you find that other free men who live this sort of life are better off and happier than those who are usefully employed in the work that they understand? Or is it your experience that idleness and carelessness help men to learn what they ought to know and remember what they learn, to make themselves healthy and strong, and to get and keep things that are of practical use? But industry and carefulness are useless things. When these women learned the work that you say they understand, did they regard it as of no practical use? And had they no intention of taking it up? Or did they mean to occupy themselves in it and obtain some benefit from it? Which makes men more prudent, idleness or useful employment? Which makes men more just, work or idle discussions about supplies? Besides, at present, I fancy you don't love these ladies and they don't love you. You think they are a tax on you, and they see that you feel them to be a burden. And the danger in this state of things is that dislike may grow and their former gratitude fade away. But if you exert your authority and make them work, you will love them when you find that they are profitable to you.
Yes.
And they will be fond of you when they feel that you are pleased with them. Both you and they will like to recall past kindnesses and will strengthen the feeling of gratitude that these engender. Thus you will be better friends and feel more at home. To be sure, if they are going to do something disgraceful, death would be a better fate. But in point of fact, the work they understand is, as it appears, the work considered the most honorable and the most suitable for a woman. And the work that is understood is always done with the greatest ease, speed, pride, and pleasure. So do not hesitate to offer them work that will yield a return both to you and to them, and probably they will welcome your proposal. But by the gods, said Aristarchus, your advice seems so good, Socrates, that I think I shall now bring myself to borrow capital to make a start. Hitherto I have had no inclination to do so, knowing that when I had spent the loan, I should not have the wherewithal to pay it.
Yes, and you see here regarding Mrs. Kaplan's question of, is it not true that there is a limit to what a man can bear? For example, this man, if he had only 2 females in his house, it would be all right. But if there would be 14, it would be too much, and therefore there must be some utilitarian consideration would come in inevitably, even in the kindest of men. Yes. No.
The consequence was that capital was provided and wool purchased.
The question is, Socrates has given a very sound advice, it seems. Yeah. The question is whether he was also helpful in getting the capital and the wool. That is not said. Whether Archidemus did it by himself, as I believe he did, or whether Socrates helped him do that. Yes.
The women worked during dinner and only stopped at the supper hour. There were happy instead of gloomy faces.
Yeah.
Suspicious glances were exchanged for pleasant smiles. They loved him as a guardian, and he liked them because they were useful. Finally, Aristarchus came to Socrates and told him this with delight. One objection they have to me, he added. I am the only member of the household who eats the bread of idleness. Then why not tell them the story of the dog, asked Socrates. It is said that when beasts could talk, a sheep said to her master, it is strange that you give us sheep nothing, but what we get from the land, though we supply you with wool and lambs and cheese, and yet you share your own food with your dog, who supplies you with none of these things. The dog heard this and said, of course he does. Do not I keep you from being stolen by thieves and being carried off by wolves? Why, but for my protection, you couldn't even feed for fear of being killed. And so, they say, the sheep admitted the dog's claim to preference. Do you then tell these women that you are their watchdog and keeper, and it is due to you that they live and work in safety and comfort, with none to harm them?
There is one bad thing in the translation. At the beginning of paragraph 14, the dog says, by Zeus. And that is another Xenophonic thing. The Platonic Socrates swears sometimes by the dog. Xenophon does not go beyond making a dog swear by Zeus. Now there is something else about this logos to kynos, the logos of the dog. Obviously, Aristarchus is the dog, and the relatives are the sheep. But who is the master? Apparently, this whole group of people are in need of some ex whom they must serve. And that seems to be implied in this likeness. So this was the first one of these people, these friends, in the wider sense. I believe a friend is used in different languages in different ways. If I remember well the German usage, that was much more restricted than the American usage. For example, to know a boy, someone with whom one has gone to school and lived in the same street and so on, and knows also remains in contact throughout one's life, that would not have been called a friend in German. In America, I think it would be called a friend. So, and the question is, in what sense was Aristarchus a friend of Socrates? The question will become more clear in the sequel. Let's turn to chapter 8.
Again, on meeting an old comrade after long absence, he said,
Yeah, after long absence, that's it, not constant company. Yes.
"Where do you come from, Euthyphus?" "I came home when the war ended, Socrates, and am now living here," he replied. "Since we have lost our foreign property and my father left me nothing in Attica, I am forced to settle down here now and work for my living with my hands. I think it's better than begging, especially as I have no security to offer for a loan. And how long will you have the strength, do you think, to earn your living by your work?"
By the body, that your body will be sufficient.
By Zeus, not long. But remember, when you get old, you will have to spend money, and somebody will be willing to pay you for your labor. True. Then it would be better to take up some kind of work at once that will assure you a competence when you get old, and to go to somebody who is better off and wants an assistant, and get a return for your services by acting as his bailiff, helping to get in his crops and looking after his property. I shouldn't like to make myself a slave, Socrates.
In other words, he is very much concerned with his independence, with his self-sufficiency, we see. Yes.
But surely those who control their cities and take charge of public affairs are thought more respectable, not more slavish on that account.
In other words, Socrates says, you say that it's slavish to serve, but the most respected members of the community are those who serve the polis, as if there were no difference between serving the polis and serving a private citizen. And surely in the social estimation, there is an enormous difference. But Euthyphus does not go into that point, as you see. Yeah.
Briefly, Socrates, I have no inclination liable to censure. Whatever one does, it is difficult to avoid mistakes, and it is difficult to escape unfair criticism, even if one makes no mistakes. I wondered if you find it easy to avoid complaints entirely, even from your present employers.
It's simply stated, and you want to be independent. Are you independent now? Yeah.
You should try, therefore, to have no truck with grumblers and to attach yourself to considerate masters, to undertake such duties as you can perform, and beware of any that are too much for you. And whatever you do, to give of your best and put your heart into the business. In this way, I think you are most likely to escape censure, find relief from your difficulties, live in ease and security, and obtain an ample competence for old age.
Yes. So here Socrates gives another advice, but in this case we are not told whether the advice was taken. A more important consideration is this. Here was a man who who earned his livelihood well enough for the time being. But what would happen to him in his old age? What about Socrates himself? Was he ever worried about how he would earn his bread in his old age? I think obviously not. And that means also there is a great difference between this quote friend and Socrates himself. This is the only chapter, by the way, here in which nothing is said about the success of Socrates' advice. In the two preceding chapters, 7 and 8, there was nothing said as to the authenticity of the conversations. By remark, I have heard him said also. But here now, in chapter 9 and the beginning of book 10, they begin with the word, I know. That is a kind of voucher in this sense. I mean, you must not take this in the massive sense in which a student of archives takes that. Yeah.
I know that he once heard Crito say that life at Athens was difficult for a man who wanted to mind his own business.
Yes, this is a formula which you know from Plato's Republic, but which has here a somewhat more common meaning, and means Crito was not a political man. He just wanted to lead a private life. And of Crito we have heard before, he was one of the true associates of Socrates mentioned in Book 1, Chapter 2, paragraph 48. Yes?
At this moment, Crito added, actions are pending against me, not because I have done the plaintiffs an injury, but because they think that I would sooner pay than have trouble. Tell me, Crito, said Socrates, do you keep dogs to fend the wolves from your sheep? Certainly, replied Crito, because it pays me better to keep them. Then why not keep a man who may be able and willing to fend off the attempts to injure you? I would gladly do so were I not afraid that he might turn on me. What? Don't you see that it is much pleasanter to profit by humoring a man like you than by quarreling with him? I assure you there are men in this city who would take pride in your friendship. Thereupon...
Yeah, no, wait a moment. So what he suggests is that Crito should hire a counter-sycophant to keep the sycophants away from him. In this case, by the way, when Socrates uses this example here, this likeness here, it is clear who would be the master. The counter-sycophant would be the dog, but the master would, of course, be Crito. Yes.
Thereupon they sought out Archidemus.
Here in this case, Socrates joins in the search. That is his friend.
And an excellent speaker and man of affairs, but poor. For he was not one of those who make money unscrupulously, but an honest man. And he would say that it was easy to take forfeit from false accusers.
From sycophants. Yeah.
From sycophants.
Yeah.
So, whenever Crito was storing corn, oil, wine, wool, or other farm produce, he would make a present of a portion to Archidemus. And when he sacrificed, he invited him, and in fact lost no similar opportunity of showing courtesy. Archidemus came to regard Crito's house as a haven of refuge, and constantly paid his respects to him. He soon found out that Crito's sycophants had much to answer for and many enemies. He brought one of them to trial on a charge involving damages or imprisonment. The defendant, conscious that he was guilty on many counts, did all he could to get quit of Archidemus. But Archidemus refused to let him off until
like a good dog. Yeah.
Until he withdrew the action against Crito and compensated him. Archidemus carried through several other enterprises of a similar kind, and now many of Crito's friends begged him to make Archidemus their protector, just as when a shepherd has a good dog, the other shepherds want to pen their flocks near his in order to get the use of his dog. Archidemus was glad to humor Crito, and so there was peace, not only for Crito, but for his friends as well. If anyone whom he had offended reproached Archidemus with flattering Crito because he found him useful, he would answer, "Which then is disgraceful, to have honest men for your friends by accepting and returning their favors, and to fall out with rogues, or to treat gentlemen as enemies by trying to injure them, and to make friends of rogues by siding with them and to prefer their intimacy?" Henceforward, Archidemus was respected by Crito's friends and was himself numbered among them.
Yeah, hence Archidemus became one of Crito's friends and was honored by the other friends of Crito. Was he honored by Socrates? And even if he was, is he a friend in the same way in which Socrates could be a friend? That's the question. Xenophon does not call here Crito a friend. He simply tells the story of Crito without calling him a friend. Yes?
And I also know the following conversation between him and his companion Theodorus.
Also, it doesn't use the term friend again. I would translate this by commoner to have a certain consistency.
Tell me, Diodorus, he said, if one of your servants runs away, do you take steps to bring him back safe? Yes, of course, he replied, and I invite others to help by offering a reward for the recovery of the man. And further, if one of your servants is ill, do you take care of him and call in doctors to prevent him dying? Indeed, I do. Well, suppose that one of your acquaintance, who is much more useful than your servants, is near being ruined by want. Don't you think it worth your while to take steps to save him? Now you know that Hermogenes is a conscientious man and would be ashamed to take a favor from you without making a return. Yet surely it is worth many servants to have a willing, loyal, staunch subordinate, capable of doing what he is told, and not only so, but able to make himself useful unbidden, to think clearly and give advice. Good householders, you know, say that the right time to buy is when a valuable article can be bought at a low price. And in these times, the circumstances afford an opportunity of acquiring good friends very cheap. Thank you, Socrates, said Diodorus. Pray bid Hermogenes call on me. No, indeed, I won't. By Zeus, I won't, said he, for in my opinion, it is at least as good for you to go to him yourself as to invite him to come to you, and you have quite as much to gain as he by doing so. The consequence was that Diodorus set off to visit Hermogenes, and in return for a small sum, he acquired a friend who made a point of thinking how he could help and please him, either by word or by deed.
Yes. Now, this is the only a clear example of how Socrates helped his friends by telling them how they could help one another. You remember he made this distinction at the beginning of chapter 7, that he alleviated them, or he tried to alleviate the difficulties of his friends, which came from ignorance by instruction, and those which came from need by teaching them how they should help one another. Here they help one another. Hermogenes is one of the true associates of Socrates, just as Crito was in the preceding chapter. But Socrates does it very delicately and not advising Hermogenes to go to Diodorus, but telling Diodorus to seek out Hermogenes. Hermogenes was the brother of the famous Callias, the fool, very wealthy, and who had this affair with Mrs. Iscomaros, as we may call her. But Hermogenes, for one reason or the other, was poor, and he occurs, for example, in Plato's Cratylus. He's one of the characters. So these are how Socrates behaved to his friends in the widest sense of the word by deed, whereas the three preceding chapters showed how he encouraged people to become friends and to cherish friendship by speech.
This reminds me a little bit of this.
I beg your pardon?
This reminds me of Xenophon's banquet a little bit, where Socrates speaks of himself as a procurer, as a matchmaker for things happening. I'm not sure.
No, Xenophon doesn't speak in the symposium. Xenophon does not speak in symposium. So that is, as Socrates says this of Antisthenes. And Antisthenes is indignant about this comparison, and Socrates then tries to explain to him that this is something very dignified and serious.
What exactly were the times that made friends so cheap?
How should I say? An economic crisis. It was a buyer's market for bailiffs, for other helps. That is I do not know, there's no further indication when this was. In the other cases, one could possibly guess at a certain time, when he speaks of the loss of the possessions of Athens and so on, one can assume that this was after the Peloponnesian War, and so. But this is so unimportant for Xenophon's purposes.
Didn't we learn before that the man is the one that goes out and makes or gathers the harvest, and the woman is the one that keeps it in the house? Is that right?
Yeah, but she uses it, yeah.
Well, there's a transition that's made here where the talking is now getting to be about how we're going to have some man who's going to keep things for another man. So he's going to take a position much like a woman. And then the next step is that there's going to be a man who's going to keep things for the state. And somehow keeping things for the state, instead of being like a woman, is very much a manly virtue. It's the virtue of the politician. But from what we learned in the Economicus, it seems that the continued analogy suggests very much that that's the duties of a woman, is to keep the things. And there's a time when the sheep would say to the dog, well, we only need a few dogs, we have too many, and we don't need so many ones just to keep the things. And isn't there a possibility that the position of the politician is a very delicate balance depending upon how many are required at a given time?
I do not quite follow you. I mean, you started from the simple thing the husband is supposed to bring in the things, and the woman to transform them into useful things, making flour or baking bread.
I'm thinking of Rousseau in a certain sense. That is, there's a time when the machinery of the society the machinery of a household can become too clogged up with useless women who sit around the house waiting to keep things and don't make anything themselves. So if the politician somehow is to the society, by means of these two analogies that are made, as a woman is in the household, there might come a time in a society when there are too many useless politicians or bureaucrats, as they say. I think that might be the case today, that are just boggling down, not making anything themselves.
Yeah, but I don't see a direct connection between them. I see the two cases, but I do not see a direct connection between them.
I think that the connection is a continued one, because the one case, the woman is keeping, then there's a man who keeps things for another man privately. He looks after his estate as a bailiff. And then there's the man who keeps things for the state, which is the furthest case.
Can someone help
Yeah,
me?
well, but it seems to me that in the one case there's storing, the one is a storing and the other is a guard. It seems to me they're rather different functions. If he were talking simply about treasurers, then there might be a clear analogy. But if he's about political men in general, I suppose they're supposed to be more like dogs than like wives.
That is, they'd be more like guardians.
More like guardians.
Artisans. Yeah, I think there could be excess of them too.
Well, would you like to bring up anything else regarding the subject friendship as presented by Xenophon? Yes.
I just wanted to ask a question about the story of the doll. Socrates says that you should tell them the story of the doll, but is it clear really that he serves, and that's supposed to answer their objection to the fact that he's idle, presumably he does the work of the doll, but does he really do that work? Or is it just to sort of persuade them to let him go on?
Without him, for example, they could not, I see your question, but without his help, they would never have gotten the capital and the wool for example, on which they worked.
Could women not borrow money, or
One,
couldn't women borrow?
perhaps not as good. I mean, there are clever businesswomen, I know that, but it's more natural, at least according to former notion, it's more natural for a man to go out of the house and take care of these things. Yes?
Mr. Strauss, is it possible that this example of the dog that's chosen to indicate the example that's to serve as an image of the state, which never gets beyond serving the most urgent function of the, say, directing itself only for the most urgent good of the state or the city, that it never gets to the point where it's drawing out the virtue, the potential virtue of the citizens? That's why it chooses the example of the dog. It seems to other examples of guardians that could be chosen, but dog seems to be somewhat.
Yeah, the dog is used, as you surely know from the Republic, as a likeness of the political man. And you can easily see it when you look at a dog barking. That looks like a public accuser. And you cannot see a dog barking as a defender, can you? But he can defend in another way, but not by speech, so to speak. And that is the dog as protector of the house is used as a likeness for the political man as a protector of the polis. And also this accusing comes in as an addition, usefulness of this likeness.
Well, I was sort of thinking that possibly in an ideal city, or that the function of the ideal statesman would be something that a dog could do and analogously do, and that in the example of the dog that's brought up here with roughly that the statesman who performs only the function of guarding the city against attack, etc. They're urgent functions of political societies, in essence, not that much different from.
Yes, but what about the distributive function, which the dog cannot fulfill? The dogs snatch whatever they have access to, but there is no individual dog who distributes dog food among the various dogs, and that would have to be regarded as an important political function. Today it is called allocation of values, yeah, and of what?
Resources.
Resources, thank you very much. So that would be more important, I mean.
Yeah, I was wondering, you alluded and mentioned once in your answer to Mrs. Kaplan that the word friend is being used on at least 3 different levels, and you also indicated here that all of these analogies point to the kind of friendship that he's not talking about at great length, would be the friendship of the master of the dog. But I just wonder, from the point of view of Xenophon's strategy, just who is he writing for? You know, what sort of man has to be told about buying friends? What sort of audience or reader really has to have it made explicit to him that there is a kind of buying and selling of friends?
Well, what is the purpose of the whole work? Is it a treatise of economics, of buying and selling? No. The subject is to show the usefulness of Socrates. And one of the items of the usefulness of Socrates is how he was useful in regard to friendships, and in particular to his friends. And that is shown by these the latter is shown by these 4 chapters. and against people who regarded Socrates as a very dangerous man and a very subversive character. That is, and this is, you must admit, nothing subversive. You can say it is not very exciting, but you cannot possibly say that this is a dangerous man who does these things. And this he fulfills, doubtless, doesn't he?
Yeah, but that's not enough.
No.
Yeah?
Yes, I can do that.
Yeah, and no, I just wonder. I mean, if you don't want to answer it on the level of Xenophon, one can say, why did Socrates make so explicit this the principles underlying this kind of friendship? In other words, what I have in mind is that this sort of thing, it seems to me, happens. This sort of thing that is being described here happens much more than it's talked about. It's really it's a much more common thing, and people don't talk about it. And
no, this kind of thing. What you mean?
I mean this friendship on a mercenary basis.
Yes, sure. Yeah, I think I agree fully with you, and therefore, Xenophon devotes, you can say, disproportionately large part to this kind of friendship. But I think, while making it clear that this is not the highest kind of friendship, because this, to mention only one point, this longing for one another, so that longing for one another, especially in absence, of course, that is here not necessarily presupposed, longing.
Yeah.
What Mrs. Kaplan calls the sentiments. That is not there. Yes, but still, the first usefulness of what Xenophon does is to show Socrates' usefulness in order to counteract the bad view of Socrates entertained by many people. And indeed, that is not enough. And therefore, he speaks also of the more intimate things. But of these more intimate things, he speaks only in allusions. For instance, this passage on Socrates' blissful activity, which has to do with Socrates' good friends, must never be forgotten for one moment when one reads these chapters. And I think even these chapters read by themselves would lead one to roughly such a hierarchy: the mere business, mere utilitarian friendship, friendship of gentlemen, the friendship of Socrates and his people, and one might have to make some subdivisions that would, but this would, the main division would not be endangered by the subdivisions.
Yeah. Well, one of the things I had in mind was, if one thinks about what sort of person needs to learn about this sort of thing, it seems to me that he might be trying to educate young men who are in a certain way too nobly brought up, so that they become blind in knowing how to deal with people who are not as noble as themselves.
No, that may be so, but I believe something more obvious. Think of Benjamin Franklin, who was a great admirer of Xenophon. Now, in his autobiography, he tells this story. A young man came to him and wanted to borrow money. And then Franklin said, "No, I won't give you money, but I will teach you to shave, how to shave. Because then you will save lots of money and you will never be exposed to the stench of barbers." So, something of this kind is happening here. Some people need that advice, surely. But one must also say this advice as given here are trivial, as stated by themselves, and must be seen in a broader context.
Wouldn't you say that, to answer your question, that it is written for people like Aristotle, namely people who read it and say, yes, yes, yes. But it's at the same time, written for people who laugh about it. Because it's
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Xenophon does not know that maybe that it is just.
Sure he knows that.
All right, then he knows, but nowhere he shows us that he knows something on the upper level. That's what he knows. He makes economicus maybe read as a kind of comedy. Because Socrates is ignorant, gentleman is probably not with big knowledge about agriculture. All the answers of the gentleman are very funny because he doesn't say the knowledge is not there. And Socrates, ignorant, and says, yes, that's I know that should be a hall or that tree should be here, and very funny, and you can read this whole. This comedy.
The Economicus was used throughout antiquity and probably until the Renaissance inclusively as a book on farming. The Roman agricultural writers used him and changed him somewhat according to the Roman experiences, and that Cicero translated him.
Yes, I read it in Cicero that it was very seriously said, but yet I cannot help it. It's like a comedy.
Yeah,
comedy and comedy.
Yeah, that is true, but
if he knew this way.
But Mrs. Kavanagh, if you would say this in public, especially in the presence of classical scholars.
They will laugh at me. That's all.
I just happened to read the latest book, on Xenophon, by a classical scholar, an extremely learned man. And he knows not only the modern literature, the whole modern literature, which is enormous, but also all classical literature which has any possible bearing. And the result is complete implicit denial that there is anything funny about these things. Isn't it?
Mr. Strauss, but I answer Mr. Kleins. If he did not know that this is funny, if he knew that why the scholars didn't discover that this is funny, it is funny. That's
because there are scholars.
Yeah. But we cannot wait for many centuries to say somehow suddenly it is fun, but it is fun. This ignorant Socrates and this gentleman who doesn't know much about the subject himself could not be read in a different. I don't know. So I think you are right. He knows that it is comical, and he makes this.
But it is both. No, it's both. Yeah. It is for some people. It is something that is worthwhile considering, and they do consider that.
To buy them.
Yeah, sure.
To buy them.
And that's useful and so on. And other people look at this, read that, and smile. Smile. I wouldn't say laugh, but smile.
Isn't it that people are being shown what happens? And as you said at the beginning of this meeting, you said we are ignorant, but our minds are filled with unexplicit opinions. That is, we haven't been able to make these things explicit. And as we make them explicit, we are able at least to examine the opinions or prejudices that we have.
Yes. In other words,
when we examine this writing, we perhaps all buy friends. We don't know it.
And that would mean to ascend from Aristarchus, hopefully, to something like Xenophon.
because you realize it's making explicit something that you may not even know that you're
Yes,
doing.
sure. Yeah, that is true.
I think it was suggested that there are no secrets in the Republic, and I think that in a certain sense there are no secrets in here.
Absolutely.
That what's being said here is right
But
there for anyone to see.
yeah, but there are secrets for people who do not read carefully, for people completely cloaked with prejudices. If I may mention this point in reading this book on Xenophon, the first thing which strikes me is the overriding concern is, where did Xenophon get this notion? I mean, not what is it in itself, but did he get it from Antisthenes or from I don't know whom, and writers of whom we know practically nothing? And there are big dog fights about them. And the nicest thing, though, I found was what he said about chapter 5 of the Economicus, the Persian chapter. And he discusses very seriously whether this description of the Persian Empire and cooperation of the military and the civil governance of the art of war and the art of farming, whether that was historically correct. And say they know a few things about old Persia from, I do not know, the Iran is probably as opposed to know something about it. And then Xenophon, that doesn't make sense. Hier irrt's Xenophon, as a German commentator once said. You know that story? Here Xenophon is mistaken. Well, I tell you this story. There was an editor of Goethe's letters. And in one of these letters, Goethe is said to have said, I have never read all letters, nor have I ever read this man called Dünzer. Goethe said, this woman I loved more than any other. Dünzer said, here Goethe is mistaken. That is called scholarship. Now we come, after we have been fed to many banal things, we come now in Book 3 to much graver matters, to people who are longing for the noble things, people entirely different from this. And this is possible, what Mr. Burns said, that the contrast between the people longing for the noble things and those friends here is surely intended. And we must see how but Socrates could talk to all these people, those who were only in dire need and didn't know how to feed their 14 female relatives, and he could talk to ambitious young men who wanted to become generals and perhaps conquerors of the world. He could do all this.
Mr. Strauss, when you say you could talk, you mean the Socrates in Plato?
Here too?
But this is exactly what the tediness here is the giddiness here, and the irony here seems to me to be. Mr. Klein said that he knows that what he says, that he is ironical, but it is so inadequate to what we know how Socrates talks in
What do we know?
just a second. How we know, I'm speaking about Plato, that it is so, how should I say, so pedestrian, that one has really to prove if
either the esoteric writing or that there are several places which I don't know, which redeems the meaning that he writes for the food, for
Yeah, but this is a trouble with all the people who think Xenophon was just a retired conner with a grave interest in horses and dogs. He wrote Horses and Dogs, but didn't understand anything seriously of Socrates, that there are always such sentences which strike even the most superficial reader as marvelous. So that there is not such a universal tediousness and boringness and so on. That's simply not true.
You see, his irony is so obvious very often that in order to understand that this is written for some people about whom Mr. Klein talked, and that there is something beyond these people.
Yeah, but it appears from the book itself. Now, when you come to the next chapter, you see people longing for the noble things.
Yes.
And these are entirely different people.
Now let me say, I read the next chapter too. Even the description of the noble things is not as noble as...
Yeah, but you must admit that this is something very different. A young man who wants to become a general, and Socrates proves to possess the whole strategic art. Whereas the advice he gives to Aristarchus does not presuppose any quality of this kind.
Perhaps indicative may be his quotations from literature, which might be interesting.
He quotes sometimes, very rarely he quotes, but very rarely.
Well, later there, we would have known who Socrates was.
The chapters devoted to friendship, 7 chapters of the second book, and we have come up against certain difficulties, as you may remember, and these difficulties will continue to be with us throughout the next section. You will see that very soon, I think. Now, I think we should begin, unless there is someone here who would like to raise a question regarding the second book. Yes?
Would you be willing to characterize anyway the progress from the second, third chapter, the conversation with his son, the conversation with the brothers in difficulty, up through friendship? Is it kind of an ascent, or is there any kind of necessary relationship at all between the two, the relatives and the friends?
Well, you can say kinds of concentric circles, in a way. The man, his relatives, and his friends.
Is that an ascent?
That is hard to say because of the ambiguity of friends. I mean, if friends are people as the good friends of Socrates, described in chapter 6 of the first book, this would be something high. But if they are friends like that counter sycophant, you remember that? Or say Aristarchus or Euthyros, then a friend is something rather low. That cannot be, I think there is no necessity to speak here up to now of a descent or, for that matter, an ascent. First he had the plan of the indictment, piety, continence, and so on, and then afterward, from chapter 2, second book on, relatives, friends. And this belongs to a total division of man's, say, duties. Oneself, relatives, friends, the polis, and we come now more to the polis now, although not in these terms. Now, if the polis is higher than the friends, and surely it would be an ascent, but that is not yet settled. There are such things as descents and ascents in Xenophon, even in the Memorabilia, but I think up to now we have not yet a right to speak of that. Good. Now shall we turn to the third book, and let us only read the very first sentence first.
I will now explain how he helped those who were eager to win distinction by making them qualify themselves for the honors they coveted.
Those who long for the noble things, and these prove to be military or other political officers. This is a group of men distinguished from the friends. We know that before. A friend is not necessarily a politically ambitious man, and vice versa. So these are two different groups. One can even go so far as to say they are mutually exclusive in this Xenophantine scheme. Now, this here, the sentence which we read, is a heading of the whole section following now, the whole 7 chapters. And that is something we have not seen before. For example, the beginning of the Friends section, beginning of chapter 4, is only the beginning of chapter 4. And by reading these chapters, we see that they deal with friends. There's no heading. Here there is. Now, of course, even here this heading is not very clear, because the term, the longing for the noble things, means, more literally translated, longing for the noble ones, longing for the beautiful ones. And that can be something very different from political offices. For example, people who long for beautiful, beloved ones are not politically ambitious people. So Xenophon, to some extent, preserves here his intention to keep his plan disguised, if only slightly disguised here. But that here he comes closest to presenting a plan. And that is probably connected with the fact that here he speaks of the polis, and this is, if anything is public, it is a polis. Now, we can perhaps consider again later on this question of disguise in Xenophon, but we don't have to go into that now. Now, one more point which we should remember as an opening for the third book, a characteristic of the friendship chapters as a whole, the preponderance of the law, at least superficially at least. Friendship viewed as from a utilitarian point of view. The friend as a possession, as a useful possession, like a slave. And that we have seen various examples of that also especially in chapter 10, the last chapter, but others too. And now in book 3 we can say we raise to a higher level, politically ambitious man, the polis, that seems to be beyond the realm of merely utilitarian consideration. The chapter on the political offices the section on political offices consists also of 7 chapters, just as the section on friendship. But there is one great difference, which is indicated by the very first sentence. There were some chapters in which Socrates urged on people toward friendship. Here there is no urging on toward political office. Only those who longed for political office were urged by Socrates to take the necessary steps, but he did not urge them on to strive for political office. Yes. Now let us go on. Let us see the next sentence.
He once heard that Dionysiodorus had arrived at Athens and gave out that he was going to teach generalship.
Yes, so Socrates had heard of that. He had not met Dionysiodorus. So that is an entirely different sphere in which Dionysiodorus moves and in which Socrates moves. Yes?
Being aware that one of his companions wished to obtain the office of general from the state, he addressed him thus: "Young man, surely it would be disgraceful for one who wishes to be a general in the state to neglect the opportunity of learning the duties, and he would deserve to be punished by the state much more than one who carved statues without having learned to be a sculptor."
Yes. Now you see, the state is of course always polis, but you see that is said a few times and seemingly unnecessarily. He longed for this honor in the city. He wants to be a general in the city. What does this addition mean? It is not obvious that a general is a general in the city. He is not likely to be elected by another city. Well, Xenophon's own history, his own fate shows that one may be a leader of mercenary soldiers. That is an entirely different story. There is no question of election, but only of finding some employment with a city or with some monarch, as Xenophon almost did. Yeah, he said to one of the companions, Xenophon does not here vouch for the authenticity of the conversation by saying, "I heard him say," or something of this kind. Xenophon apparently was not present here. And only on one occasion in these 7 chapters does he vouch for the authenticity, whereas in the friendship chapters, that was a normal procedure. I state this as a fact, and we may perhaps try to think about the cause of the fact. Yes. The thought itself, I believe, is clear. It's a much greater responsibility in generalship than in sculpture, and therefore should be much more of a punishable offense than to have any other employment without having learned it. It doesn't mean that in Athens it was a punishable offense to try to become a general if one had not a diploma in generalship. And most Athenian generals had not taken courses in generalship. This foreshadows the theme of this chapter. The polis, we may say, ought to require such a diploma. Hitherto, he does not do it. Yes?
For in the dangerous times of war, the whole state is in the general's hands, and great good may come from his success, and great evil from his failure. Therefore, anyone who exerts himself to gain the votes, but neglects to learn the business, deserves punishment.
Would he, is a question, would he not justly be punished? But it is not said that they are in fact punished. Yes?
This speech persuaded the man to go and learn. When he had learnt his lesson and returned, Socrates chaffed him. "Don't you think, sirs," he said, "that our friend looks more majestic, as Homer called Agamemnon, now that he has learnt generalship? For just as he who has learned to play the harp is a harper, even when he doesn't play, and he who has studied medicine is a doctor, even when he doesn't practice, so our friend will be a general forever, even if no one votes for him. But your ignoramus is neither general nor doctor, even if he gets every vote. But," he continued, "in order that any one of us who may happen..."
Let us wait for 1 second, because that indicates the theme of this whole discussion. Socrates begins with a joke about the very looks of this young man. He looks now majestic, like Agamemnon, because he has learned generalship. And this learning generalship, this knowing the art of generalship, this is the only legitimate title to generalship. not election, because people who do not deserve to be elected are elected. Nor, it seems, even practice. If a man has learned medicine, but doesn't use this knowledge by for healing people, he is still a physician. The same would be true of a general. So if he takes this seriously, by learning generalship, and without ever having practiced generalship, one would be a general. And this would lead to very far-reaching consequences.
You follow from that by learning statesmanship without ever being a statesman?
Yeah.
Would be...
Sure. In a way, that is what Socrates does. But when he says of himself, not in Xenophon but in Plato, that he is the only true statesman in Athens. This true statesmanship does not mean that he was ever...
I hope that there's more to that argument than just that.
Yeah, there is much more. But one thing, does it not remind you of a very famous Socratic assertion? Its generalship is knowledge, period.
Yeah, the beginning of virtue.
Yeah. Sure, virtue is knowledge, which will be discussed later on in the third book. But this is prepared now, being prepared now. Yes?
There doesn't seem to be any sign of where he learned generalship.
With Dionysius.
Oh.
Pardon
me, I see.
Yeah. Now, one knows a bit of the Dionysius through Plato's dialogue with the demons, where he appears together with his younger brother, Euthydemus. And he is inferior to Euthydemus. That is also perhaps characteristic of Xenophon, that he picks the lower one of the two, Dionysius, and not Euthydemus.
It seems that the kind of statesmanship that Socrates talks about in The Statesman, for example, with respect to the idea of the Socratic statesman seems to be a non-functional statesman, a statesman that doesn't perform any political functions in this world. And it seems that the beautiful things, in that they are not evenly distributed among all the people, must come, if by knowledge, from those that have the knowledge. And it seems that consideration alone would be enough to invoke from those that have the knowledge some kind of almost moral imperative to use their knowledge. It's almost a moral imperative on the part of the few to act and not just think.
You can say that, yeah.
Talk.
Sure.
So I'm not sure that I understand the argument of the Socratic statesman, and I wonder if there's any more to it to substantiate.
Yeah, I think there is probably much more. A provisional answer was given at the end of chapter 6 of the first book. Socrates does not go into politics, but he enables as many as possible to become statesmen. By educating statesmen, he does a greater service to the polis than by being a statesman, which means practically have to be re-elected every year, as it was at that time in Athens, and probably also not re-elected the second time. So he is much more, he doesn't need election for what he is doing, for a teaching statesman.
Yeah, except we never see an example of him successfully educating a statesman and sending him into the field. All the ones that he talks to, he either discourages or he unsuccessfully educates them and they turn out to be tyrants. So he's apparently very unsuccessful all the way around in his endeavor to create.
Yes, that is historically not quite correct. There was a man called Theramenes who was quite respectable as a statesman, but who characteristically does not appear as such in Xenophon or in Plato. I mean, in Xenophon's history is mentioned, and indirectly one knows that he was connected with Socrates. But surely, in the main, you are nevertheless right. Socrates did not. Well, you can take another example. Socrates knew the economic art, as we have seen, the whole art of farming, and yet he was not a farmer, and he was not a householder, because apart from the knowledge, you need also a motivation, as I say today. And Socrates did not have the motivation. Could this not apply here too? Then we would, of course, have to know the reason why he was not motivated, because at first glance, as you said, it would be his duty to be a statesman.
I think that considering all the things that he seems to understand about the natural differences between men.
You're sure that would reinforce your argument, understand you?
I think so.
Yeah. And then if this is so, there would be very few top statesmen, and all the greater the obligation on those who are by nature fitted for it to become actual statesmen. Is that what you want to say?
Yeah, or to say simply that if he's going to give an apology, I don't think it would have to be for the fact that he does philosophy, but it might be for the fact that he does not do politics, in the sense that he doesn't actually perform the political actions, nor is he successful in teaching people to do that. I think that's what he should apologize for.
Yes, but you remember the reason which he gives in Plato's Apology, why he doesn't go into politics.
No, not
the daimonion prevents him. And he couldn't do anything against that. Pardon?
That's not much of an apology.
Well, that all depends. I mean, if you take Aristoteles' view and don't believe in the daimonion, then it is not good. But if you take the more obvious view and believe in it, then it's a good answer. But you would like to have a less mythical answer.
I'd like to have a less evasive Socrates.
Yeah.
I'd like to have a Socrates, if he thinks that there's something wrong with politics, and if he thinks that it would in some way spoil his life, to dedicate a certain part of it to helping the ones around him who clearly will never be able to see the things that he sees, then I would like to have from him an explanation of why he feels that way.
Yes, ultimately one would have to know the essence of the polis, whether there is something in that essence which makes it impossible for a man like Socrates to be politically active. Could this not be? But you have read, haven't you, Plato's Republic?
Okay.
And there this question is discussed at length.
Yeah, I took the Republic more to be a dialogue about the relationship between certain kinds of men and the structure of the human soul than a dialogue about politics. I thought there was very little politics in the Republic.
But still there is enough there, and surely an answer to this question. And the answer of the Republic is very simple.
There are different kinds of men.
Yeah, but not to this question we have now in mind. In a city, the philosopher will be politically active in a city ruled by philosophers. But practically all cities are not ruled by philosophers. And he cannot function in a city not ruled by philosophers.
Then he really does need not simply an apology, but it seems that he needs a complete justification for his existence in the city, because he eats, he takes up room.
Yes, it's absolutely correct.
And it's not simply a justification to show that his philosophy doesn't corrupt people. I mean, even if he could show that, that wouldn't be enough.
Yeah, but still, that is quite true. Regarding eating, one could perhaps say he did not eat very much. Yeah? As Xenophon at least is so. And there are other considerations which would come in. Is he not very helpful to many citizens in their private capacities and even in their public capacities by giving them good advice? We have had such examples in the second book. Poor Aristarchus and his 14 female relatives would have starved but for Socrates. Is this not useful?
Yes.
and many other things of this kind. So we perhaps the city can afford a man who from the city's point of view is rather marginal, but does not inflict great harm on the city, and is even somewhat useful. I'm speaking now on the assumption of the minimum. Well, we will come back to that. So at any rate, this young man, you see, he is nameless. He's nameless. And in the next 2 chapters, by the way, the interlocutors are also nameless. And then in the 4 following chapters, they have names. And here one can say there is an assent, because the nameless is in a way nothing. And whereas then come people with names. The first name is a fellow called Nicomachides, a name which contains victory and battle, a very significant name for a general. And then Pericles, the son of, not the true Pericles, but his son, but still, what an auspicious name. And then Glaucon, who was not a great statesman, but who was a relative of Charmides and of Plato. So these are all very significant, and there is an assent here in this section, within this section. But yeah, by the way, this question of the sculpture, which Socrates gave an example in paragraph 3. Now, what would one do in the case of a sculptor? Because this question was explicitly discussed before. How would one distinguish between a good and bad sculptor? Would one say, who are your teachers? How many years have you studied them? No, you would look at his works. So if he does not produce works of sculpture, if he does not practice the art of sculpture, he is undistinguishable from a man who has no knowledge of the art of sculpture at all. Perhaps something of this kind would apply to physicians and to generals too. Yes?
But, he continued, in order that any of us who may happen to command a regiment or platoon under you may have a better knowledge of warfare, tell us the first lesson he gave you in generalship. The first was like the last, he replied. He taught me tactics, nothing else. But then that is only a small part of generalship, for a general must...
Which means that the young man is not a general, and he does not deserve that Homeric epithet of majestic, because he has learned only a small part of it. Yeah? That we know already. But now let's go on.
For a general must also be capable of furnishing military equipment and providing supplies for the men. He must be resourceful, active, careful, hardy, and quick-witted. He must be both gentle and brutal, at once straightforward and designing, capable of both caution and surprise, lavish and rapacious, generous and mean, skillful in defense and attack, And there are many other qualifications, some natural, some acquired, that are necessary to one who would succeed as a general.
Yeah, more literary and many other things which he must have by nature and by knowledge. Which means, of course, knowledge is not enough. He must have a specific nature in addition to that. And of this addition, for example, he must have the quality of being, let us say, kind and cruel. Not every man is able to be cruel, or for that matter, to be kind. This is something, these contradictory qualities are essential to the general. Or does not knowledge here come in too? Must he not be kind in one set of circumstances and cruel in another set of circumstances? Must he not be able to discern the circumstances which call for kindness and those which call for cruelty? But if this is so, then knowledge rules, regulates these qualities mentioned here. And while knowledge is not the whole, it is nevertheless ruling everything else in generalship and perhaps in other activities. The general must be able to alternate between these opposite qualities. And this alternation presupposes discernment, judgment, as a regulator. Does this remind you of another great man's assertion regarding such matters? Caesar? Yeah, but what did Caesar say about that? Yeah, sure. So that would only be an empirical confirmation of Xenophon's. I meant of Xenophon's thesis, but I meant his thesis as such.
Machiavelli in chapter 15 of the Prince.
Yeah, more or less there.
I think where he speaks of the centaur.
The alternation, only Machiavelli puts it in a more harsh way by speaking of an alternation between virtue and vice. But this alternation between moral virtue and moral vice, but this alternation itself must be regulated, of course, by prudence, as Machiavelli uses the word prudence. And this intelligent alternation, this is what Machiavelli calls virtue. And so this is another point where we are led to think of Machiavelli.
The word also reminds one of the position of the dog in a republic.
Yes, I see. Yeah. Yes, that is true.
Or the position of Odysseus' ship in the Iliad, that is between Ajax and Achilles. Ajax being slow and ponderous, but strong and brave, and Achilles being rash and quick-witted, but not as strong and applied, and Odysseus being alternating, as the moment called for, between the two qualities, never going too far into either one.
But these are two different individuals. Here we speak of these qualities in one man.
I think Homer is speaking in one man too, but he's illustrating it with the ships to show the possibility for the movement between two extremes, between Ajax and Achilles. There's some path that a man can take.
And who has in Homer has this alternation in himself, this particular alternation?
Odysseus. he has, at the moment when he's going from the island of the Cyclops, he's like Achilles. And at other moments, when he's being battered by the waves, he's like Ajax. And sometimes he plays back and forth between them, such that he balances. And as the moment calls for it, he takes the virtue or the vice that's necessary.
It makes sense.
Isn't there something lacking in this account that is in the account of the dog in the Republic? Namely that the guardian, who's like a watchdog in the Republic, not only has to be able to be harsh and gentle by turns, but he also does this on the basis of a distinction between friends and enemies, which is related to the familiar and the unfamiliar. That is, one could say, taking it into the political, he's patriotic. He's gentle toward his fellow citizens, or most of them at least, and harsh toward enemies. There doesn't seem in this account of the general so far to be any basis on which he could distinguish who his friends are and who his enemies are. That, in other words, he might indeed be a mercenary, someone who could travel from city to city like Dionysiodorus does, simply offering his services.
Yeah, but is not the distinction, isn't the distinction not implied? For example, where is he supposed to be rapacious, to rob, to steal, and so on? Not from his own people, but from the enemy. I mean, so the distinction between friends and enemies is presupposed when you speak of generals, when you speak of war. And surely it is not sufficient because the general must also be harsh or cruel to his own subordinates, in the case of mutiny or panning or so. Well, the intention in the Republic of the dog is, of course, to indicate in a somewhat amusing way the crucial importance of knowledge for the polis. Yeah, but this is here not done not as explicitly, in another way much more explicitly here, when the whole art of generalship is reduced to knowledge.
Listen, I must say, I share Mr. Garay's difficulty there. For example, in the Republic, if one looks to knowledge alone, it's very difficult to tell the difference between a thief and a night watchman.
In the first book.
Yes.
But later on, that is the reason why they begin this foundation of the polis, in order to solve this difficulty.
Well, that's what strikes me as missing in this particular account. That is, although, let's see, this is an unnamed companion. Although he wishes to be a general in the city, Dionysiodorus travels from city to city, teaching an art which, presumably, as knowledge, can be transferred.
Yes.
That is, there's no particular allegiance it points to. Somehow the city has a particularity that goes further, that is in addition to the art of generalship. And that is, if a general is praised, I gather he's praised not only for his art, but for his patriotism. And that seems to be absent here.
Yes, that leads to more broader questions, which was brought up before. Patriotism, love of the fatherland, of the patris in Greek. Now the word patris occurs rather rarely in Xenophon, in the memorabilium. And we have seen it occurred in the Heracles chapter, remember in 2:1, where the question came up, what is Heracles' fatherland? And that depends on who his father was. And it's an unanswerable question. Heracles could be interested in any city, but the followers of Heracles, they all would come from a determinate city and belong to it. Now here, there is nothing said of the fatherland. As a matter of fact, the first 4 chapters are silent on that subject. and then it comes out. So for a complete picture of the polis, one has generalship in particular, one surely has to take this into consideration. But as is indicated, as you yourself said, by such an individual as Dionysiodorus, a man who possesses the art of a general does not necessarily belong to any city. This knowledge is in its essence transferable from one city to the other. And that will come to the fore gradually.
And yet it's necessary that a general, if he acts, always ally him with this city or that city. That is,
yes.
His art doesn't seem to provide him the basis for, at least it doesn't provide him all of the basis of his action. There has to be something else which, whatever it may be, profit, patriotism, or whatever, which...
Yeah, but is this not connected with the fact that generalship is a ministerial art? And there is a higher art which tells the general who is the enemy and who is the friend, the political art proper. And if you think of a man who is driven only by gain and condottiere, nothing else, well, then it is subordinate to the economic art. You know, it is his way of earning a living. And the strategic art would minister to his desire to earn a living. But at any rate, it is clear that a generalship is not simply knowledge. Yes?
It is well to understand tactics, too, for there is a wide difference between right and wrong disposition of the troops, just as stones, bricks, timber, and tiles, flung together anyhow, are useless, whereas when the materials that neither rot nor decay, that is, the stones and tiles, are placed at the bottom and the top, and the bricks and timber are put together in the middle, as in building, the result is something of great value, a house, in fact. Your analogy is perfect, Socrates, said the youth, for in war one must put the best men in the van and the rear, and the worst in the center, that they may be led by the van and driven forward by the rear guard. Well and good, provided that he taught you also to distinguish the good and the bad men. If not, what have you gained by your lessons? No more than you would have gained if he had ordered you to put the best money at the head and tail, and the worst in the middle, without telling you how to distinguish good from base coin. I assure you he didn't, so we should have to judge for ourselves which are the good men and which are the bad.
Now, perfectly clear that Dionysiodorus is not a general, and still less our young friend. Yeah.
Then we had better consider how we may avoid mistaking them. I want to do so, said the youth. Well now, said Socrates, if we had to lay hands on a sum of money, would not the right face danger? Should our first line consist of the most ambitious? Oh yes, they are the men who will face danger for the sake of glory. About these now, there is no mystery. They are conspicuous everywhere, and so it is easy to find them.
There is a question here. In one case, the lovers of money, and in the other case, the lovers of honor or distinction. But the latter are introduced by reflection on who are willing, what kind of men are willing to undergo risks. Cannot the lovers of money, prompted by a great desire for money, be willing to undergo great risks? I believe that's possible. And I believe Xenophon also thinks of that. Yes?
But, said Socrates, did he teach you only the disposition of an army, or did he include where and how to use each formation? Not at all. And yet there are many situations that call for a modification of tactics and strategy. I assure you he didn't explain that. Then pray go back and ask him. If he knows and has a conscience, he will be ashamed to send you home ill-taught after taking your money.
Well, of course, he doesn't say anything of a conscience. If he knows and is not impudent, he will be ashamed after having taken money to to send you away without that knowledge. Why does he say impudent? Would it not be more simple to say unjust? Well, I think as a general, as defined before, he wouldn't be simply just. You have seen, he must be a thief, and so on. He couldn't be, so that wouldn't make sense. In addition, Socrates does not consider the possibility that he might not know it, or more precisely, that he might ever return the money. That's out of the question. That is there is one point here. Pardon? What did I have? Socrates obviously knows more of strategy than Dionysiodorus. So he could have given instruction in the strategic art. He does not do though. He sends the boy away. But he does give instruction in the economic art, in a peaceful art. And that is not, it throws a certain light on Socrates. Now, if he possessed and the knowledge which a general needs, he was a general without ever having practiced it and without ever having desired to be a general, to be a general. As this we must, of course, keep in mind. There is one point to which I would like to draw your attention, and that is line 19, in the last paragraph. That doesn't appear, of course, in the translation. There is the Greek word which occurs here, again, leading. And some manuscripts have legan instead. Not everywhere must one speak in this manner, namely the best things in front or in the rear and the worst things in the middle. But wholly apart from this variant reading, there is something of this rule of putting the best foot forward and also the best man in the rear, and the low things, the unreliable and poor things in the middle. And that is also a principle of rhetoric. In forensic rhetoric especially, it was a rule that you bring in front the arguments which speak powerfully for the defendant, and toward the end also such arguments. But the weak arguments in the middle, where the attention of the listeners is flagging. And we have observed frequently here Xenophon's use of the center, say in an enumeration of the centrally mentioned thing, for indicating the most important. And the question would, of course, be, how can the most important be the weakest? Now, from the point of view of the defendant, as well as of the public prosecutor, obviously, the weakest argument of the defense, or which could be made by the defense, are the most important. Something of this kind happens here too. The weakest thing, namely those which are least acceptable to men in general, are the most important. These weakest things are the most important things. Or does it not make sense?
The words tactic and strategy in translation are certainly very bad words. The word tactics and strategy.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Ordering, yeah. Yeah, this is Agan and Tata comes from, yeah, good. So this is then the first of the men desiring to be honored. Socrates sends him to Dionysius and sends him back to him. That is, act friendly to the city. Whether it works in this case, that's another matter. Now let us turn to the second chapter.
One day, when he had met a man who had been chosen general, he asked him, "For what reason, think you, is Agamemnon dubbed shepherd of the people by Homer? Is it because a shepherd must see that his sheep are safe and are fed, and that the object for which they are kept is attained? And a general must see that his men are safe and are fed, and that the object for which they fight is attained. Or, in other words, that victory over the enemy may add to their happiness."
So let us stop here. Yeah, that doesn't bring out the key point, that the object for the sake of which they campaign be achieved. But they then campaign, however, meaning this is the object of the campaign. Whereas in the case of the sheep, he did not say what the object is, because that would unbalance the whole thing. The sheep are taken care of in order to be eaten. And this would then be awkward to apply this notion to the soldiers. You see, I mean, that there should be subordinates, should be served up to the general. Here we have an elected general, so not like the young man who wished in the future to become elected. This is the most, here in this chapter we have the most general statement about generalship which occurs in this work. Yes?
Or what reason can Homer have for praising Agamemnon as both a good king and a doughty warrior too?
Yeah, he quotes here a verse from the Iliad, and in the preceding chapter it also quoted from the Iliad. These are the only quotations from the Iliad which occur in this work. And whereas in the section on friendship, there was a reference to the Odyssey. Yeah.
Is it that he would be a doughty warrior too, not if he alone were a good fighter, but if he made all his men like himself, and a good king, not if he merely ordered his own life aright, but if he made his subjects happy as well? Because a king is chosen not to take good care of himself, but for the good of those who have chosen him. And all men fight in order that they may get the best life possible, and choose generals to guide them to it. Therefore it is the duty of a commander to contrive this for those who have chosen him for general. For anything more honorable than that is not easy to find, or anything more disgraceful than its opposite. But by these reflections on what constitutes a good leader, he stripped away all other virtues and left just the power to make his followers happy.
Yes. You must have noticed the transition from the direct speech of Socrates to the indirect speech, Xenophon's narration in the last sentence. This is, I believe one can understand that. Now, what is the main point he makes here? If the general or the king is chosen, so not only for his own happiness, but also for the happiness of the subjects. Clear. But when we come to the end, we see he drops completely the king's own happiness. The king is chosen exclusively for the sake of the happiness of the subjects. And then here he speaks, he says, it is not easy to find anything more noble than it. It is not easy, that means it is possible, but difficult. So there is something more noble. And that may have something to do with this particular thing, that the happiness of the king is irrelevant. Only the happiness of the subjects counts. Let us compare that with Socrates in the passage in dealing with Socrates' bliss in the 6th chapter of the first book. I think we should look at it. 1:6:14.
That is my own view, Antiphon. Others have a fancy for a good horse, or dog, or bird. My fancy, stronger even than theirs, is for good friends. And I teach them all the good I can, and recommend them to others from whom I think they will get some moral benefit. And the treasures that the wise men of old have left us in their writings, I open and explore with my friends. If we come on any good thing, we extract it, and we set much store on being useful to one another. For my part, when I heard these words fall from his lips, I judged him to be a happy man himself and to be putting his hearers in the way of being gentlemen.
Yeah, well, he uses here a different word for happiness, Makarios, but let's disregard that. But here Socrates is happy. What about his hearers? He leads them to perfect gentlemanship, and that is not clear whether they are happy. The word is surely not applied to it. Here he does exactly the word reverse in the political sphere. The leader, if we can compare Socrates to a leader, the leader is concerned exclusively with the happiness of the led and in no way with his own happiness. This is an indication of the problem. Of course, the question arises, what induces a man to wish to become a leader? If this is nothing, if ruling is nothing but serving and complete forgetting of oneself. In this chapter, these difficulties which we have here are connected with the fact that here he is completely silent on knowledge, whereas knowledge was a great theme of the preceding chapter. So the dubious status of knowledge in generalship and in this whole sphere, that is the properly elaborated, the reason why Socrates is not a political man.
If Socrates seems to go around putting his hearers in the way of being gentlemen, and in that sense, he has an influence like a politician's influence over groups of people, but he doesn't function in the organized political structure of the society. He functions as sort of a free agent going around putting people in the way of being gentlemen. So it seems that in a certain sense, he's ignoring the political structure as the society is formed, that is, the one that men, for the most part, recognize, and he's creating his own among the ones that he comes in contact with.
Yeah.
What I want to know is, what happens if the one interferes with the other? Then doesn't he have to go put on his tunic and go out to the public square and say something about it?
So, yes, that you are surely right. In other words, there are two societies. The one is a polis, and the other is that of Socrates and his companions.
The ones that he puts in place.
The two overlap, the two societies. Socrates has companions who are not Athenians, for example, and of course not all Athenians are companions of Socrates. But they have, above all, they have different principles, different reasons why they are. The polis on the one hand and the Socratic circle on the other. Since they have such different principles, there is a possibility of conflict.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
As in China. I mean, there are many examples of societies in which a philosopher or his group, in which he would like to be a kind of statesman, are simply not left alone. And if he wants to be a statesman, even in an esoteric sense, even with a special group of people, every once in a while he has to go out among the whole society and defend himself, defend his position. Otherwise, he simply will not be left alone.
Yes, but that is true, but there is one difficulty. Assuming that what I called his principle is unintelligible to the polis, how can he defend himself?
He has to learn to speak their language.
Yeah, then he must translate the proper expression of his principle into an expression which is not quite appropriate, but which should, but he cannot defend it on its own terms.
No. And if he gets killed trying to, there's really not much that he can say about it. He does have an obligation to learn how to speak their language. Otherwise, he's just like a little child. Society is kind of like a parent and leads him around by the hand. He's in the democracy where he hopes that people will leave him alone. But if they don't, if they come and throw him in jail, there isn't anything he can say because he didn't take his position as a man in the society in which he primarily existed.
Yes, but I'm afraid that one can also turn it around and say the other people are the children, and Socrates is a man, the more mature than the others.
But only if one's on a level to see what Socrates is doing. But for the most part, people are not that way, and I think it's necessary I think when two people meet who don't speak the same language, it's always the obligation of the more intelligent one to learn the language of the less.
Yes, all right. But if the difficulty of which I spoke is not disposed of, because what Socrates means cannot be expressed in the other language. Or if he uses the words, and if they use the words, they mean something very different. Well, I think in our time, the people speak of doing philosophy. Did you ever hear that expression? And of intellectuals. Did you ever hear that? Yeah. And of ideologies. Well, can one express what philosophy is about in this language?
I don't think so.
Yeah, well. And so only today, for the time being, in the West, there is no possible bloody conflict between the state and philosophy.
That's by chance.
Not altogether. The modern state was constructed in order to prevent such conflicts. Did you ever hear of toleration? Good. And the toleration, which was meant primarily for people of different religious views, by an almost inevitable extension, comprised also the philosophers.
Good luck.
Pardon?
That's good luck.
In an ultimate sense, yes. Yeah, all right.
It could change.
Yes, yes. This does not mean, by the way, that something something is good luck because it can be changed. This table was made by an artisan, not accidentally, and yet it can be changed.
Yeah.
Now, let us turn to the next chapter.
Again, when someone had chosen a leader of cavalry, I remember that Socrates conversed with him in the following manner.
Yeah, here's again an elected man, yeah? An elected man. And this, I know, is the only voucher for authenticity occurring in this whole section. Yes?
Young man, he said, can you tell us why you hankered after a cavalry command? I presume it was not to be first of the cavalry in the charge, for that privilege belongs to the mounted archers. At any rate, they ride ahead of their commanders even. True. Nor was it to get yourself known either. Even madmen are known to everyone. True again.
So here the question of the motivation of the ruler or the potential ruler is explicitly raised, yes?
But perhaps you think you can hand over the cavalry in better condition to the state when you retire, and can do something for the good of the state as a cavalry leader, in case there is any occasion to employ that arm. Yes, certainly, said he. Yes, said Socrates, and no doubt it is a fine thing if you can do that. The command, I presume, for which you have been chosen is the command of horses and riders. Indeed it is. Come then, tell us first how you propose to improve the horses. Oh, but I don't think that is my business. Every man must look after his own horse. Then if some of your men appear on parade with their horses ailing or suffering from bad feet or sore legs, others with underfed animals that can't go the pace, others with restive brutes that won't keep in line, others with such bad kickers that it is impossible to line them up at all, what will you be able to make of your cavalry? How will you be able to do the state any good with a command like that? I am much obliged to you, he replied, and I will try to look after the horses carefully.
So we see this commander of cavalry was elected, but he should not have been elected. Yes?
Won't you also try to improve the men? Asked Socrates. I will. Then will you first train them to mount better? Oh yes, I must, so that if anyone is thrown, he may have a better chance of saving himself. Further, when there is some danger before you, will you order them to draw the enemy into the sandy ground where your maneuvers are held, or will you try to carry out your training in the kind of country that the enemy occupy? Oh yes, that is the better way. And again, will you pay much attention to the bringing down as many of the enemy as possible without dismounting? Oh yes, that too is the better way. Have you thought of fostering a keen spirit among the men and hatred of the enemy, so as to make them more gallant in action? Well, at any rate, I will try to do so now. And have you considered how to make the men obey you? Because without that, horses and men, however good and gallant, are of no use. True, but what is the best way of encouraging them to obey, Socrates? Well, I suppose you know that under all conditions, human beings are most willing to obey those whom they believe to be the best. Thus, in sickness, they most readily obey the doctor. On board ship, the pilot. On a farm, the farmer, whom they think to be most skilled in his business. Yes, certainly. Then it is likely that in horsemanship, too, one who clearly knows best what ought to be done will most easily gain the obedience of the others.
So here the subject of knowledge comes up again. Knowledge is not the soul, but the decisive time. At least the reputation for knowledge in this respect. Yes?
If then, Socrates, I am plainly the best horseman among them, will that suffice to gain their obedience? Yes, if you also show them that it will be safer and more honorable for them to obey you. How then shall I show that? Well, it's far easier than if you had to show them that bad is better than good and more profitable. Do you mean that in addition to his other duties, a cavalry leader must take care to be a good speaker? Did you suppose that a commander of cavalry should be mum? Did you never reflect that the best we learned according to custom, the learning, I mean, that teaches us how to live, we learned by means of words, and that every other good lesson to be learned is learned by means of speech, and that the best teachers rely most on the spoken word, and that those with the deepest knowledge of the greatest subjects are the best talkers? Did you never reflect that wherever one chorus is selected from the citizens of this state, for instance, the chorus that is sent to Delos, no choir from any other place can compare with it, and no state can collect so goodly a company? True. And yet the reason is that Athenians excel all others not so much in singing, or in stature, or strength, as in love of honor, which is the strongest incentive to deeds of honor and renown. True again. Then don't you think that if one took the same pains with our cavalry, they too would greatly excel others in arms and horses and discipline and readiness to face the enemy, If they thought that they would win glory and honor by it, I expect so. Don't hesitate then, but try to encourage this keenness among the men. Both you and your fellow citizens will benefit by the results of your efforts. Most certainly I will try.
So here the benefit of the leader too is given, because the question of the motivation of the leader is answered. And that motivation is a love of honor or glory or distinction. We see again that knowledge alone is not enough. We must at least have, in addition, the capacity to articulate one's knowledge, to speak, to converse. Yes, I think there is. He made a distinction in paragraph 11. The things which we learn by law, that they are most noble, and other pieces of learning. The things of which we have learned by law that they are most noble are the things through which we understand how to live. The other subjects of which we not know by law that they are most noble, of their subjects nothing is said. Xenophon himself wrote a treatise on the art of the cavalry commander, and he understood this art obviously. One cannot dare to say more about it, because Xenophon was never elected cavalry commander by the Athenians. Yes. Then let us turn to the next chapter, unless you would like to raise a question. Yeah?
You pointed out in the first chapter that where Socrates was considering what kinds of men will take risks in war, that it seems as if people who are interested in money could be expected to take great risks or risk their lives. I didn't understand, though, why only people who are interested in glory and people who are interested in money are mentioned as people who would be willing to take great risks. I mean, there are other things people fight for and are willing to die for.
Yes, that is a good question, but remember the chapters on friendship and the utilitarianism which we observed there. This is effective probably here too. So the noble things are pushed back. And there is a doctrine supporting this act, and that is the noble is identical with the good. And the good means here the useful. Now, if this is so, then there is no independent consideration of the noble. That is a basis, and this equation will be discussed later on in this book after the completion of the political chapters. So, if any evidence were needed, you would find it in the next chapter. Let's turn again.
Once, on seeing Nicomachides returning from the elections, he asked, "Who have been chosen generals, Nicomachides?" "Isn't it like the Athenians?" replied he. "They haven't chosen me after all the hard work I've done, since I was called up in the command of company or regiment, though I have been so often wounded in action." And here he uncovered and showed his scars. "Yet they have chosen Antisthenes, who has never served in a marching regiment, nor distinguished himself in the cavalry, and understands nothing but money-making."
Yes. Now, he is elected general. We'll see that. Socrates was not present at the election. He was not present in the assembly. He only asked Nicomachides what has happened there. Now, Nicomachides, as you will see, as you have seen, is very indignant about the choice of the Athenians, and Socrates defends that choice By doing so, he defends the Athenians. He defends the established order. That is, one must consider, because he does not in every respect do that. We see here, by the way, that, and so in passing from what Nicomachus mentions, Antisthenes was a knight, a horseman, which belonged to a higher social group than the hoplites, the heavy armed infantry. Yes?
Isn't that a recommendation, said Socrates, supposing he proves capable of supplying the men's needs? Why, retorted Nicomachus, merchants too are capable of making money, but that doesn't make them fit to command an army. But, cried Socrates, Antisthenes also is eager for victory, and that is a good point in a general. Whenever he has been courageous, his choir has always won. No doubt, said Nicomachus, but there is no analogy between the handling of a choir and of an army. But you see, said Socrates, though Antisthenes knows nothing about music or choir training, he showed himself capable of finding the best experts in these. In the army too, then, said Nicomachus, he will find others to command for him and others to do the fighting.
Yeah, let us stop here for a moment. According to Socrates, a good general is a man good at finding the officers and the soldiers, or the good soldiers. He does not have to have expert knowledge in military matters, fighting and tactics. From this point of view, Socrates might very well be a general. Because, as you see, for example, in Economicus 2:16, he was always looking around in Athens who was most qualified in the various arts. And so he knew these people. Yeah?
But you see, said Socrates, though Antisthenes knows nothing about music or choir training, he showed himself capable, I beg your pardon, spit it out. And therefore, said Socrates, if he finds out and prefers the best men in warfare, as in choir training, it is likely that he will be victorious in that too. And probably he will be more ready to spend on winning a battle with the whole state than on winning a choral competition with his tribe. Do you mean to say, Socrates, that the man who succeeds with a chorus will also succeed with an army? I mean that whatever a man controls, if he knows what he wants and can get it, he will be a good controller, whether he control a chorus, an estate, a city, or an army.
A household, a chorus or household or a city or an army. So you see here, knowledge is not sufficient. He must also be able to get these things. Why was Antisthenes able to get these things? Because he had wealth. So that is another point, and in addition to knowledge which has to be considered. Yes, now Socrates enlarges now the subject by speaking no longer of a chorus as alternative to a choregos, a leader of a chorus, as an alternative to strategos, the leader of an army, but of the leaders of any association, be it a chorus, be it a household, polis, or an army. Yes?
Really, Socrates, cried Nicomachus, I would never have thought to hear you say that a good businessman would make a good general.
Yes. Now, Nicomachus is quite surprised about this assertion. The good presidents of choruses are silently dropped. And Antisthenes, the man elected, is undeniably a good householder. So if these two arts, strategy and householding, are identical, Antisthenes is, of course, a good as army leader. Yes?
Come then, let us review the duties of each, that we may know whether they are the same or different. By all means. Is it not the duty of both to make their subordinates willing and obedient? Decidedly. And to put the right man in the right place? That is so. I suppose, moreover, that both should punish the bad and reward the good. Yes, certainly. Of course, both will do well to win the goodwill of those under them. That is so. Do you think that it is to the interest of both to attract allies and helpers? Yes, certainly. And should not both be able to keep what they have got? They should indeed. And should not both be strenuous and industrious in their own work? All these are common to both, but fighting is not. But surely both are bound to find enemies. Oh, yes, they are. Then is it not important for both to get the better of them? Undoubtedly. But you don't say how household capacity will help when it comes to fighting. That is just where it will be most helpful. For the good householder, though his knowledge that nothing profits or pays like a victory, through his knowledge that nothing profits or pays like a victory in the field, and nothing is so utterly unprofitable and entails such heavy loss as a defeat, will be eager to seek and furnish all aids to victory, careful to consider and avoid what leads to defeat, prompt to engage the enemy if he sees he is strong enough to win, and above all, will avoid an engagement when he is not ready.
Yes. Now, that doesn't come out from sensation that how Socrates achieved this victory. Nicomachedes had said quite plausibly, but there is this enormous difference between the householder and the general, that the householders do not do battle, do not shoot at it. That is not of the essence of householding it. And Socrates says, but don't the householders have enemies? In Greek, echtroi. And that means private enemies. Of course, that they have. And then a transition is made from these private enemies, echtroi, to the polemioi, the enemies of the city. And therefore, the identification or quasi-identification of the two arts is made. You see, by the way, that the economist needs the virtue of a man, as it was described in chapter 6 of the second book, surpassing his friends in helping them and surpassing the enemies in harming them. Now, and we have observed that Socrates does not have that virtue. And perhaps that is a reason why Socrates can never be a general and can never go into politics.
It seems like the art of the man who could be a general and could go into politics or could run a chorus would be, in a sense, the art of an efficiency expert. That is, if efficiency means the ability to get a group of people to dedicate themselves in a manner that is most propitious for the outcome to whatever they're doing, then it seems that whatever it is, whether it's knowable or whether it's some kind of quantity or something that a man can have, it seems to be that which enables a man to be a successful general and a successful chorus leader for the same reason.
Yes, indeed, it is today easily intelligible, but in former times that was very paradoxical what Socrates says here. Today you can have these efficiency experts, regardless of the field in which the efficiency is sought.
I wasn't really meaning to bring it down to that.
No, that is not, I think that is very pertinent, because it has something, there is a connection, a long connection between what Socrates says here and what we see around us today. Is the time gone? What do you do? Yeah. Well, last time I was confronted by two difficulties. The first concerned a passage in chapter 1 of the third book, paragraph 6, where Xenophon enumerates, or Socrates enumerates, the qualities which a general must have. Perhaps you could read it again.
This is
Book 3, chapter 1, paragraph 6.
Yes. But then that is only a small part of generalship, for a general must be capable of furnishing military equipment and providing supplies for the men. He must be resourceful, active, careful, hardy, and quick-witted. He must be both gentle and brutal, at once straightforward and designing, capable of both caution and surprise, lavish and rapacious, generous and mean, skillful in defense and attack. And there are many other qualifications, some natural, some acquired, that are necessary to one who would succeed as a general.
Yes. Now, the context, as you may remember, was this. Knowledge, episteme, not election or practice, makes a man a general. But, as we see from this passage, knowledge is not enough. These qualities are not knowledge. Yet the alternation of these qualities, from kind to cruel, for example, must be regulated by episteme. And to that extent, it remains true that it is knowledge which makes a general a general. Now, the passage reminded me of Machiavelli's thesis that virtue, what he calls virtu, consists in the judicious alternation of moral virtue and moral vice. Mr. Williamson objected that the passage reminds more, or at least as much, of what Plato suggests by comparing the guardians to dogs, kind to acquaintances, nasty to strangers. But Xenophon's statement here is much more detailed than Plato's, which is not perhaps immediately relevant, but not altogether irrelevant. Machiavelli refers to Xenophon. He does not refer to Plato. A much more important difficulty arose at the end of chapter 4, paragraph 12. Now, will you be so good as to read that?
Don't look down on businessmen, Nicomachides, for the management of private concerns differs only in point of number from that of private affairs. In other respects, they are much alike, and particularly in this, that neither can be carried on without men, and the men employed in private and public transactions are the same. For those who take charge of public affairs employ just the same men when they attend to their own, and those who understand how to employ them are successful directors of public and private concerns, and those who do not fail in both.
Yes, so it seems that the political art, and in particular the strategic art, differs from the economic art only in regard to the size of the area which they administer. Now, Mr. Klein suggested last time that this has to be taken literally. And this is confirmed by passages which we have read in the Economicus, chapter 13, 5, and 14, 9. If you will perhaps read it.
Oh, but it is certainly not a laughing matter, Iscomicus. For anyone who can make men fit to rule others can also teach them to be masters of others. And if he can make them fit to be masters, he can make them fit to be kings. So anyone who can do what seems to me to deserve high praise, anyone who can do that seems to me to deserve high praise rather than laughter.
So here, this is even more explicit. The rule of the master, so to say, the rule of the master over slaves, is fundamentally the same as the rule of the king. And the other passage I had in mind was chapter 14, paragraph 9.
On the other hand, if I discover that a man is inclined to be honest, not only because he gains by his honesty, but also from a desire to win my approbation, I treat him like a free man by making him rich, and not only so, but I honor him as a gentleman.
So here the slaves, in their capacity as slaves, can be gentlemen. And the whole edifice built up by Scomarus in his description of his way of life, in which is understood that the gentlemen are a rare breed, and of course are free men and wealthy men, is a question. So this is so. But it is also, as is shown by the reaction by Machiavelli, a paradoxical assertion. The question is the doxa, the opinion questioned by Socrates, wholly groundless? Now, in the passage at the end of chapter 4, Socrates says the same men are ruled, managed by the political man as by the economic man. Now, this passage disregards the difference between free adult males and other human beings. Is this a negligible difference? This whole series of chapters here, book 3, chapter 1 to 7, deal with the men who long for the noble things. That's to say, men desirous to rule in the polis. There is one would not call a man who wants to rule his household and to rule it well, a man who is striving for the noble things. Why then is it more noble to rule free adult males rather than women, children, and slaves? Because it's more difficult. For these free adult males are somehow his equals, whereas the woman, children, and slaves are not his equals. Since they are his equals, he must be elected, whereas the householder, of course, is not elected. But as he has said throughout this section, already in the first chapter, the only thing which counts is knowledge, not election. Election is irrelevant. But as I have tried to show, election is a consequence of freedom in the political sense. Hence, if election is irrelevant, freedom is irrelevant, the household is ruled monarchically. Hence, the Socratic argument implies the polis, the city, ought to be ruled monarchically. And we remember the expression, the royal arch, which Socrates seems to have regarded very highly. The issue is that of freedom. And the issue came up, and that is the most well-known example, in the 17th century, when Locke took issue with Filmer. And the issue was precisely, is there an essential difference between political and domestic government, or is there no difference? If the Socratic view, as implied in his thesis, says or implies freedom as it is politically understood is conventional, a defensible assertion, because if slavery is conventional, then the opposite, freedom, will also be conventional. Now, we can perhaps only read now another passage where this is taken up later on in Book 3, Chapter 9, paragraph 10.
Kings and rulers, he said, are not those who hold the scepter, nor those who are chosen by the multitude, nor those on whom the lot falls, nor those who owe their power to force or deception, but those who know how to rule.
Yes. So the 5 titles to rule are here disposed of. And election is, of course, one of them. But the question is, will a man who has the required knowledge, will he in fact be the ruler? Will all men recognize his superiority and the wisdom of obeying him? The answer, I suppose, is no. So there would have to be some other means of establishing his rule. And this other means could only be one of these five here mentioned. But if election, which seems to be the most decent thing, is irrelevant as force and fraud, then one could reach the conclusion the man fit to rule may very well come to power by force and fraud. The main point is that he possesses that knowledge. Another work of Xenophon, The Hero, is based on this assumption, where you see a tyrant who allegedly has committed, and he says so, an untold number of the most awful crimes, is advised by a wise man that if he acts in so and so, in such and such a manner, he will become perfectly happy and he will make his subjects happy. So the prehistory of this beneficent rule is irrelevant. I think this is a whole issue implied here. And the status of freedom, whether that can be reduced altogether to nomos, perhaps from the highest point of view, but from a point of view somewhat closer to practice, this may be doubtful. And therefore, that one has to consider in reading this statement to Nicomachides. An external sign, by the way, which I forgot to mention, is this. When Socrates talks to this young fellow in the first chapter, who wishes to become a general, and Socrates advises him to go to the teacher of generalship, when he came back, Socrates says he looks majestic, as Agamemnon did according to Homer. Now, this majestic appearance is surely not one which the householder has. Of course, it could be a mere appearance. It could be a mere appearance, which at closer inspection would vanish. But it could also be that this appearance is based on reasons connected with the fact that ruling knowledge is not simply the title to rule. And one can say that in general, what men like Plato and Aristotle say is that 2 things must come together if a man is to be a legitimate ruler. The one is wisdom, and the other is consent. But the consent of the rule, but the consent does not necessarily follow from the wisdom of the ruler, nor is the consent necessarily consent to wise proposals. This, I believe, is the context in which one must consider this section. Now, shall we first discuss that?
But is it wisdom to let lesser men rule? Is it wisdom to let lesser men rule you?
Is it wisdom
to let lesser men rule you, even if you don't have the consent of the government?
Yeah, that is a dark question, but that is a very dark question. And then, however, the question arises, could a wise man make a rebellion against unworthy rulers, and thus establish his rule or the rule of people whom he regards as fitter than the present rulers.
You mean whether he'll be capable of doing that? Or
No, whether he would do it, whether he would make such a rebellion or instigate it. The question can be stated differently. Is not rule of law such a great good that for all practical purposes it is the rule of action, of political action? And that, I think, everyone can imagine situations, has perhaps gone through situations in which the rule of law did not seem good. Think of someone as subject to Stalin or Hitler. One cannot morally condemn a man who rebels here. But if the case is not such an extreme and therefore simple case, that's an awful responsibility. Because a bad law, one could say, is still better than lawlessness. I think one could also show this by the German experience, where the laws which the Nazis laid down were, however horrible they were, still much more decent or less indecent than what they actually did against their laws. And law means some limitation of arbitrary will. And the line may be drawn in the wrong places, but as a limitation to arbitrariness, it is good. And this is what they have in mind, what Xenophon particularly has in mind, is freedom. Freedom of people who are not wise. And law belong together. No freedom, no law, and vice versa. Is there any point? Would you like to take this up?
No, I was wondering if a man has the knowledge to rule.
Yeah.
Does that imply that he must also want to rule?
No, not necessarily. Are two different things.
Well, I'm not entirely clear. He might, if he has sufficient knowledge how to rule and sees the circumstances surrounding him, his knowledge might tell him that he ought to rule.
Under certain conditions, yeah.
But if he doesn't want to rule, he can still want to be an advisor of the rule.
Yes, sure.
And then, in a certain way, he is a ruler, although not officially so.
An ally of the ruler, as Xenophon would put it. But the question is that does not depend entirely on him. It depends also on the advisees, whether they are willing to listen.
Yes.
Yeah. And therefore, as the knowledge may be the qualification for rule.
Yes.
But it does not make a man actual ruler.
It seems that the thing that is taught, or the thing that would be taught by an advisor to a ruler, it seems to me that there's a great deal of question about its teachability. When Socrates goes to make a general out of a young man, of course the only thing he teaches him is tactics. And tactics, it seems to me, is the most theoretical aspect of generalship. It's the aspect which is most dealing with episteme, that is, a knowledge in its pure form of how to organize or how to interrelate the various parts of the army. It's a knowledge which, in a certain sense, is almost independent of everything else that the general has to know about. And that kind of knowledge usually boils down to an understanding of the difference between good and bad men. And I'm not sure that people teach that. And I'm not sure that anyone who tries to be a ruler in an advisory capacity is ever going to meet with much success. Because, well, historically, it's been the case that whenever a man has felt that that's what he was going to do, he wound up finding that all the things that he really wanted to teach the ruler just couldn't be transferred from one human being to another, and that if he was going to be a ruler, he had to do it himself.
Yeah, but this is, therefore Plato has this elegant solution. The wise man must be a king.
Yeah.
So this, but it is not made clear how he became king. Of course, he could be a son of a king. This is mentioned. But assuming he was not a son of a king, how will he become the king?
I hope not by trying to ascend through some kind of an advisory capacity, because I really feel that that's a fruitless, it has always proven fruitless, and I'm not sure that it can be theoretically shown to be fruitless, but I have a feeling that there's a great deal of question as to the teachability.
Yeah, well, there are very great difficulties that everyone, I believe, will grant you. And therefore, one can understand the modern anti-Socratics who try to solve the problem by starting from the consent angle. Locke is perhaps, and Rousseau are particularly well-known examples. Consent is the title. Of course, they said wisdom is also necessary. But wisdom has, in the modern scheme, left out on a limb somewhere. It must be there, but what you can guarantee is only the consent. Whereas in the ancient scheme, as a paper scheme at least, wisdom was provided for in the first place, and consent, how to manage that, one could say, of course, if he knows how to rule, he also knows how to persuade. And then he can get, in this way, get the consent. But again, this does not dispose of the difficulty caused by those people who simply refuse to listen. How can you persuade people who do this?
Well, it seems that if a person really loves music, and they know a lot about music, they're the ones who most want to hear good music. And it seems that if a person really knows how to rule, then he'll be the one who'll be most anxious for good rule. And if his knowledge is extensive enough so that he can see himself as the one that could institute the best rule, then...
Yes, but let us assume that he is allergic to the noise, as Kant was.
Then it's better to give up it seems to me it's better then to give up the endeavor entirely and become a teacher and do something on a lesser scale or on a different scale than to try to become an advisor to a ruler, which...
Yeah, and that in a way is what Socrates did.
Yeah.
He did not become an advisor, but he tried to show, to give the young men what important things are in the polis and things which come, and not being an advisor later on unless they would ask him. But the situations would probably be very complex, and one would have to do something of which one could in no way be sure whether it would be superior to the alternatives. Read a daily paper, and then you see the variety of proposals made, all with good reasons, more or less good reasons, and all also exposed, where no one can say with any definite this is sound. And if you look at the men who are from the past, and we still remember, who were thought to be at the time very wise. What did their wisdom lead to?
Lead to? Usually to not going to an extreme. Usually it prevented people who might otherwise have gone to some extreme from going to the extreme.
Yeah, but the trouble that there are always some fellows around who are extremists.
Yeah, well, it seems to be the function of wise men to act as something to kind of moderate or control people who are extremists.
Yes. All right, let us leave it then. And let us start now, take now the next chapter, chapter 5.
Once, when talking with the son of the great Pericles, he said...
Now let us stop here for a moment. So here is the son of the very Pericles. Hitherto we had three nameless men at the beginning. Then Nicomachides, a man with a significant name, and the name being consisting of victory and battle. And now Pericles, one of the greatest names. Of course, for Xenophon or Socrates, Pericles is not the greatest Athenian statesman, as we have seen on an earlier occasion when he spoke of Themistocles as a true benefactor of Athens and Pericles as a mere spellbinder in book 2, chapter 6, paragraph 13. So this is an ascent. We must keep this in mind. Now go on.
For my part, Pericles, I feel hopeful that now you will become general. Our city will be more efficient and more famous in the art of war, and will defeat our enemies.
Yes, one thing. So Socrates approves of an election, just as he did in the preceding chapter, where he approved of the election of Nicomachides' rival. But Socrates is satisfied, it seems, with the Athenian regime. But we must not forget, generals were elected, as they call it, by raising the hand, and not by lot. And what Socrates objected to as manifestly irrational was the election by lot. The subject is, again here, as you see, military command. Yes, now let us go on.
I could wish, answered Pericles, that it might be as you say, Socrates, but how these changes are to come about, I cannot see. Should you like to discuss them with me then, said Socrates, and consider how they can be brought about? I should. Do you know then that in point of numbers, the Athenians are not inferior to the Boeotians? Yes, I do. Do you think that the larger number of fine, well-developed men could be selected from among the Boeotians or the Athenians? In that matter, too, they seem to be at no disadvantage. Which do you think are the more united? The Athenians, I should say. For many of the Boeotians resent the selfish behavior of the Thebans. At Athens, I see nothing of that sort. And again, the Athenians are more ambitious and more high-minded than other peoples. And these qualities are among the strongest incentives to heroism and patriotic self-sacrifice.
Yeah, the word here is used for fame and the fatherland. The word fatherland has occurred before we observed it, and it occurs in all these, now in these higher political chapters, 5 to 7, as it occurred earlier in book 2, chapters 1 and 6. One can say the most political chapters use this loaded term, because fatherland, patris, has a much greater emotional appeal than polis. Yes?
Yes, in these respects, too, the Athenians need not fear criticism. And besides, none have inherited a past more crowded with great deeds, and many are heartened by such a heritage, and encouraged to care for virtue and prove their gallantry. All you have said is true, Socrates. But you see, since the disasters sustained by Tomides, and the 1,000 at Lebedea, and by Hippocrates at Delium, the relations of the Athenians and Boeotians are changed. The glory of the Athenians is brought low. The pride of the Thebans is exalted. And now the Boeotians, who formerly would not venture even in their own country to face the Athenians without help from Sparta and the rest of the Peloponnese, threaten to invade Attica by themselves, and the Athenians, who formerly overran Boeotia, fear that the Boeotians may plunder Attica.
Yes. So, while the Athenians may have all these good qualities of which Socrates had spoken, in the present situation, which is caused by two severe defeats of the Athenians at the hands of their enemies, the Boeotians, as is no longer true. Surely the first of these defeats shows that low Athenian morale did not cause the defeat. In the second case, one could say that perhaps. The Battle of Delium, by the way, you know that Socrates participated in it. Plato tells us that 3 times, in 3 different works. Xenophon does not say a word about it. That is one of the characteristic differences between the 2 writers. Xenophon, much more of a military man, does not speak of Socrates' military prowess. Yes, how does Socrates reply to that?
I'm aware of that, answered Socrates. But the disposition of our city is now more to a good ruler's liking. For confidence breeds carelessness, slackness, disobedience. Fear makes men more attentive, more obedient, more amenable to discipline.
So in other words, what is held, what seems to be so little promising, the Athenians' depression or fear is the most encouraging thing, because then people will be reasonable if they fear and are not inflated by self-confidence. Yes?
The behavior of sailors is a case in point. So long as they have nothing to fear, they are, I believe, an unruly lot. But when they expect a storm or an attack, they not only carry out all orders, but watch in silence for the word of command like choristers.
The choristers, of course, behave well without fear. We may note this in passing. Yes?
Well exclaimed Pericles, if they are now in the mood for obedience, it seems time to say how we can revive in them a longing for the old virtue and fame and happiness. If, then, said Socrates, we wanted them to claim money that others held, the best way of egging them on to seize it would be to show them that it was their father's money and belongs to them. As we want them to strive for preeminence in virtue, we must show them that this belonged to them in old days, and that by striving for it, they will surpass all other men.
So people can best be induced to desire and to grasp wealth, which is in the possession of others, if one tells them that it is their own wealth which the present possessors have taken, or which amounts to the same, their father's wealth. The same would be similarly regarding taking care of preeminence in virtue, in excellence. If one is told, your fathers had this excellence, it belongs rightfully to you, that will people incite to act in such a way. Yes?
How then can we teach this? I think by reminding them that their earliest ancestors, of whom we have heard any account, were, as they themselves have heard, the most valiant.
Yes. If the ancient is good, which was already alluded to before, then the most ancient must be the best. And therefore we go back to the earliest ancestors, of which we and everybody else knows, of course, only through hearsay. It cannot be helped. On the contrary, that leads to the consequence that we must say hearsay is a much more noble source of knowledge than seeing with one's own eyes. Why do you know? I say, yes.
Isn't that exactly the opposite of what happens in the beginning of the Republic, where it's clear that the authority of Cephalus is more ancient than any of the other people that could be interlocutors?
Yes.
But he's dismissed as an interlocutor because he's useless. He already thinks he knows, and it's impossible to teach.
Yeah, but that's the same issue we discussed before, that something may be only by nomos, by convention, and therefore cannot bind one's mind. And yet, this nomos may have a sufficient reason to be respected. Let us say it may be a good rule of thumb, not a strict law. And that's here also. Yes? Yeah.
Do you refer to the judgment of the gods which Socrates delivered in his court because of his virtue? Yes. And the care and birth of Erechtheus, and the war waged in his day with all the adjacent country, and the war between the sons of Heracles and the Peloponnesians, and all the wars waged in the days of Theseus, and in all of which it is manifest that they were champions among the men of their time.
Yes, that's the only reference to gods which occurs in the whole section on politics, chapters 1 to 7. Yes?
You may add the victories of their descendants, who lived not long before our own day. Some they gained unaided in their struggle with the lords of all Asia and of Europe as far as Macedonia, the owners of more power and wealth than the world has ever seen, who had wrought deeds that none had equaled. In others, they were fellow champions with the Peloponnesians, both on land and sea. These men, like their fathers, are reported to have been far superior to all other men of that time.
Yes. First he refers to this, what we called mythical events in the most ancient antiquity. And then, in a secondary way, introduced by the expressions, if you wish, it is much less obligatory than the first argument. Now, what does he refer to there in the paragraph we just read? The Persian Wars. Pardon?
What did you say?
The Persian Wars.
Oh.
Yeah.
What do you...
Which they fought partly alone. They fought against the rulers of Asia, of Asia and Europe. It is a Persian Wars. He does not say anything about the later generation, after the Peloponnesian War, here. Let us perhaps read the next paragraph.
Yes, that is the report of them. Therefore, though there have been many migrations in Greece, these continued to dwell in their own land. Many referred to them their rival claims. Many found a refuge with them from the brutality of the oppressor.
Yeah, this could refer to what happened at a more recent date, the time of the Attic League. But on the whole, it presents just the reverse of what the old Pericles said in the funeral speech, when he speaks of the ancestors, yes, the ancient ancestors, and then the Persian war generation, better. But we are at the peak. And here just the opposite appraisal. Yes?
Yes, Socrates, cried Pericles, and I wonder how our city can have become so degenerate. My own view, replied Socrates, is that the Athenians, as a consequence of their great superiority, grew careless of themselves and have thus become degenerate, much as athletes who are in a class by themselves and win the championship easily are apt to grow slack and drop below their rivals.
So one could say that the age of Pericles, far from being the peak, is the decline of others. And that is, of course, in perfect agreement with what Plato says about that, although this does not prove that Xenophon thought the same. Yes. No, I'm sorry. And we must also remember that the great Pericles in Thucydides opposes to the Spartans fear, caution, slowness, the Athenians daring and self-confidence. So it is just turned around. At the point of what Socrates says here is just the opposite of what Pericles himself says, and that he says it to Pericles' son makes it, of course, particularly, shall I say, amusing. This Pericles, he was the youngest son of Pericles, had great troubles with his father, so probably he would not have minded it as much as other Athenians, for Socrates does here. Now, let us go on.
How then can they now recover their old virtue? There is no mystery about it, as I think. If they find out the customs of their ancestors and practice them as well as they did, they will come to be as good as they were. Or failing that, they need but to imitate those who now have the preeminence and to practice their customs. And if they are equally careful in observing them, they will be as good as they, and if more careful, even better.
So, now, the first question, can the pursuits of the ancestors still be recovered or even discovered? That is a question. Failing that, the Athenians now might be able to surpass those who are best at present. A surpassing of the ancestors is, of course, absolutely out of the question. And that is in full agreement with the spirit of this whole conversation, and more than that. Yes?
Excuse me, are those who have the preeminence necessarily other Athenians, leading Athenians?
No, that would mean, it will become clear whom he has in mind. But it could, up to this point, mean the Boeotians. Yeah? Yes. Let us go on.
That means that it is a long march for our city to perfection. For when will Athenians...
No, 1 second. Perfection, the word used is kalogakatia, perfect gentlemanship. This in Book 2, Chapter 6, paragraph 26. Perfect gentlemanship was presented as the solution of the political problem. It comes up here, and I think only here, in these chapters on the polis. Yes?
For when will Athenians show the Lacedaemonian reverence for age, seeing that they despise all their elders, beginning with their own fathers? When will they adopt the Lacedaemonian system of training, seeing that they not only neglect to make themselves fit, but mock at those who take the trouble to do so? When will they reach the standard of obedience to their rulers, seeing that they make contempt of rulers a point of honor? Or when will they attain that harmony, seeing that instead of working together for the general good, they are more envious and bitter against one another than against the rest of the world, are the most quarrelsome of men in public and private assemblies, most often go to law with one another, and would rather make profit of one another so than by mutual service, and while regarding public affairs as alien to themselves, yet fight over them too, and find their chief enjoyment in having the means to carry on such strife.
Now we see who the men best at present are, not the Boeotians, then the Spartans. That is, of course, again, confirms what I said before. The order of rank established by the old Pericles, it just turned down. The Spartans are in a model, the model in this world. Otherwise, the most ancient Athenians, of whom unfortunately we do not know anything, and so they cannot be serve as a model. Now, here there is one phrase which I believe is particularly revealing towards the end of paragraph 16. He says of the Athenians that they use the common things as if they were alien, foreign, as if they had nothing to do with them. In Thucydides, the Corinthians, speaking of the Athenians, say that the Athenians use their bodies as if they were altogether alien to them in the interest of the city. Just the opposite. They regard their own bodies as negligible compared with the polis. And here the common things are regarded as alien.
It seems to be easier to forget what people say, and it's very hard to emulate the great sins of great fathers. But if great fathers have done great things, I'm thinking of the line in the Gettysburg Address. If great fathers have done great things, they will be remembered. It's easy to forget what people say, but people do things with their bodies.
I don't know what this has to do with.
Well, if they make if the Spartans do something in battle, then it seems to be something that stands as easily remembered.
I don't know whether we understand. What I wanted to show here by the last remark was only this, that here even the wording reminds of Thucydides, and that's to say of the inversion of the judgments compared with Thucydides, or rather with Pericles.
What is the difference in terms of rememberability between actions and words? What is the reason why the Spartans seem to hold their fathers in great reverence, and the Spartans seem to be a nation of people who place a great deal of emphasis on action, and even on physical action, and the Athenians seem to be a group of people who spend a lot of time talking and place very little emphasis on their bodies and have no reverence for their fathers.
Yes, well, that is indeed, there is something to that. You remember that Socrates was accused that he subverted paternal authority.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, but this could be, could be so, but still, here this point, as it was stated here by the younger Pericles, not by Socrates. So there is no direct contradiction of Socrates himself. No? Yes.
So it comes about that mischief and evil grow apace in the city. Enmity and mutual hatred spring up among the people, so that I am always dreading that some evil past baron may befall the city. No, Pericles, don't think how they train cavalry, who are supposed to be the pick of the citizens for good character.
Good character means also kalokagatia, and perfect gentlemanship. Yes.
Are the most insubordinate. Then Socrates asked, but what of the court of the Areopagus, Pericles? Are not its members persons who have won approval? Certainly. Then do you know of any who decide the cases that come before them and perform all their other functions more honorably, more in accordance with law, with more dignity and justice? I am not finding fault with the Areopagus.
Here there is also something funny, because old Pericles was the one who had brought down the council of the Areopagus in the interest of the democracy. It was an old pre-democratic council. So Socrates, as it were, corrects here the established regime, the democracy, the extreme democracy, as Aristotle calls it, by referring to the Areopagus as the pillar of the city. Yes?
Then you must not despair of Athenian discipline. But you see, in the army, where good conduct, discipline, submission are most necessary, our people pay no attention to these things. This may be due to the incompetence of the officers. You must have
Literally,
noticed
that the least knowing a rule over them. Yes.
You must have noticed that no one attempts to exercise authority over our harpists, choristers, and dancers if he is incompetent, nor over wrestlers or wrestlers who also box. All who have authority over them can tell where they learned their business, but most of our generals are improvisers. However, I don't suppose you are one of this sort. I suppose you can say when you began to learn strategy as well as when you began wrestling. Many of the principles I think you have inherited from your father, and many others you have gathered from every source from which you could learn anything useful to a general. I think, too, that you take much trouble that you may not unconsciously lack any knowledge useful to a general. And if you find that you don't know anything, you seek out those who have the knowledge, grudging neither gifts nor thanks, that you may learn what you don't know from them and may have the help of good coaching.
Yes, and now Socrates says, of course, your case is different. You are a knower. You have learned strategic art, not the least from your own father, who was a famous general. And so you have no reason to worry. But Pericles, what does he say?
I can see, Socrates, that in saying this, you don't really think I studied these things. But you're trying to show me that one who is going to command an army must study all of them. And of course, I admit that you're right.
Here Xenophon comes rather close to speaking of Socrates' irony.
Have you observed, Pericles, that our frontier is protected by great mountains extending to Boeotia, through which there are steep and narrow passes leading into our land, and that the interior is cut across by rugged mountains? Certainly. Further, have you heard that the Mysians and Pisidians, occupying very rugged country in the great king's territory and lightly armed, contrive to overrun and damage the king's territory and to preserve their own freedom? Yes, I have heard so. And don't you think that active young Athenians, more lightly armed and occupying the mountains that protect our country, would prove a thorn in the side of the enemy and a strong bulwark of defense to our people? Socrates, answered Pericles, I think all these suggestions, too, have a practical value.
So in other words, Pericles admits Socrates is a better general than he. Socrates ought to have been elected general, which of course was not the place. The whole territory of Attica should be defended against the Boeotians. This also reminds one of Pericles, because Pericles' strategy in the Peloponnesian War was the territory of Attica should not be defended, and Athens should depend on her navy and the merchantry. Yes?
Then since you like them, adopt them, my good fellow. Any part of them that you carry out will bring honor to you and good to the state. And should you fail in part, you will neither harm the state nor disgrace yourself.
It will be noble for you, Calon, and good for the city. These are two different things, noble and good. We shall have to come back to this point later on. The noble is not necessarily good for the individual, and vice versa. This reads like a prophecy for Pericles. Pericles was the younger Pericles was one of the generals at the Battle of the Aginusa, which the Athenians won. It was good for the city. But the victorious generals were accused for not having taken up the corpses, and Pericles was one of those who were executed. So it was not good for him, this victory. And you remember the passage we read in the first chapter of the first book, that one doesn't know if one isn't a general whether it profits one to be a general. And the only way to find out about that is to ask an oracle, which could tell you. Human knowledge does not suffice. The fact that the subject here is the military situation between Athens and Boeotia has given occasion for many speculations. When, at what time was the situation so as it is described here? And people have reached the conclusion that this was the situation long after Socrates' death, say in 371. Well, we know that this is wholly irrelevant for the understanding of what Xenophon teaches. We don't have to go into that. Now, is there something which you would like to discuss in this chapter? Yes.
Just when Socrates is attempting to show Pericles that there's no reason for him to be so desperate about the possibility of the Athenians winning or recovering their virtue, he mentions certain areas in which they did exercise some of their old virtues. And he mentions the fleet. Was the fleet manned by different types of people than
the sailors were the poorer people who were unable, the infantry, heavy infantry, the hoplites were people of some property. And the poorer people were used in the navy, of course not in command positions. These were also generals. They did not make a distinction in name between generals and admirals. The Spartans did that, but the Athenians did not. Yeah, but the navy is good when the storm is impending and when the enemies are close. But you mean something different.
Well, I was just wondering why it is that the Athenians that serve in the navy have somehow managed to be more successful. What is there? Is there something particular about the character that makes them less vulnerable to the decline of the rest of the Athenians seem to have suffered?
I don't know whether it has something to do with character, rather with training. I mean, since the time of Themistocles, they began to build up a navy, and especially old Pericles, of course. Then let's go to the next chapter, chapter 6.
Ariston's son, Glaucon, was attempting to become an orator and striving for headship in the state, though he was less than 20 years old. And none of his friends or relations could check him, though he would get himself dragged from the platform and make himself a laughingstock. Only Socrates took an interest in him for the sake of Plato, and Glaucon's son Charmides managed to check him.
That is so bad. I didn't know.
I'm sorry.
Favorably disposed toward him for the sake of Charmides, the son of Glaucon, and for the sake of Plato.
Mm-hmm.
Did he change the order?
I think yes, he does.
Oh, that is bad. Mm-hmm. To mention only one little point, which we shall discuss next time, is the next chapter. So obviously Charmides and Plato were much more important to Socrates than young Glaucon, because he was favorably disposed to him for the sake of this man. The next chapter, chapter 7, contains a conversation between Socrates and Charmides. And then we would expect a conversation in the following chapter between Socrates and Plato. And instead, we get a conversation between Socrates and Aristippus, a kind of philosopher, so that the movement has about this character. up, and then the peak is missing, and then goes down. Plato is pointed to, but omitted. That is, and of course, to write a dialogue between Socrates and Plato would have been not only improper, but foolish. Now, Glaucon, that seems to be a descent, because he is such a young, rather foolish young man. But we must also consider the subject matter, not only the interlocutor. And then we will see that this chapter marks an ascent beyond the earlier chapters. All earlier chapters dealt with generals or other military officers. In the last chapter, in the one with the conversation with Pericles, a grave political issue, the Areopagus, came up, but in the main it was still military. This is the first political chapter in the comprehensive sense of the word. Glaucon, not yet 20 years old, we remember that Alcibiades was 19 years old when he had his conversation with Pericles, with his guardian Pericles, in Book 1, Chapter 2. But Alcibiades did not make himself ridiculous. That's an important difference. So let us then go on.
For once on meeting him, he stopped him and contrived to engage his attention by saying, Glaucon, have you made up your mind to be our chief man in the state? I have, Socrates. Well, by Zeus, there's no more honorable ambition in the world. For obviously, if you gain your object, you will be able to get whatever you want, and you will have the means of helping your friends. You will lift up your father's house and exalt your fatherland, and you will make a name for yourself first at home, later on in Greece, and possibly, like Themistocles, in foreign lands as well. Wherever you go, you will be a man of mark.
Yeah. So that's the way in which Socrates gains the attention and the friendly attention of Glaucon. You see, there are 7 items which he enumerates here, and the fatherland is in the center, as it should be. Yes.
When Glaucon heard this, he felt proud and gladly lingered. Next, Socrates asked, Well, Glaucon, as you want to win honor, is it not obvious that you must benefit your city?
You see, this distinction is the same as that between noble and good at the end of the preceding chapter. You want to be honored. Honor is something noble, beautiful, canon. And then you must benefit the city. You must do some good to the city. Yes?
Most certainly. By the gods, don't be reticent then, but tell us how you propose to begin your services to the state. As Glaucon remained dumb, apparently considering for the first time how to begin, Socrates said, If you wanted to add to a friend's fortune, you would set about making him richer. Will you try then to make your city richer? Certainly.
If you wish to increase a friend's estate, a friend's household, of course Glaucon has no household of his own. He is still too young for that. The application to the city is clear. You would wish to make the city rich. But it is interesting that increase of the estate, not simply managing the estate, is here taken to be, as a matter of course, the aim of the economic man. And in Xenophon's Economicus, we have seen that part at the very beginning, it is said the economic art, the art of managing. Immediately thereafter, that is replaced by increasing, and increasing remains the subject throughout the work. But we are reminded that there is an alternative of a less acquisitive kind. Yes?
Would she not be richer if she had a larger revenue? Oh yes, presumably. Now tell me, from what sources are the city's revenues at present derived, and what is their total? No doubt you have gone into this matter in order to raise the amount of any that are deficient and supply any that are lacking. Certainly not, exclaimed Glaucon. I haven't gone into that.
Yet this kind of thing I have not, one could almost say, I have not yet considered. Of course, he did consider the more interesting things than finance. Yes?
Well, if you have left that out, tell us the expenditure of the city. No doubt you intend to cut down any items that are excessive. The fact is, I haven't had time yet for that either. Oh, then we will postpone the business of making the city richer, for how is it possible to look after income and expenditure without knowing what they are? Well, Socrates, one can make our enemies contribute to the city's wealth.
Yet this was obviously what Glaucon had in mind, and therefore he had neglected this dismal science because of his warlike inspirations. Yes?
By Zeus, of course, provided he is stronger than they. But if he be weaker, he may lose what she has got instead. True. Therefore, in order to advise her whom to fight, it is necessary to know the strength of the city and of the enemy, so that if the city be stronger, one may recommend her to go to war, but if weaker than the enemy, may persuade her to beware. You are right. First, then, tell us the naval and military strength of our city, and then that of her enemies. No, of course I can't tell you that out of my head. Well, if you have made notes, fetch them, for I would greatly like to hear this. But I tell you I haven't yet made any notes either. Then we will postpone offering advice about war, too, for the present. You are new to power, and perhaps have not had time to investigate such big problems. But the defense of the country now, I feel sure you have thought about that, and know how many of the garrisons are well placed, and how many are not, and how many of the guards are efficient, and how many are not. And you will propose to strengthen the well-placed garrisons and to do away with those that are superfluous. No, I shall propose to do away with them all, for the only effect of maintaining them is that our crops are stolen.
This is the only subject to which Glaucon has given some thought. Yeah? In all other cases he couldn't give any answer. Here he gives one answer. Yes?
But if you do away with the garrisons, don't you think that anyone will be at liberty to rob us openly? However, have you been on a tour of inspection, or how do you know that they are badly maintained? By guesswork. Then shall we wait to offer advice on this question too, until we really know, instead of merely guessing? Perhaps it would be better.
Yeah. So even the only subject to which he had given any thought, he had given to it insufficient thought. Yes. Pardon?
It's also amusing that it's the policy of Pericles is put in the mouth of Glaucon as well. It's also amusing comparing to the last chapter with Pericles. The policy of the older Pericles is put into the mouth of this foolish young boy.
I can't acoustically.
That it's curious that Pericles' policy is put into the mouth of this foolish young man.
It's the only thing he's thought of is the same thing as Pericles' policy, that is removing the garrisons out of action.
You're not quiet. Do you think one could say that? I doubt.
Well, there was the policy to remove the citizens into the walls of Athens when the Spartans invaded, and not to attempt to,
I see. Yeah, I know.
to keep them out.
Yeah. Well, I will consider it. Yes?
Now for the silver mines. I'm sure that you have not visited them, and so cannot tell why the amount derived from them has fallen. No, indeed, I have not been there. To be sure, the district is considered unhealthy, and so when you have to offer advice on the problem, this excuse will serve. You're chafing. But there is one problem I feel sure you haven't overlooked. No doubt you've reckoned how long the corn grown in the country will maintain the population, and how much is needed annually, so that you may not be caught napping, should the city at any time be short, and may come to the rescue and relieve the city by giving expert advice about food. What an overwhelming task if one has got to include such things as that in one's duties. But you know, no one will ever manage even his own household successfully unless he knows all its needs and sees that they are all supplied. Seeing that our city contains more than 10,000 houses, and it is difficult to look after so many families at once, you must have tried to make a start by doing something for one. I mean your uncle's. It needs it. And
that is Charmides, probably. The uncle, yeah. Yeah.
And if you succeed with that one, you can set to work on a larger number. But if you can't do anything for one, how are you going to succeed with many? If a man can't carry one talent, it's absurd for him to try to carry more than one, isn't it? Well, I could do something for Uncle's household if only he would listen to me. What? You can't persuade your uncle, and yet you suppose you will be able to persuade all the Athenians, including your uncle, and to listen to you. Pray take care, Glaucon, that your daring ambition doesn't lead to a fall. Don't you see how risky it is to say or do what you don't understand? Think of others whom you know to be the sort of men who say and do what they obviously don't understand. Do you think they get praise or blame by it? And think of those who understand what they say and what they do. You will find, I take it, that the men who are famous and admired always come from those who have the widest knowledge, and the infamous and despised from the most ignorant.
You say come from them. That's to say, knowledge is necessary but not a sufficient condition, because in addition they would still have to be elected. Yes?
Therefore, if you want to win fame and admiration in public life, try to get a thorough knowledge of what you propose to do. If you enter on a public career with this advantage over others, I should not be surprised if you gained the object of your ambition quite easily.
Yes. Now this is the end. Now here, this chapter is interesting also for a somewhat external reason. Here Socrates delineates the objects of political science in the old sense, politicae episteme, and especially of that kind of political knowledge which an Athenian statesman must have. The silver mines would be a science that is specifically Athenian. Socrates teaches here political things more clearly than in any previous chapter. And this teaching the political things has apparently nothing to do with his raising the question, what is the polis? At least there is no manifest connection. This statement of here reminds us of a chapter in Aristotle's Rhetoric, Book 1, Chapter 4, in which Aristotle discusses the subjects with which the political orator must be familiar. And he says here, we must say that the most important subjects about which all men deliberate and deliberative orators harangue are 5 in number. Namely, ways and means, war and peace, the defense of the country, imports and exports, legislation. Now, the first 4 are in Xenophon, because the silver mines probably refers to export, and that is followed by, explicitly, by corn supply, i.e. import. But legislation is completely absent from Xenophon. What Aristotle explains in this chapter is that in order to understand legislation, one must understand the relation of the various laws to various regimes, say democracy, oligarchy, or whatever it is. Now, there is nothing of this kind in here. We may say that this is part of Socrates' justice in the sense of law-abidingness, that he avoids this question of the ground of the laws, of the relativity of the laws, as much as possible. Aristotle says also in his enumeration, war and peace. Here there is nothing of peace, he said. And that is in agreement with what we know of Glaucon from Plato's Republic. He was a very warlike young man, and especially in the fifth book, it comes out so beautifully. Socrates tries to limit the harsh practices of war, and Glaucon doesn't like them. And a kind of compromise comes out, killing and burning and other looting against barbarians is all right, but not against Greeks. But this is Glaucon's compromise suggestion, since he cannot get the same in wars against Greeks. And I believe that this is also the reason, in this connection, he brings up the question, but how is this wonderful polis possible? So which leads then to the whole question of the philosopher king. He interrupts, as it were, the discussion of warfare because that Socrates doesn't make it tasty enough for him. There was another point which I wanted to mention. Yes, in these 7 chapters devoted to men longing for the noble things, 5 are devoted to military matters, and only 2 to political matters, the one which we have read now and the following chapter. And for illustration, I would like to read to you a passage from Plato's Republic, Book 3, 407e. They speak about Asclepius' art of healing. His sons, too, were... No, Asclepius, Glaucon says Asclepius was, according to your description, a political man. Obviously, said I, that was his character, and his sons too. Don't you see that at Troy they approved themselves good fighting men and practiced medicine, as I described it. Politics is replaced by war. That is, as one could say, make an impossible pun, polis comes from polemus. City comes from war. The word for city comes from war. That is a thought which is, of course, always present, and only Aristotle considers the possibility of a polis so situated that it has no neighbors, in a faraway island perhaps, and that it would be a city without war. But that is only a very marginal possibility, if it is a possibility, and there's nothing of the kind in Plato. Now, is there anything you... Yes?
The activities of the politician...
Pardon?
The activities of the politician that are described here, finding out how much money the state has got, how much it needs, where are the silver mines, how many ships, and those things. Xenophon taught his wife to take care of that kind of thing. He tried. Sometimes she made mistakes, but he tried as much as he could to get her to learn how to know how many pots there were, how many cloaks, how much silver. And it seems that when you read that passage from Aristotle's Rhetoric, you said yourself that these are the things that a man must know for political oratory. And it also
says that.
Yeah, it also seems incredibly strange that Socrates would recommend to someone to learn these things to become a politician, because it seems that everything else Socrates says about politics indicates that the true nature of the statesman is to ask such questions as what is good, what is bad, what should man's life be like, how should men live together, and not to know how many. So why would he tell this person to
have this person learn what a good person is, then select a good person and send him out to find out how many sheep.
Yes, sure. Socrates discusses these matters with Glaucon in order to show to Glaucon that he does not understand anything of these things which he implicitly claims to understand. He doesn't have to go beyond that.
Or he doesn't have to show that he's not really.
No, but on the other hand, you must admit, I believe, if there were a philosopher ruling somewhere, he would have to descend to such matters.
He could send people out to find out about those things. If he knew the nature of men, he could pick out reliable men and send them to find out how many.
Yeah, but still, even reliable and first-rate experts may be mistaken. He must form a judgment of his own somehow. And especially in more simple societies, as a classical where it was not so terribly difficult to find out these facts.
I somehow think that if a man is going to rule a big country, that his time is pretty much taken up. And the best he can hope to do is spend enough time with his advisors to discard the dishonest ones. And they have to do the looking for him. They have to be his eyes and his ears, and they have to know how many garrisons. If he even began to take a step like that,
but the advisors are only advisors. They cannot give orders. And before he signed, how did President Truman say, here the buck stops? Yeah? So at a certain point, decisions have to be made.
Oh, yeah. But the decisions of the true statesman are on the highest level.
Yes, but you must not assure, but you have also to consider, to think a bit more about it, how this would look like in practice. This, what you say, is all true, but one must also consider the details a bit, especially if one recommends it to a society.
I'm not sure if that's what Socrates is recommending.
Pardon?
I'm not sure that that's what Socrates is recommending.
Yeah, well, nor am I. But in the Republic, at any rate, he seems to recommend it, at least to those present. It's true, he does not go on the agora and proposes a radical change in the Athenian law and order, and that's true.
Mr. Gary, don't you think that a man who is the chief of the state in our times must know something about the budget, mustn't he?
Are you asking how it is or how it should be?
How it should be.
How it should be. I would hope that a man could have someone there who would be a reliable expert.
All right,
but
this
he would direct that.
But Glaucon didn't care about it at all. He's never thought of asking anybody what the wealth is, how much that is, how much that. He just didn't care.
I'm trying to I'm just trying to think of an answer that Glaucon could have given Socrates at that time. Well, Glaucon, you just don't know how many dollars there are or how many garrisons there are. Glaucon could have given a very good answer, which he failed to give.
But Glaucon knew much more of Athenian finance than he knew of the things to which you refer. So he couldn't. It's much, much more reasonable to think of these matters at first blush than of this true statesman. Well, Now, we have read last time the story of Socrates and Theodoret. But let's consider first the context before we go on. In book 3, Socrates' conversations with people who long for the noble things. And within that we observe an ascent from nameless people up to a remarkable man as Socrates. But then we were expecting Plato, and this he was not forthcoming. So the peak of this way up is missing. But in the next chapter, the 8th, we find a substitute for the peak, Aristotle, a philosopher. And then also with other people, people of are concerned with so-called philosophical questions. And then thereafter, there is a descent in stages. And the first was to the abstract. This is something lower than philosophy, as you may know from Plato, the Republic. And now let us look again at the beginning of chapter 9, chapter 11. There was once a beautiful city a beautiful woman in this city. A woman whose name was Theodoret, and of the kind who are together with him who persuades them. So she had to be persuaded. And then someone of those present said something. Xenophon says ordinarily of the companions, here he says because since he had used the term being together, in connection with Theodoret and her profession, it would have been slightly improper to call the relation of Socrates with his companions as synonyms. But the term to be together with and the noun derivative, Synusia, was quite common. Synusia meant later on elected, because it's the kind of intimacy which is not of a different kind, but kind of intimacy. Good. Now, Theodoret, you say here from this early remark, was not together with everyone who wished to be together. She had to be persuaded. Now let's look at Socrates. Book 1, chapter 6, paragraph 5. The beginning. Yes.
Is it that those who take money are bound to carry out the work for which they give a fee, while I, because I refuse to take it, am not obliged to talk with anyone against my will?
Yes. To converse with anyone with whom I do not wish to talk. So just Socrates did not converse with everyone who wished to be together with him, just as Theodoret was not together with everyone who wished to be together with her. Theodoret had to be persuaded. Socrates be persuaded to be together with someone with whom he did not wish to be. Now, I think this conversation with Theodoret, which you may remember, is the only one showing that and how Socrates refused someone as a synonym, as a companion, as someone who was to be together. That is here, of course, here very elegantly done, because if there had been some nice young men of great political or other ambition, then that would have been awkward to deny it. But if he denied it to is not altogether inappropriate, especially if it is done with such kindness and delicacy as Socrates did it. There is a Platonic dialogue, now generally regarded as spurious, the Theages, in which this subject comes up. A young man called Theages wants to be together with Socrates, and Socrates soon finds out that he wants to become, of course, a tyrant. Socrates doesn't wish to be together with him, and then he says first that I can be together only with people where there is an erotic relation. Theages and his father laughed about bearded Socrates that he could say such a thing. And thereupon Socrates gives another reason, and he says, this daimonion, that if his daimonion doesn't approve of it, then he can't be together with him. So the daimonion is here used as a substitute, as a more credible substitute for eroticism. Eroticism and daimonion are two different expressions of the same thing. And then since these people are, as I would say, from upstate, rather, and not from the more sophisticated part of Athens, Socrates has to tell them stories of his daimonion, which are just fantastic. What he has observed, what he has predicted, of course, the defeat in Sicily, and who would die there, and many other things. And so at least Theages and his father could no longer complain that Socrates did not accept. But this dialogue is, as I said, generally regarded as spurious, but it deals, I think, with the same question which is also underlying this conversation. The conversation with Theodote followed immediately the conversation with Pistias, the armor maker. Socrates could learn something from a competent breastplate maker about that man's art. He could not learn anything from a courtesan about her art or his. So I think that indicates again that the sect in which we are engaged, and now we come to chapter 12, which we turn now. Yes?
It seems that the counterpart to refusing Theodote is his attractiveness for her, this sort of charm that he has, some way of making himself attractive to her in the first place. It's not as if she had sought him out. He somehow makes himself attractive. I wonder if there's any counterpart for that anywhere else. Let's say in Plato or anything. I mean, it just seems to be a unique sort of presentation.
You mean that he seeks her, at least to begin with?
Yeah, I mean, there's just this instinct, even in, I was recently looking at Aristotle in the clouds, you never see him being attractive or anything. I don't think you see him in Plato, but here it's sort of unique. You really see Socrates somehow being charming or attractive in some way.
This is so unattractive in Plato.
No, I mean, I can't, I don't know if there's a real seduction the way there is here.
No, there is no such thing in Plato. The women in Plato are Diotima, Aspasia, and slightly at the end of the figure, Xantippe. And surely not Theodote. But this is, I think, in accordance with Xenophon's general policy to present the same themes which Plato presented on a lower plane. That is not the Diotima level, but the Theodote. And Diotima could claim to be a teacher in eroticism. Theodote is wholly unable to teach Socrates anything in that.
I would have thought, what I wanted to lead to is that the true counterpart
Alcibiades from the end of the symposium.
But you don't see that, you just hear about it. You don't see that.
Yes, but still one can. That remains a question, but also because Alcibiades was well drunk, and we don't know whether things happened exactly as Alcibiades says they did. But I do not know whether what I'm going to say is in any way relevant to your question. In the Platonic dialogues, we can observe the following distinctions. Dialogues which Socrates enters under compulsion. Of course, he does not like this individual, but because it is a nice man, he talks about it. A simple example is the usage. Have you ever read it? And on the other hand, the other extreme are dialogues which Socrates eagerly seeks. The best example, I think, is the Charmides. So let's go at the very beginning. I do not know whether this is relevant to what you have now in mind.
I'm not sure. Let me think about it.
Yeah. Good. Now we turn to chapter 12.
On noticing that Epigenes, one of his companions, was in poor condition for a young man, he said,
yes, that is the moment. So here we come down still more. Previously we had reached the level of a beautiful woman, and now we come down to an ugly man, because a man who is in bad physical condition was regarded as ugly, surely not beautiful. He lacks the beauty of Theodore, and as it appears immediately, he is indifferent. He does not long for the beautiful things in the broader sense of the term. In this case, for beautiful appearance. Yes.
You look as if you need exercise, Epigenes. Well, he replied, I'm not an athlete, Socrates.
But the Greek word is idiot, so the opposite of an expert and complete layman regarding my point. Yeah?
Just as much as the competitors entered for Olympia, he retorted. Would you count the life and death struggle with their enemies, upon which it may be the Athenians will enter, but a small thing? Why many, thanks to their bad condition, lose their life in the perils of war or save it disgracefully. Many, just for the same cause, are taken prisoners, and then either pass the rest of their days, perhaps, slaver of the hardest kind, or after meeting with cruel sufferings and pain, sometimes more than they have, live on, destitute and in misery. Many, again, by their bodily weakness, are in infamy, being thought cowardice.
Yes, that is the point. You see, these are the bad effects of not taking care of one's body, and what happens in war. This happened to many people. The list is not exhaustive. It's not. There remains a possibility that in spite of not being bodily fit, one could escape these dangers somehow, but perhaps only by good luck. And therefore must see what next.
Or do you despise these, the rewards of bad condition, and think that you can easily endure such things?
So in other words, do you regard my previous considerations as utterly negligent?
And yet, I suppose that what has to be borne by anyone who takes care to keep his body in good condition is far lighter and far pleasanter than these symptoms. Or is it that you think bad condition healthier and generally more serviceable than good? Or do you despise the effects of good condition? And yet the results of physical fitness are the direct opposite of those that follow from unfitness. The fit are healthy and strong, and many, as a consequence, save themselves decorously on the battlefield and escape all the dangers of war.
Yes, so this was step 4. But we have already seen that Epigenes is not too greatly impressed by this consideration. And Socrates therefore enlarged in work of God. Yes.
Many help friends and do good to their country, and for this cause ingratitude. Get great glory and gain very high honors, and for this cause live henceforth a pleasanter and better life, and leave to their children better means of winning a life than life.
Yes, here what he translates by country is again in Greek, father, patris. This term occurs rather rarely in the Morabile, and hitherto it occurred only in political chapters, definitely political chapters. So I suggest this chapter is also political chapter. And this, in fact, it would be the only political chapter in this whole section, chapters 8 to 14. Now, Socrates has not introduced these greater considerations than merely escaping death or captivity or a bad reputation for cowardice. Let us see how Epigenes reacts to that.
I tell you that this military training is not publicly recognized by the state. You must not make that an excuse for being a whit less careful in attending to it yourself. For you may rest assured that there is no kind of struggle apart from war, and no undertaking in which you will be worse off by keeping your body in better fettle. For in everything that men do, the body is useful, and in all uses of the body it is of great importance to be in as high a state of physical efficiency as possible.
Yes.
Why, even in the process of thinking, in which the use of the body seems to be reduced to a minimum.
Yeah, that is not, that should be translated, even in thinking or reason, in which you believe there is the least use of the body. I think this supplies us with a key to Epigenes. He is so indifferent to the other considerations because he is only concerned with reason. And he thinks that since the body is irrelevant in this respect, he neglects his body. Yes?
It is a matter of common knowledge that grave mistakes may often be traced to bad health. Because the body is in a bad condition, loss of memory, depression, discontent, insanity often assail the mind so violently as to drive whatever knowledge it contains clean out of it. But a sound and healthy body is a strong protection to a man, and at least there is no danger then of such a calamity happening to him through physical weakness. On the contrary, it is likely that his sound condition will serve to produce effects the opposite of those that arise from bad condition. And surely a man of sense would submit to anything to obtain the effects that are the opposite of those mentioned in my list. Besides, it is a disgrace to grow old through sheer carelessness before seeing what manner of man you may become by developing your bodily strength and beauty to their highest limit, which you cannot see that if you are careless, for it will not come of its own accord.
So Socrates tries to induce Epigenes to strive for the noble things, at least for that noble thing in which he should be interested, because it is concerned with thinking, I mean the good condition of his body. With the possible exception of the conversation with Machiavelli, this is the only conversation in which Socrates encourages someone to strive or long for the noble things. Is there any point you would like to make?
There's one point which I neglected to ask after you said that Xenophon presents the same things as Plato does, but on a lower plane. did Xenophon write the Memorabilia and the other Socratic writings of his about the same time that Plato wrote them, or in reaction to them?
No one knows. Probably at the same time, in the sense of the same generation. But there is, I think, an infinite literature in certain cases, especially regarding Xenophon's apology, Plato's apology, Xenophon's symposium and Plato's symposium. Who took what from whom? Who made a dig at whom? That is impossible to decide. It is as possible that Xenophon took over something from Plato as that Plato took over something from Xenophon. And in addition, there might, the possibility which the classical scholars consider, there might have been topos, assembly, which was used by some other earlier Socratic writer, perhaps someone like Antisthenes or so, from which both got. It is equally possible, however, that they didn't need any literature for that, because there was some recollection of a Socratic doing or saying which they used. It's impossible to say anything else.
Is there a relationship between the eros that was mentioned in the second chapter and the training of the body? I mean, it seems that the Socratic eros is for something that does not refer to the body.
Yes.
And yet, somehow, a training of the body might allow men to pursue or to have the eros of Socrates, to somehow temper it with something that, well, might keep him from being foolish. Is that possible?
But here is perfectly, there is nothing said about the erotic implication of having a healthy body.
No, there's nothing said.
Yeah, no, and I think it's not addressed. At least I don't see that.
Well, isn't it possible that through the training of the body, one might learn to be moderate? That if you pursued the eros of Socrates...
Yeah, but as I say, that there may be some connections, but there are none suggested.
Oh,
And I believe we somehow don't follow the drift of what Xenophon is striving at by playing in this quantity. The theodotic is, to that extent, on a higher plane than Epigenes, because she is a beautiful body. Nothing else, as we have seen. And then we come to Epigenes, who does not even have a beautiful body and is even indifferent to this other. So now, I think that is, and here we find the reason why he is so indifferent, not as to what is clear, a bad reason. And you know, as it says, if you are so interested in thinking, you should be interested in not having headaches and other things which prevent you.
I was just thinking that maybe in addition to that reason, and I guess independent of what's going on here.
Yeah, truly can think of it, but as I say, it is not, I don't believe it is drift of them.
Two questions. Did I hear you correctly to say that you thought this was the only place outside of the comedies where Socrates urges someone to strive for noble things?
In the other cases, if you think, for example, on other cases in the third book, he urges them to strive for the noble. He urges them to do what is necessary to get the noble things. The longing for the noble things is antedates Socrates' action. Yeah?
Yeah. In other words, with all of the others, he presupposes that they do long
concerned about the means.
But
or at least that they think they do.
the question arises only in the third book, because there's a subject what Hegel is doing to those knowing for noble things is mentioned as a new subject. I mean, if you take other cases, like, let's say, the case of Crichton in the second book, who is annoyed by a sycophant, and Socrates is so clever to find for him a counter-sycophant, and that is not longing for beautiful things, another thing. But even in the case of Critobulus, the longing for noble things undertakes the compensation of tragedy. But here it always tries to stir up that longing.
Is it fair to conclude from what you said that the character of dissent is mitigated by the reintroduction of the political?
In other words, it is not simply dissent. This phrase from chapter 8, yes, that one can say there are other objections to it. For example, if my reading of chapter 10 is correct, Pistias would be on a higher level somehow than the others, and that is at the end of it. It is only general action. And it is indicated, but dissent that can mean various things. It can mean the qualities of the interlocutor. It can mean the subject matter. And the subject matter of the theodotic conversation is doubtless more interesting than that of the epigenous type. About this, that one should take care of one's body in order to be able to think. That is trivial compared with what is said to theodotic.
Well, we're somewhat accustomed, I think you are too, of thinking of those who don't care too much for their bodies and care about their thinking as being on a rather higher plane. Why think of it as a lower plane?
The subject matter is lower insofar as this is a trivial consideration, although it is a epigenous. But the considerations which came up in the conversation with Theodotic, the whole parallel between her way of life and Socrates and other things connected with that, that is on a what higher level. Simply that is more interest.
Well, but the conditions of episteme can be quite interesting.
Yeah, but what is said here is really a condition which is in no way reckoned. As Socrates himself says, who does not know that? Now, there come two chapters which are uncovered in Xenophon, chapter 13 and 14. And I think we should first read chapter 13 as a whole to get a general impression of what Xenophon is doing here.
On a man who was angry because his greeting was not returned, ridiculous, he exclaimed. You would not have been angry if you had met a man in worse health, and yet you are annoyed because you have come across someone with ruder manners.
No, against myself.
On another, who declared that he found no pleasure in eating, Archimedes, he said, as a good prescription for that ailment. And when asked what, he answered, stop eating, and you will then find life pleasanter, cheaper, and healthier. On yet another, who complained that the drinking water at home was warm. Consequently, he said, when you want warm water to wash in, you will have it at hand. But it is too cold for washing, objected the other. Then do your servants complain when they use it both for drinking and washing? Oh no, indeed, I have often felt surprised that they are content with it for both these purposes. Which is the water to drink, the water in your house, or Epidaurus water? Epidaurus water. And which is the colder to wash in, yours or or ropeless water, then reflect that you are apparently harder to please than servants and invalids. When someone punished his footman severely, he asked why he was angry with his man. Because he's a glutton and a fool, said the other. He's rapacious and he's lazy. Have you ever considered, then, which deserves the more stripes, the master or the man?
You.
When someone was afraid of the journey to Olympia, he said, why do you fear the distance? When you are at home, don't you spend most of the day walking about? On your way there, you will take a walk before lunch, another before dinner, and then take a rest. Don't you know that if you put together the walks you take in 5 or 6 days, you can easily cover the distance from Athens to Olympia? It's more comfortable, too, to start a day early rather than a day late, since to be forced to make the stages of the journey unduly long is unpleasant. But to take a day extra on the way makes easy going. So it is better to hurry over the start than on the road. When another said he was worn out after a long journey, he asked him whether he had carried a load. Oh no, said the man, only my cloak. Were you alone, or had your footman with you? I had. Empty-handed or carrying anything? He carried the rugs and the rest of the baggage, of course. And how has he come out of the journey? Better than I, so far as I can know. Well then, if you had been forced to carry this load, how would you have felt, do you suppose? Bad, of course, or rather, I couldn't have done it. Indeed, do you think a trained man ought to be so much less capable of work than a slave?
There is something quite external, and which comes out even in the English translation, which you may observe. The name of Socrates doesn't occur. Generally speaking, the name of Socrates occurs either used by Xenophon or used by the interlocutor. Even in the Epigenes conversation, where Xenophon does not use Socrates' name, Epigenes uses it right at the beginning. So that is an external characteristic of this chapter. And in addition, these are all nameless people. Socrates is nameless, the people to whom he talks are nameless. As nameless as the people to whom he talked at the beginning of the book. At the beginning, the first conversation of the third book, this young man whom Socrates advised to take lessons in strategy with Untitled, he is explicitly called a companion, Xenophon of Socrates. Here, nothing is said about Xenophon, that these men were companions. Here, the subject is clear. These people were annoyed for trifling reasons, and Socrates showed them how unreasonable they were. It is possible, of course, that I had overlooked it. I always found these chapters the most difficult ones to understand in the whole opinion. But I have now settled down to this traditional conclusion that the solution is the place where they occur. The end of this book, which will become more clear to me when we begin the book. Or did you smell something?
Socrates, if that is Socrates, doesn't like people complaining about anything.
Yeah.
Don't complain.
Yeah.
But is that right? He's simply right.
Yeah, sure. No, but on the other hand, one would also have to say one doesn't have to be a Socrates to give such advice.
Yeah. It could be a story, but they have
first, and then Olympia. Yeah.
The only thing that I can think of here, that's not very important, you will see, is simply this that Xenophon doesn't want to miss any situation from which he cannot make some comment. Maybe it can be very important one, might be very funny one, might be very unimportant one, but one has to make some comment.
What he says himself at the beginning of the fourth book, he was useful in every matter and Antipas. Now, let us read the next one.
Whenever some of the members of the dining club brought more meat than others, Socrates would tell the waiter either to put the small contribution to the common stock, which fortune found equally among the diners. So the high battalions felt obliged not only to take their share of the pool, but to pool their own supplies in return. And so they put their own supplies also into the common stock. And since they thus got no more than those who brought little with them, they gave up spending much on meat. He observed on one occasion that one of the company at dinner had ceased to take bread and ate the meat by itself. Now the talk was of names and the actions to which they are properly applied. Can we say, my friends, said Socrates, what is the nature of the action for which a man is called greedy? For all, I presume, eat meat with their bread when they get the chance. But I don't think there is so far any reason for calling it greedy. No, certainly not, said one of the company.
If they want those present it's not, these are not Xenophons, but Protestants, and it's, as we said at the beginning of this paragraph, Xenophons, people who dine together, not people who are together.
Well, suppose he eats the meat alone, without the bread, not because he's in training, but to tickle his palate. Does he seem a greedy fellow or not? If not, it's hard to say who does, was the reply. Here another of the companion queried. And he who eats a scrap of bread with a large helping of meat, he too seems to me to deserve the epithet, said Socrates. Aye, and when others pray for a good meat harvest, he presumably would pray for a good meat supply. The young man, guessing that these remarks of Socrates applied to him, did not stop eating his meat, but took some bread with it. When Socrates observed this, he cried, watch the fellow, you go near him, and see whether he treats the bread as his meat, or the meat as his bread.
There is another point here, which indicates, I believe, a higher subject. And the Logos was about names. What isn't an obsolete, greedy evil? And it is almost the word essence, but it is only here about the names.
On another occasion, he noticed one of the company, one of his present,
of the fellow diners, not the Xenophons.
At dinner, tasting several dishes with each bite of bread. Can you imagine, he asked, a meal more extravagant, more ruinous to victuals than his who eats many things together and crams all sorts of sauces into his mouth at once? At any rate, by mixing more ingredients than the cooks, he adds to the cost, since he mixes ingredients that they regard as unsuitable in the mixture, if they are right, and he is wrong, and is ruining their art. But it is surely ridiculous for a master to obtain highly skilled cooks, and then, though he claims no knowledge of the art, to alter their confections. There's another drawback, too, attaching to the habit of eating many things together. For if many dishes are not provided, one seems to go short because one misses the usual variety. Whereas whereas he who is accustomed to take one kind of meat along with one bit of bread may make the best of one dish when more are not forthcoming.
By the way, in the preceding speech, in paragraph 2, the man who ate the meat itself by itself, that is a famous Platonic autocrat. Whether there is something alluded to here is not the same. And you don't believe. I regard it as not impossible. So now let's take the matter.
He used to say, too, that the term good feeding in Attic was a synonym for eating. The good and the compound implied the eating of food that could harm neither body nor soul, and was not hard to come by. Thus he attributed even good feeding to sober livers.
So this last is the end. And here I believe we see something of the overall connection. These people, the subject of the 14th chapter, we recognize that. Why do you not think so?
Well, I mean, this is simply sort of a joke, but if one takes what you were hinting at, what you hinted at earlier, one might think that the meat is the eidos, and he's warning you that you can't get the eidos without also considering the hule that goes along with it. But
it would not be completely at variance with what Xenophon hints at. No, I don't think so. No, but something very superficial. Here in this case, Socrates speaks only about forms of incontinence, and especially incontinence regarding food. So the third book ends with the subject, continence, with which this whole section began, not only the third book, but already in chapter 3 of the first book, if not the very beginning, dealt with continence. But there is of course one difference. The first subject in the memorabilia was piety, not continence. And the discussion here adorns not on piety.
Is that true of the 13th chapter as well as the 14th chapter?
No, that is not. Yeah, but in the wider sense, I mean, there is another thing which is akin to continence, which is called by Xenophon endurance, carteria. To that extent, yes.
Is the distinction between endurance and continence in Xenophon the same as between continence and moderation in Aristotle?
No.
No, it's not.
The endurance has to do, it's very simple. Continence has to do primarily with food, drink, etc. And endurance has to do with such things like heat and cold. Yeah? So they are akin, but they are not. No, this distinction, the Aristotelian distinction does not exist in Xenophon, except verbally. Xenophon makes a distinction, never explicitly, between continence and moderation. Aristotle makes such a distinction. But Aristotle means something different than a distinction in Xenophon. Aristotle's moderation is the opposite of immoderation, lack of moderation. Xenophon's moderation is the opposite of hubris or madness. One's in a very different direction.
What does that say? When you consider chapter 11, 12, 13, and 14, they have in common one
to some extent even intent. Yes. Yep. I mean, the artists. Yeah. Because they imitate bodies or present. Yeah. But the question is, why does Xenophon do that? Does he want to say, as he seems to be saying in chapter 12, don't neglect the word. Does he want to imply that? Or does he want to evoke in a very, very subtle way the consideration of the body at all? I don't believe the latter. Because it is so obviously reasonable to take care of his body, and he had cited statements of Socrates earlier. And Socrates did not, no one had more needs than he, not neglect his body. No, but you see, it is not impossible, I have no idea. Yeah. It's not impossible that the Machiavellian argument for people to know something about that Socrates. Now, many, as you yourself said, could say what is said here. Don't neglect the body. It's reasonable and so on. So he is saying, you people who say that, Socrates said that too. In other words, Socrates was normal. Yeah. Or what do you mean? No, I mean people who might have the general view that the Socrates is a man who didn't think of the body at all. Well, in the way in which Plato's people thought. Yeah. It's no suggestion of this kind. So he says, I can show you that Socrates was as reasonable as you are. But as reasonable as you are. Yes. But it is said with the tongue in his cheek. It's possible, I have no idea. Yeah. Now there is one thing which is connected to that. Xenophon's Socrates doesn't say a word about the immortality of the soul. Yes. He's silent. Yes. So that he couldn't make clearer than that this belongs to a different world than the universe of Socrates. Yes. Yeah, well, at any rate, these are nice stories, and I think that, I believe the simplest explanation is that the movement of Book 3 has this form. And it is the end in a way. And therefore, it is a surprise that the book goes on. And that is something entirely new, which begins now, the point. And we must see what that is. But before we turn to chapter 4, I would like to know whether there are any points you would like to raise regarding the chapters we read, or for that matter, earlier chapters.
Well, I'd like to know, is it possible, it seems to me that if you eat certain things, if you don't take care of the body, you would have headaches and not be able to think.
Or even you eat too little or too much.
Too much, yes. And therefore, if a man would neglect his body for the purpose of being a philosopher, he would defeat himself.
Yeah, all right.
And it also seems that by placing certain things in your mouth, it's possible to damage your soul. sense that and also, besides simple damage to the soul of the individual, there would be damage to that individual's ability to be dialectical. It would seem to be.
Yes. Maybe, but Xenophon used the simpler expression. That means it's impeded if you don't care, don't take care of yourself.
But I was thinking that maybe there were two different themes. The one is that the reasoning is impaired, and the other is that beyond having the reasoning impaired, it seems that the errors that...
No, don't say anything of the errors now. But if, for example, you will not be able to defend your city, you will not be able to honor interpretation, and will not become an outstanding man. But we have seen already that these considerations were utterly irrelevant to the vigilance, and the only indication he has as to what is characteristic of him is his belief that reason does not need the body. In the context that means reasoning is the only thing which interests him.
Isn't reasoning something that would transcend individual human beings and they would somehow be able to communicate?
How do we know that Buddhism had any sufficient thought as to what is implied in it?
I'm just trying to understand this last part about the needs. It would seem that the more a man would be attached to his own body, that he would be greedy to put more meat into his mouth. The more that he would feel that attachment, the less he would be able to get away from his body.
In the case of the pigeonist, there was no question of his being incontinent in any sense. He was only indifferent to it.
But what about this man here?
These were other people.
He's the other man.
Here, there were other. These were people who were incontinent.
But isn't there a difference between what's happening with the pigeons and what's happening with this man?
Yes.
Isn't this a higher and more destructive thing? Because it damages the soul? That is what happens with the pigeonist, damages the mind.
Yeah, but a pigeonist has, after all, a notion that food and dinners are of no interest to us compared with reason. Whereas these diners think of nothing but dining.
Isn't that worse?
Yes, sure it is.
So then, in a sense, there is an insanity. It's going back up. It seems that
if they are lower,
things that are being damaged are higher and higher. That's why the discussion goes lower and lower.
Now, Mr. Hill.
Can Theodore do something good for the state?
Can Theodore
do something good for the state?
Probably not. She's too expensive. As a sample. If you look at it from a strictly practical point of view, she is too expensive as a camphor. And for generals, they shouldn't be alright for generals because she might have been as a biased mistress. But there was no reference to the usefulness of this thing. There is only in a negative way, Socrates does not blame her for what she's doing. He doesn't say that this is vicious or bad, and you should stop. Like this German bicycle teacher to Marlene Dietrich. Yeah? That is not what Socrates said.
I thought she might be able to teach the art of persuasion to important people.
She can't persuade. She's completely helpless.
But if Socrates is successful with her, she may well, men may have to do a lot of persuading in order to have her. And
But apparently the Greek word persuasion, fighter, is also used in the following sense. Trainers, to persuade someone with money. That's the Greek expression for bribes. So that can mean a passage. But surely she is not, I think she would be, as we have seen, she is only unable to persuade, except by her bodily attractions. And that can perhaps be more persuasive than many speeches. That's what I meant. Yeah?
The fact that you just mentioned, the fact that Socrates doesn't blame her for what she's doing, do you mean by that that implies that he is guilty of at least condoning
what?
Does that imply that he was, according to citizens of Athens, guilty of condoning a certain kind of corruption?
No. That wasn't. Yes. That we are not, how did Mr. Elias call it, did not have a purity. But on the other hand, it is clear she was not a common prostitute. That's perfect. Shall we try to begin with the form?
Socrates was so useful in all circumstances.
Yes, so in this way, Socrates was useful in every matter and in every manner. That is a summary. In all things, whether he is dining, whether he is together with Herodotus, whether he talks to Charmides, whether he talks to the Aristotle, or whatever, in every matter and in every manner. Yes?
That any observer gifted with ordinary perception can see that nothing is more useful than the companionship of Socrates.
Then to be together with Socrates.
In time spent with him, in any place, in any circumstance.
And in any matter. Yes, so that there is slight change. Here there is a reference to the matter is the same, but now he says not only the manner, it replaces the manner by the place. And we have seen that the place is of some importance, because so that is used from all kinds of places. Yes.
The very recollection of him in absence brought no small good to his constant companions and followers.
Yes.
For even in his light moods,
that is what he now he brings something new. That is the first edition. So that even to remember him when he was absent helped not a little those who were accustomed to be together with him and accepted him, accepted what he said. So even remembering, and we know that Xenophon is here remembering. So Xenophon is benefited by writing this book. And now he brings the second edition.
For even in his light moods, they gained no less in the society than when he was serious.
That is a second point. For even when he was at jest, he was no less useful than he was serious. That seems to be an ascent from his absence, remembering, to his jesting. His jesting is also a kind of absence, because those who do not understand that it's jesting, for him he is absent even while he is present. And then he gives an example of Socrates' jest.
Thus, he would often say he was in love
with someone.
But clearly his art was set not on those who were fair to outward view, but on those whose souls excelled in goodness.
It's by those who show but souls of those who were by nature good, with the recognize
these good natures he recognized by their quickness to learn whatever subject they studied, ability to remember what they learned, and desire for every kind of knowledge on which depend good management of the household and the state, and practical dealing with men and the affairs of men.
So that are good natures that we must keep in mind. Those who learn quickly and whatever they apply themselves to, those who remember what they learn, and those who desire for all pieces of learning through which one can inhabit the house noble. It's not household, oikos, not here. Inhabit the house noble and city. Supplement, supply, inhabit. And altogether use human things and human beings in human affairs well. Yes. This is Xenophon's simple definition of a good nature. Perhaps you recognize certain resemblance between that and what Plato says about the nature of the philosopher in his fifth and sixth book of the Republic. Much less elaborate and seemingly much more limited, especially if one understands it as Machiavelli understands it, that all pieces of knowledge to which one can manage the household, like that is, I say it's not that, to which one can inhabit one's house. It's something different than managing. And inhabit the polis. One can inhabit the polis well, or not, even if one does not manage the polis and if one does not have any share in its management.
For education would make such beings not only happy in themselves, successful in the management of their households, but capable of conferring happiness on their fellow men and on states alike.
So the education makes them good household. They do not have necessarily by nature a desire for knowledge of economy in the Greek sense of the word economy.
His method of approach varied.
May I only make one point? Xenophon would make no remark to discipline whatever, although there were some hints in this direction. But at the latest, at this point, the reader of the Memorabilia must look back and say, where all the people to whom Socrates conversed in the first three books, good natures, or food, because one can imagine that the man whom he gave his advice in chapters 7 to 10 of the second book, Eudemons and Nicholas, that they were not good natures. And it would also apply, I think, to Plato. And that good nature, of course, does not mean something like good nature. Gifted is a word which nearer to what Xenophon means. Yes, and now he makes an important supplement to what he said. And that's not merely a supplement, it is a third additional remark, additional to all he had said in the first three books.
To those who thought themselves possessed of natural endowments.
The last sentence, but he did not approach, but he did not approach all men in the same manner. Is this true?
His method of approach varied.
Yeah, all right. But he did not approach all men in the same manner. That is of very great importance. He approached different people, different. And one can say this follows from the fact that he conversed not only with those whom he loved,
These are the good natures we know. But on first point of view, even whom we did not know. And yet he approach must have been different. Now let us see what this is.
To those who thought themselves possessed of natural endowments and despised learning,
who thought themselves, yes,
he explained that the greater the natural gifts, the greater is the need of education, pointing out that thoroughbreds by their spirit and mettle develop into serviceable and splendid creatures if they are broken in as colts, but if unbroken, prove intractable and sorry jades. And high-bred puppies, keen workers and good tacklers of game, make first-rate hounds and useful dogs if well trained, but if untrained, turn out stupid, crazy, disobedient brutes. It is the same with human beings. The most highly gifted, the youth's ardent soul, capable of doing whatever they attempt, if educated and taught their duty, grow into excellent and useful men. For manifold and great are their good deeds. But untrained and untaught, these same become utterly evil and mischievous. For without knowledge to discern their duty, they often put their hand to vile deeds, and through the very grandeur and vehemence of their nature, they are uncontrollable and intractable.
Yes, but this is wrong kind of men. Are they the same as good nature?
Aren't they the ones that are most important to consider? Because good nature are going to be so few compared to...
Yeah, that's all right. But we want to understand for them. That may be very important from every other point of view, but and we must first try to understand. Are they good natures as good natures was defined before?
Their desires seem somewhat more extravagant than the desires that the people described before.
Yeah, they did not, I think the question is settled by the fact that in paragraph 3 near the beginning it says, they despise learning. And he doesn't say that they were good natures, he says that they thought themselves by nature good, and then a bit later he says, those natures which seem to be or are thought to be the best, they need in the highest degree education. So this is one kind of men, however interesting and important maybe, who are not good natures because they are not attracted by learning. And now they come to another in part.
Those who prided themselves on riches and thought they had no need of education, supposing that their wealth would suffice them for gaining the objects of their wishes and winning honor among men, he admonished thus. Only a fool, he said, can think it possible to distinguish between things useful and things harmful without learning. Only a fool can think that without distinguishing these, he will get all he wants by means of his rod, and be able to do what is expedient. Only a simpleton can think that without the power to do what is expedient, he is doing well, and has made good or sufficient provision for his life. Only a simpleton can think that by his wealth alone, without knowledge, he will be reputed good at something, or will enjoy a good reputation without being reputed good at anything in particular.
Are these good natures? I mean, that's not that is Are they good natures?
I didn't hear what you said afterwards.
Are they good natured?
It seems that they're not for the reason you mentioned before. They have a contempt for virtue.
They lack even the appearance of being good natures. In contradistinction first. Yes. This is I think, simple. Now we come to the interesting.
I will now show his method of dealing with those who thought they had received the best education and prided themselves on wisdom.
Yes. Now this is a crucial question. Are they good natures or not? That's absolutely crucial for the understanding of the whole fourth book and therefore the Machiavelli. Are they who think they have received the best education and think highly of their wisdom?
To the extent that they, well, I'm not sure, but to the extent that they think that they possess wisdom and have received the best education they possibly can, that it would seem to imply that their desire for learning diminished.
Could be, but it all depends what they understand by wisdom and how they gone about in acquiring that wisdom. Yep, this is not the one. Now let us see. Let's read slow.
He was informed that Euthydemus, the handsome, had formed a large collection of the works of celebrated poets and professors.
Stop it. Yeah?
And therefore supposed himself to be a prodigy of wisdom
Already, yeah. On the basis of that. Yeah.
for his age, and was confident of surpassing all competitors in power of speech and action. At present,
Yeah, no, that is something. That is, Euthydemus is a representative and in fact the soldier of type number 3. So he has acquired knowledge is by collecting books. And I suppose he also has looked into them. That is possible. But if he has the desire for knowledge, he can say it is a somewhat perverted desire. And therefore I vote for the view that Euthydemus is not a good nature. And that is of some importance. Because it follows, if that is true, it follows that Xenophon is silent on how Socrates approached the good natures. He doesn't give you an example, and we would have to find out whether there are not some conversations earlier which were conversations with good natures. We do not know that. Now, almost all conversations in the fourth book are with Euthydemus, with one and the same character. This other striking difference between book 4 and the earlier.
Is it possible, just on the basis of the fact that Euthydemus was misguided about what learning and wisdom was, that he didn't have a desire for learning and...
Yeah, but still, would he not, if he had a good nature, he would have had some dissatisfaction with this kind of thing. Even if he had been brought up in a culture, let's say, in which collection of the books of the most famous poets and so on is regarded as the way to acquiring wisdom. If he had such a nature, he would have felt some dissatisfaction.
Yeah, and does Euthydemus show us such dissatisfaction in the course of book 4, or does he remain confident? Does Euthydemus remain confident in the course of book 4 that he actually does possess wisdom and show no sign of being dissatisfied with this method he's fixed upon?
I'm sorry, I don't hear that, but I will try to give the answer to the extent to which I understood it. He was apparently perfectly satisfied with himself, with the wisdom which he possessed, with his possession, wisdom. And I believe, according to the Xenophon's indication of what a good nature is, he was not a good nature. One could say, I mean, he was, that is not precisely. We could say he was learned too. And therefore that could not, the first two kinds were not concerned with learning at all. But they were not necessarily fools, simply. But he was, I think, a learned fool. Now, there is another point which we have to consider at this point. In Book 4, Book 4 is the only book in which Xenophon presents the Socratic teaching in an orderly manner from its beginning to its end. It's somewhat, as you can imagine, somewhat cursory, but as he does, as you will see soon. Now, this is a strange thing. Here is the only book in which he presents the Socratic teaching in an orderly manner. He presents that teaching in the perspective of Euthydemus, with a view to Euthydemus. So, we have to, as a way to make a kind of subtraction, perhaps a more subtle operation than mere subtraction, in order to see how that Socratic teaching would look like if applied to another kind of man than Euthydemus. In certain things in Book 4 are repetitions from earlier. But now the perspective is different, because here that is now a Euthydemean teaching, and in which it was not before. By the way, there is one dialogue in Book 4 which is not with Euthydemus, and that is chapter 4 with the famous Hippias. Now, why Xenophon inserted a dialogue with Hippias into this otherwise purely Euthydemean section, we cannot say before we come to it. But this is perhaps a most obvious difference regarding this. Now, where are we? Yeah. Let us. Good. He was so sure of his wisdom. And what did he say?
At present, Socrates observed,
Yeah.
he did not enter the marketplace owing to his youth, but when he wanted to get anything done, he would be found sitting in a saddler's shop.
Yeah, let us say in a bridle maker's shop, which is more literal and has more meaning.
So,
perhaps he needed a bride.
So, to make an opening, Socrates went to this shop with some of his companions. At the first visit, one of them asked, was it by constant intercourse with some wise man, or by natural ability, that he mystically stood out among his fellow citizens, as the man to whom the people naturally looked when they felt the want of a great leader? In order to set Euthydemus thinking, Socrates said, in the minor arts, great achievement is impossible without competent masters. Surely it is absurd to imagine that the art of statesmanship, the greatest of all accomplishments, comes to a man of its own accord.
And so this was his answer to the question of regarding the wisdom. Now, what do we know about the wisdom? About his learning the art of statesmanship.
Didn't he leave Athens?
What?
Didn't he leave Athens at one point?
Yes, later. Or rather, compared to the train. So, but we are now concerned with this question. Where did he learn? Where did he take lessons? Statesmanship.
Well, he seemed to learn in practice.
Yeah, but there is a more precise statement in Thucydides when he describes his character in verse 4.
You mean when he talks to that...
When he speaks of Thucydides in the story of the 50 years. And there he says, Thucydides had no education or learning at all. It was only his nature. His most probably based on the tradition. And so whether this implies criticism of Themistocles, I do not know, but in an ultimate sense, yes, just as in Plato, where not only Pericles but also Themistocles is debunked. Yes.
Sometime afterwards, meeting Euthydemus again, he saw that he was reluctant to join the circle and anxious not to betray any admiration for the wisdom of Socrates.
Yeah, that he admired Socrates on account of wisdom. Yeah.
Well, gentlemen, said he, when our friend Euthydemus has attained his full powers and some question of policies before the assembly, he won't be backward in offering advice. That is obvious from his behavior. I fancy he has prepared a noble exordium to his addresses, with due care not to give the impression that he is indebted to anyone for his knowledge.
They've learned anything from someone else.
No,
so he is, Euthydemus is concerned with appearing not to have learned from anyone. And therefore he has not learned from anyone. He is only connected with the books. And he may have looked into the rest of the matter. Yes?
No doubt he will begin his speech with this introduction. Men of Athens, I have never yet learned anything from anyone, nor when I have been told of any man's ability to in speech and in action, have I sought to meet him, nor have I been at pains to find a teacher among the men who know. On the contrary, I have constantly avoided learning anything of anyone, even the appearance of it. Nevertheless, I shall recommend to your consideration anything that comes into my head. This exordium might be adapted as to suit candidates for the office of public physician. They might begin their speeches in this strain. Men of Athens, I have never yet studied medicine, nor sought to find a teacher among our physicians, for I have constantly avoided learning anything from the physicians, and even the appearance of having studied their art. Nevertheless, I ask you to appoint me to the office of a physician, and I will endeavor to learn by experimenting.
Or in the case of physicians, it's more obvious, absurd, because in the case of sex.
The exordium set all the company laughing.
All the present, and not the companions. Yeah? They laugh about they laugh. Socrates doesn't laugh. It doesn't smile, except after his trial. And Xenophon has it written. Yeah?
Now when it became evident that Socrates had gained the attention of Euthydemus, but that Euthydemus still avoided breaking silence himself, he thought that he had assumed an air of prudence by remaining dumb. Socrates wanted to put an end to that affectation. How strange it is, he said, that those who want to play the harp or the flute, or to ride, or to get skill in any similar accomplishment, work hard at the art and mean to master, and not by themselves, but under the tuition of the most eminent professors, doing and bearing anything in their anxiety to do nothing without their teacher's guidance, just because that is the only way to become proficient. And yet, among those who want to shine as speakers in the assembly and as statesmen, there are some who think that they will be able to do so on a sudden, by instinct, without training or study. Yet surely these arts are much the harder to learn, for many more are interested in them and far fewer succeed. Clearly then, these arts demand a longer and more intense application than the others.
Yes, this is the second stage in this revelation. First, he had ridiculed him in a rather robust way, and now he does no longer ridicule, because he had seen must listen and abandon the affectation, not to listen. Yes?
For a time, then, Socrates continued to talk in this strain while Euthydemus listened. But on finding him more tolerant in his conversation, more attentive, Socrates went alone to the bride house.
Yeah, that is his point. Then Socrates went alone to the bride house. And that the following conversation is a strictly private conversation between Socrates and Euthydemus. And hardly no doubt, because Socrates did no longer wish to humiliate Euthydemus, which was necessary in the earlier stage in order to bring him to his senses. And whether that is a whole story, whether this strictly private conversation, the only strictly private conversation is not also private for other reasons, that we can say, find out how to read. And that's the key. I think we stop at this point. We have a few more minutes if there is any point we should make.
Say something about the first paragraph of the fourth book. It says that when he was playing, he was not less profitable to those who spent their times with him than when he was serious. It's rather striking that his play, not less, it even leaves open the possibility of it being more.
At least no less. Yeah. And that does not the example show that Socrates was useful and not a little bit useful in his jesting. After all, in this connection, when Xenophon explains his jesting, he states a most important verity.
But I wonder whether it's not pointing to something that I think has come up once before, maybe, that when he is serious, he might not even be so useful for her. In other words, I wonder whether it's not pointing to the fact that when he's most serious, he may be only helping himself.
Perhaps that is to the extent to which any talking might might affect the level of the talk and compared with his strictly private thought. Do you believe that?
Yes.
I was just curious. I was wondering if you could explain why Socrates takes so much trouble with Euthydemus. Why he takes so much trouble with Euthydemus. He seems to have a campaign to get him to listen.
Because his words is perhaps because we all are Euthydemus to some extent, some more, some less.
In what respect do you mean that?
Believing to be wise without being wise, and believing to have collected many books, or even read them, you are right.
But if that's true of everyone, why pick this particular man to engage in a conversation? I'm not sure that's clear.
It is perhaps among these innumerable Euthydemuses in this metaphoric sense, the Euthydemus is better. At least he may be the typical, the typical case of the typical addressee of Socrates. Let us assume that there is two addressees, two typical. The first are the good natures, that is excluded by what we have seen. And so the only one which can be presented is the second case, the demon. And Xenophon does not wish to present Socrates engaged in the higher type, to say no then of Plato. You see that he does not even present himself engaged with Socrates. The only thing we find is this conversation where Socrates treats him as badly, as Aristophanes Socrates treats Strepsiades, the fool, the wretch. And of course that is playful, but Xenophon doesn't give us a serious version of a serious conversation between him and Socrates. Except you call that conversation in the Anabasis that Socrates sends Xenophon to Delphi to find out about whether he should go to Cyrus, the expedition. And Xenophon goes to Delphi and asks the god to whom he should sacrifice to make that expedition most propitious. And Socrates told him that you didn't ask the god at all. You made your decision. But now, after you have done that, you have to sacrifice to the god. Whoever, he doesn't mention there who the god was, whom Apollo actually commended, and that's a long story later on. A third story is Zeus in the third version. I don't know which fine name. So that is, and if you say that famous names, Hitler, then we will see in chapter 4. That's vain. And then there is no dialogue with Protagoras or Gorgias or Protestant, with whom Socrates talks in Platonica. There is no dialogue between Socrates and great poets. And great poets. And Alcibiades gave only that conversation of the 19-year-old Alcibiades with Pericles, not conversations. I think Xenophon has excluded as the nearest approximation in the Machiavelli is Charming. Perhaps rhetoric. But this very question cannot be raised, let alone be reasonably discussed, before one has not understood this little thing. He did not approach all men in the same manner. And what he understands by good nature.